All Hallows Tide, may God keep you safe from goblin and puka and black-hearted stranger, from harm of the water and hurt of the fire, from thorns of the bramble, from all other danger, from will-o'-the-wisp haunting the mire, from stumbles and tumbles and tricksters to vex you, may God in his mercy this week protect you. Welcome, friend. Welcome. I don't think many people are currently watching, but that's all right. I'll be here all day. Let's see. The itinerary. Yes. Itinerary. I have provided one benediction so far. I may have more benedictions to go. The first one is more All Hallows Eve flavored. The second one will perhaps be more Samhain flavored, which is, of course, the correct pronunciation. Hello, VR Mystery School. I believe you also go by the name Tarot Frog, do you not? Happy Halloween, my friend. I thought I would do a day-long Q&A, although if things get too quiet, I may load the game Demonologist, so that anyone watching the VOD has something more interesting than dead time. Not that I expect many people to watch the VOD from beginning to end. In fact, it's entirely possible, if my understanding of copyright is wrong, the VOD may get canned. I am seriously considering just cracking open the Simon Necronomicon and reading it front to back. What could possibly go wrong? Happy Halloween. Alright. So, let's see. The itinerary, as I wrote it, was Benedictions, Occult Discussions, 40 Servants, Simon Necronomicon, Chaos Magic, and Divinations. I may as well give a quick overview of those topics. The first benedictions. I have opened with a benediction, though I will have others as time goes on. Occult discussions, that's more kind of a Q&A sort of thing. The occult discussions are more of a Q&A sort of thing. Ask me a question and I will see if I can answer it. The 40 Servants are a particular system which was invented by an Irishman in recent years, using principles talked about in chaos magic, particularly servitors. However, I am of the opinion that he made his so-called servitors sufficiently broad that they tap into something a bit more than simply being servitors. I think they tap into a wide variety of pre-existing entities. And then there's the Simon Necronomicon, a book of probably Sumerian magical operations, flavored in a vaguely Lovecraftian style, probably as a marketing ploy on the part of this mysterious Simon person. According to rumor, Simon was a Thelemite of some kind, though I am not sure what freighter he was. Chaos magic likely needs no introduction. However, in case it does, the basic concepts were formulated by Peter Carroll in the 70s. when he wrote two separate books, Liber Null and Psychonaut, which tend to get published as a single volume. Though he goes more into his philosophy of chaos magic in Liber Chaos. Liber Chaos is where he tries to systematize it down to I'm going to call it a pseudo-scientific formula. He tries to turn it into a math equation of sorts. The likelihood of manifestation. According to his theory, the likelihood of manifestation is dependent on how effectively one communicates intent to the subconscious mind. And by this theory, the more effective a ritual, the more communicated into the subconscious mind it is, the more the subconscious mind can affect reality in some anomalous way. And then last on the itinerary, or at least on the listed itinerary, is divinations. I am offering my skill to the audience today. Although, all I am really thinking of doing right now is tarot, or perhaps 40 sermons as an oracle deck. We will see what we will see. Let's see what's going on next. Blessed be, O Guardian. Blessed be, loved ones and friends. Another year is upon us as the wheel has turned again. We invite the ancestors one by one to join us at our meeting. We raise our cups in honor and share memories with zeal. We share a harvest's bounty and know deep in our hearts the past must be cleansed away for the future to start. The veil is at its thinnest, we walk between the worlds. Diviners bring their instruments and mysteries become unfurled. Now the witching hour is upon us once again. We share a blessed circle with our loved ones, our friends. Blessed be to guardians, to deities, and more still. Blessed be to you, let the harvest your heart fills, so mote it be. Perhaps that benediction would be better served if I waited until midnight to say it. My understanding of Samhain, now mind you, I am not a Wiccan. I am not a Wiccan, I am merely something of a chaos hermeticist. I generally adopt the philosophy of hermeticism, while having it mildly modified by some of the theories of chaos magic. Though one of my friends has a tendency to formalize this sort of thing a lot more verbosely than I. Although some things start to seem rather absurd when you hear them formalized, and this is probably one of those things. Oh my. That being said, sometimes the absurd has this annoying tendency to work in spite of itself. Oh my. Several years ago, out of curiosity, I tried an operation to see if invoking a fictional could have a real-world effect Now, you invoke a fictional for psychological effects, so that's easy to explain. It's, oh, you're doing it in your mind, so of course it has an effect on your mind. That's fairly straightforward. Now, I wanted to know if I could get a fictional character being treated as though it were a real entity to produce real results. I am not inclined to name names unless people in chat guess correctly. However, I will go so far as to say that it was a fictional fae associated with ice and frost. And I was invoking it for over a week straight in the summer of one year, with the intent of keeping the temperature in my local area below, like 90 or below for the remainder of summer, or as an alternative to have an unseasonal snowstorm prior to October, or prior to the end of October. And it was one of the strangest experiments, one of the strangest experimental results I have had. As the entity in question started showing up to some of my more psychically inclined friends, and I started seeing strange images in melted candle wax, which correlated with what this entity is supposed to be. And the end result was a technical failure, but it's the kind of failure that leaves you with the distinct impression that something was trying. The temperature for the remainder of summer remained below 91 or below. So that 1 degree was off. This is all in the Fahrenheit scale, mind. At the time, I was kind of indulging in the madness of it all, being all, ha ha ha, it works, it works. However, in the aftermath, I was mildly annoyed because why in blazes did that work? Doesn't make any sense. Why would something like that work? And so from there, I formulated 3 + 1 theories on why in blazes invoking fictionals might work. Or perhaps I should say 3 + 2 theories. Although one of the theories is kind of a non-starter if I do that. One of the theories is only really a good theory when it's purely psychological in nature. It's all fictional entities. You're just invoking a character in your mind, and the character is altering your psyche. Well, that would work if the intention of the operation was a simple alteration in psyche. But when the intention of the operation is an alteration in the weather, something fishy is going on. Unless we intend to say that our psyche can affect the weather. Though the more likely rationalization is, oh, the weather was going to do that anyway, you just psyched yourself into thinking that you had anything to do with it. And perhaps. However, I remind you, I am Chris, the space-time sorcerer. And shortly after I began this operation, the Weather Service named a tropical storm Chris. Coincidence? may be coincidences. However, when the coincidences begin to add up, it starts to look pretty suspicious. But yes, my theories on why invoking fictionals seem to work. Theory 1 is the one that is most accepted in chaos magic circles. The idea that it is egregores. Sufficient attention by people to a concept causes the concept to take on some kind of special reality. So the character in question is relatively popular in some circles, so all that combined attention causes it to take on a life of its own, kind of supernatural, preternatural life of its own. And it is that power you are tapping into when you fictional character. But this leaves two more possibilities. Possibility 2. A pre-existing entity comes along to fill the role of the fictional character. I think possibility 2 is the most likely from my own experiences. Then there is possibility 3, which is also very interesting as a possibility. And depending on how you look at it, it may tie into possibility 2 as well. With possibility 3, the entity invoked actually does exist in its own right. Similarities to works of fiction may be attributed to acts of the muses or some similar powers. Someone writes about a strange fairy world that occasionally links to what's going on in the real material world, and perhaps they touch on an actual fairy world. Perhaps. Or perhaps a fairy from that world gave them the idea to write about it in the first place. This sort of thing I tend to lean a little Lovecraftian towards, for Lovecraft was very influenced by his dream. Perhaps something was sending him dreams, and from there he wrote the Lovecraft mythos, complete with Cthulhu, and Azathoth, and Nyarlathotep, etc. Perhaps these entities truly do exist. But bear in mind, just because they might actually exist does not mean that everything written about them is true. It is known that Lovecraft had a bit of a phobia for sea creatures, so it is entirely possible that strange seafaring or under-the-sea entities may exist that are along the vein of Lovecraft's fiction, but turn out to be significantly less sinister than portrayed by Lovecraft. All right. So out of curiosity, if you're still there, Tarot Frog, do you think now is a good time for me to continue going on about various esoteric topics that may come to my mind? Or perhaps I should turn on Demonologist, wait for other people to show up. Just a thought, just a thought. I don't want to wax eloquent for too long and dry myself out before I've even gotten through an hour. I only have so many water bottles. Another benediction? Well, let's see. Ding. I thought I had another benediction. It appears that I cannot find the precise wording. And if I cannot find the precise wording of it, perhaps it is best that I simply repeat what I remember of it. Until we meet again, Taro. May God hold you in the palm of his hand until we meet. A simple parting blessing. Now let's see. Contrary to my normal preparedness, I do not have the theme correctly set up in OBS to stream demonologies. So it will be interesting to see what happens if I am attempting to create a new scene in OBS while it is streaming. And again, perhaps there are other ways. Let's see. Perhaps this one. I don't intend to replay. I can just change out the streaming game. All right. Let us see what happens. I can actually find it in my library. It would be helpful. All right, here it comes. Okay. Going here. All right. Well, that is peculiar. What does this mean? Cancel. And what is this? Ah, here we go. Will it work? Ah, here it is. Now I just need to here. And all right. Presumably this should work. Although it is a little bit of an awkward. Oh. Well. It is definitely Halloween, isn't it? Single player or multiplayer? Interesting. I was under the impression that this game was sort of a more single-player-oriented Phasmophobia, except with an actual with an actual storyline, as opposed to Phasmophobia, which is just kind of random dealing with ghosts. Hello, you faceless thing, you. Or at the very least, eyeless thing. How very peculiar. I see. We've been cooking eggs. You'd think that either the burner would be on, or we'd have dished them out and eaten them by now. Perhaps it is a game asset. People were so startled by the spooks that they left the eggs on. Though one of the things that mildly annoys me about Phasmophobia is you have these, everything is portrayed as though it is a ghost, but they have 1,000,001 different types of ghost. To the point where it's like, okay, you do realize most of these are not intended to be, actual spirits of the dead. No, no. Hello, Cross. Interesting. Why is the door to the bathroom removed? Is this game going to have ghosts that do the whole... Oh, that's interesting. The question I have is, this is the lounge area. Why does the lounge area feel about as haunted as the places we're likely to be going to? I see. Menu... Ah, interesting. Okay. Single player? How do I do this? Ah, okay, that's how I do this. Alright, that makes some amount of sense. Oh, that's all I need to do. Click the single player button. I begin to wonder if I picked the wrong game. Perhaps the game I was thinking of was something else. I was expecting to see more story. I see. Well then. I am confused, and now I believe I have my games wrong. Oh dear. Perhaps I should double-check the name of the game. Find the real one. Let's see. Phasmophobia, but with a story. Perhaps I heard the wrong... Perhaps I heard the wrong name to the game. Perhaps it's not Demonologist. Perhaps it is a... Perhaps it was not Demonologist. Perhaps it was some other name. But now I'm going to be bothered until I remember the actual name of the game. Let's see. Looking about, trying to see if I can find any sign of the actual games. Looking for. Now I do not hear. That's not it. Well, I am a little bit annoyed now. Let me see. I'm going to go and see if I can poke Discord. Apparently, Demonologist was not the game that was Phasmophobia, but with an actual story. Do you remember what the name of the game I'm thinking of was? There we go. Unknown individual who shall not be named on stream. I have asked the question. Oh. Oh dear. Some of the things that my friends. Some of the things. Well then, let's see. I have activated single player mode. Now I have all these tools. Make difficulty easy. Well, let's go forth and get ourselves killed by virtual demons. While I wait in hope that my friend tells me what the name of the game I'm actually thinking of is. Level 3 locked, level 5 locked, level 3 locked, level 15 locked, level 10 locked, level 5 locked. Back. Oh dear. Wait, does this mean... Okay, let's start. Vote for a map before starting the game. But apparently I can't vote for a map before starting the game, because, all of the maps are locked because I'm too low level. How does this work? Scuffed game. Scuffed game. Very well then. Okay, so that was the leave button. So what am I actually supposed to do? How to play, perhaps? As your sanity decreases, the ghost will become more aggressive and more likely to go into hunting mode. Yes, very Phasmophobia. Very similar to Phasmophobia. The ghost leaves electromagnetic fields on some objects it interacts with. You can detect these areas with the EMF scanner. Some ghost types leave level 5 EMF fields. You can use this to detect the type of ghost. So my new understanding of Demonologist is that it is Phasmophobia, but you are supposed to actually exorcise the demon at the end, not merely identify it. Let's see. Okay. My friend tells me that the name of the game I was thinking of is Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal Investigator, and that I have unfortunately fallen victim to a cash grab, according to him. Oh dear. Well, perhaps I should try launching that game then. Alright. Okay, we'll leave Demonologist on while I'm looking through, let's see, Conrad. And it's on sale, probably for Halloween reasons. Add to cart. I do find it funny, you can see my mouse moving about on the screen even though you cannot see the Steam window, where I am acquiring the correct, the game that I actually meant to be playing. Getting games confused, never a good sign. This is how it begins. It begins in these small ways, and before you know it, the sanity damage is complete. Imagine someone loading the most completely innocent platformer game imaginable and saying, "Can't you see? Cthulhu watches me through it." That is how you know the sanity damage is finished. They're done. There's nothing more. They have been lost. Poof. All right, let's go ahead and grab Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. Okay. Install, accept, install the content. Well, now I have an extended amount of time before it's actually done installing. Perhaps it is a good time to read the Necronomicon, or perhaps attempt to get Demonologist to work while I wait. Oh. Setting. Back. You call this a safe house. Back. What does the settings say again? Okay, back. I see. Alright. Single player, because of course single player. Though perhaps the idea is I'm not allowed to do this until I've played it on multiplayer mode. Delightful. You must vote for a map before starting the game. Back. You won't let me go there. You won't let me go there. Oh, there it is. Abandoned house. I must be completely blind. Abandoned house it is. All right, let us begin. Yes, play on the abandoned house map. The descent into madness has begun. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Truth be told, I'm not even sure what most of these are supposed to do. Why is there a roach on that? That's a little strange. Also, can we go away from this whole we're totally driving a truck around aesthetic? Because I don't think it really works. Like, would you really take a truck to these sorts of things? This looks like a sort of trailer. What is this? Security cameras. Detect the type of ghost. Correct the crucifixes, put the dead rats in the boiler. Collect the salt. Why do you need to put dead rats in a boiler? What a strange objective. Oh my. I see. I cannot decide whether that's intended to be an occult symbol or whether it's intended to represent a D20. What is this? Buzz buzz? is this for? Now, this is very different. Okay, why does the roach move its legs when I walk? What is the point of this? This is incredibly strange, incredibly strange. I remove these from my inventory in favor of something else, perhaps. I do not understand this at all. Settings, controls, key bindings, tablet, sprint. Huh. Okay, drop tool is G. Okay. Wait, what's a tool interaction? Let's take another look. Tool interaction. Oh, yeah. Doesn't seem to do anything. What are these for? Okay. What is this? Is this a flipping walkie-talkie? I don't understand that either. Oh yes, I'm just going to drop it on the floor instead of put it back where it belongs. Okay, this looks like it might be interesting, but what is the point again? I'm very confused. Oh dear, oh dear. I do not think I understand this demonologist game. Abandoned house it may be, but someone decorated for Halloween. We have an engine turned on of some description. Do I have flashlights all? The introduction. Yes, yes, yes. They are not friendly beings. Casper, the friendly ghost. A little bit too dark in here. Is this going to play the usual when you run out of sanity you die routine? Ah, you run out of sanity, the ghost kills you. I never could understand the point of that sort of thing. After all, if the ghost kills you, then you're on its plane, at which point you can engage in the ethereal fisticuffs with it. If you knew a little proper spiritual. Yes, yes, because I'm totally going to drop it on the floor instead of on the flipping desk. I aim for the desk, and what does it do? Drops it on the floor. What is with these games? What do these tools even do? I am not clear on any of this. What is this tool? What does it do? Is this just wizard cell? I like the battery brand. Wind is picking that up. Interesting. So I don't appear to have a real flashlight of any description, but I have this purple light. Candles, how nice. On lights. Ooh, that's freaky. I guess we have the laughing child ghost then. Oh, does that mean that I'm about to be attacked? That might be fun. Okay, I'm leaving. Cute. Do I have a sanity meter in this game like you do in Phasmophobia? Let's take a peek. Da, 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 da. Eddie Merrill. It only answers you when you are alone. Let's see. Apparently, I am at 95% sanity. And rising since I have returned to, Well, I must say that the ghost effects are better than I remember from Phasmophobia, but it has been a long time since I played Phasmophobia, so it's possible that they've gotten, more compelling. Oh my. But what exactly do I do with these tools? I do not understand this game. I don't even know which one is supposed to be the EMF reader. It's very different. Very different. Oh my. Buzz, buzz. What is this? What is this archaic-looking computer? It looks like one of those ancient IBM or ancient Apple devices. Oh, a good old-fashioned O-scope. Love a good oscilloscope. It always makes things feel more sciencey when you're using an O-scope. What is in these containers? Well, I don't think I understand. Oh, I thought those might be flashlights, but now I'm looking at them again. I think they're just something to hang other items on. Oh, I can grab that. Oh, it is a flashlight. Okay. Now we're talking. Ah, that's an idea. Sure, I'll just go and leave this somewhere. See if the ghost draws on it, because why not? Spoopy. Does this game have a time limit of any kind, or no? Huh, was that there before? I actually don't know. I don't remember if this was all here before. Okie dokie, child ghost. I'll just leave that there for you to draw on. And then go back. See if you draw on it, maybe. Definitely a very decaying house. I'm amazed that the electricity is even still on, with it being an abandoned house. I'm assuming these random tombstones are just Halloween decorations rather than literal graveyard. But it's hard to say, hard to say. Ha! Even the little walkie-talkie thing has a, Halloween decoration on it. Okie dokie. Spoopy. Well, this game certainly has good ambience, I gotta give it that. Now let's go over, see what the child ghost has drawn. Assuming that she's drawn anything. Where did I leave it? I left it over here. Oh, are you not going to draw? Please draw on the canvas. Thank you. Here we are in the dark. Sometimes it's good to meditate in the dark. Will the spooky thing happen, maybe? Or is all well? Was that there before? Am I just blind, or did furniture move? Maybe I'll know if I look at the VOD. I just would have thought that I would have noticed that gaudy floral display earlier if it had been in line of sight. Okay, that's just a weird lighting effect. I haven't heard anything of the ghost in a while. What is this? Do you want to play with me? Well, there's that at least. Ah, I always want to play with the ghosts. I am sure nothing terrible could possibly happen. Am I unable to open that? Oh, what happened? Am I just disoriented, or... Okay, I think I'm just disoriented. Hello, spooky ghost. Is that just Halloween decoration, or is it just doing that? Why do I feel like this is... I don't know, I'm getting a little weirded out here. Like, is the environment changing? Or... Like, is the environment changing, or am I just that inattentive? Or am I just disorienting myself? Do I have anything in the trunk? Is there anything in the trunk that I can use? Lots of alcohol. Okay then. Nice, nice. I have no idea how to play this game. Ah, my sanity is down to 77%. Nice. That's the only camera source I have? Guess that's just an exterior camera of this area. Do I have the means of setting up other cameras? I'm a little confused. What is this thing for? Why is that thing... Something strange about this. Well, this thing doesn't seem to do anything, so maybe I should just throw it off. Sure, I'll grab this device. Why does the dang bug move its legs when I walk? That's just strange. Why does the bug move its legs when I walk? That is the strangest aspect of this entire game. Ah, there's a stairway I missed. What is happening? Okay, maybe it's... Huh, odd. Am I just not allowed upstairs? I do not understand. Wait, I have a crouch button, don't I? Can I just crouch and then go upstairs? Apparently still not. I do not understand. What is the purpose of this device? Is this like the ghost-catching device? I don't understand. I do not understand at all. I do not understand at all. Well, that chair's in the same place as it was before. The ghost has not deigned to, draw any funny pictures for us. How sad. What is through this door? This is the... Will you play with me? Huh. Interesting. Oh no! I think I'm going to die. I'm running away now. La la la. That was interesting. Was that a sanity effect going off? Am I losing my mind? In-game, of course. Out of game. Ah, skeptic. I'm currently playing Demonologist while I contemplate whether or not to, play games while I wait for more people to show up. However, as it turns out, I got my games confused. The game I actually wanted to play was, let me take another look at its name. Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal Investigator is what I actually wanted to play, but I got my games confused, so I'm playing Demonologist while I wait for the other to download. However, playing games is not the actual point of this stream. It does, however, provide an interesting thing to look at while we talk. How are you doing this fine All Hallows Eve? Is the flashlight running out of battery, I wonder? Oh yes, I should probably look at the sanity. 75%. When there's something weird in the neighborhood, who you gonna call? It doesn't matter, the demon will get you long before they arrive. Ah. Oh my. Most demons that you are likely to run into in the real world are not particularly threatening. However, when you run into one that is... I do know a few people who've gone to haunted houses and seen what they could do regarding the strange apparitions. As I recall, one of them was like, where do you fall in the greater scheme of, like, which Sephiroth do you correspond to, the magicians asked. And it responded with something along the lines of Clipothic Tifereth. Thagiraron, if I remember correctly, I can't. I can never quite remember the names of the Clipothic shells. Mainly because I think that the Clipothic shells are named in a somewhat more arbitrary and ridiculous way than the upright Sephiroth. The normal whole and properly contained Sephiroth are named in a more logical way, whereas the Clipothic shells are just a little strange. Their naming convention is very peculiar. Huh. Interesting floor. Probably not very important. Just random candle on the... I have no idea how much of this is normal part of the game and how much of this is Halloween decoration, because it is Halloween. This is like the introductory level to this game, and it's kind of funny. It seems to be some sort of child ghost. Hello, can I turn that on? No? It is usually spelled with a Q. Q-L-I... Clipothic, Q-L-I-P-H... I need to type it out. I can't think of how it's spelled without typing it out. However, I have also heard it spelled like it is Calipot, and it might actually be like this thing, for instance. Is this part of the normal game, or is this just some Halloween decoration? Because that's a pretty cartoonish-looking ghost right there. I'm waiting just for the little child ghost to come out of nowhere and kill me. Well, like, what book is this? Is this supposed to be a Bible? Or is this something else? Oh, that door got shut behind me when I left. Huh, that's interesting. Hey, that's an anger. I guess the ghost is annoyed with something. Is it annoyed because I'm not sticking around for it to kill me so we can play here forever and ever and ever? Play. Ooh. Does that indicate that, sanity is going down? I'm about to die, probably. Are you coming for me, Ghosty? See, I'm clearly playing this game like too much of a wuss. When anything weird happens, I run back to the, trailer and take a glance at my sanity. But yes, the idea of the clip-off is... Imagine if a ghost just possessed a Halloween decoration to attack people. It might be a bit of convince. That would be funny. So, what's my sanity at? 66%. What a perfect number. It just keeps getting lower and lower. Oh, it's still going down? What? Okay, now... It went down to 63, and now it's rising back up. Wait. It's just fluctuating wildly now. Why is my sanity just dropping like a, Alright, it's going down, then going back up. Okay. Does that mean I was afflicted with some kind of attack that was draining sanity, but now that I'm back in the trailer, the attack is... Oh, wait, the sanity is still dropping like a... Oh no. What does this mean? What does it mean that my sanity is so low? Okay, so there's something potentially shadowing the camera out there. Detect the type of ghost. I have no idea how to determine the type of ghost. It only answers you when you are alone. Let's see. So how do I detect the type of ghost? Oop. Ghosts. Yes, they have a similar list to Phasmophobia. I wouldn't be surprised if they got, I wouldn't be surprised if they got hit for copying Phasmophobia slightly too, closely, but then again, most of these ghost types are, from folklore. The main problem I have with listings like this is, if you actually look at the folklore this is from, a lot of these are not actually spirits of the dead. A lot of these are completely inhuman beings, like Oni. An Oni is never a spirit of the dead. If I remember correctly, Iblis is just straight up an Islamic name for Satan. A jinn. A jinn is never a spirit of the dead. I don't know what a hantu is. Oh boy. A demon is not a spirit of the dead. A yokai... Well, a yokai is a borderline case. You can occasionally have yokai that were spirits of the dead. However, the majority of them are just weird things. Spirit box response, easel canvas drawing, ESG ghost reaction. Okay. I see. So this is... I didn't get any fingerprints. I don't have anything to indicate her. At this point, I think I might just pick one. Ectoplasm stains, spirit box response, easel canvas drawing. It didn't give me the canvas drawing, which was kind of disappointing, I'd say. G-U-L, just a ghoul. Yes, an Oni is a type of Japanese demon, although you could also argue that it's a kind of Japanese ogre. And one fairly ridiculous anime song makes out like they're Japanese goblins. Although I don't think we should take that one particularly seriously. But yes, at least 3, maybe more of these are Japanese words, so Oni, yokai, yurei. Yurei is just straight up Japanese for ghost. You want the closest thing to what we think of as a ghost in the Western Europe and the Americas, etc. Yurei is the closest thing to a ghost in Japanese folklore. To the point where you basically just translate it as ghost. It's a ghost. Yokai is a weird thing. I am of the opinion, some people may disagree with me, but I am of the opinion that yokai would be suitably translated by fairy. It just doesn't work in the modern era because the definition of fairy drifted too much. Like, if we were back in the Middle Ages, a yokai would totally be a fairy. An Oni, yeah, that's more of a peculiar kind of Japanese demon. I don't fully know the distinction between different flavors of demon in their folklore, but I do know that Oni is one of the Oni is typically one that looks like a stereotypical demon most of the time. Like, think completely red human-like creature with the weird tusks coming out of its mouth. And probably carrying a large spiky club. That's kind of an Oni. Though occasionally they may come in blue flavors as well. There's apparently an entire literary trope pertaining to 2 characters in a work of fiction, one behaving more like a red Oni and the other behaving more like a blue Oni, though the characters in question need not actually be Oni for the trope to hold. You'll see it all the time in various kinds of fiction, actually, because although it's associated with Oni in Japan, this kind of trope comes up a lot in all kinds of fiction. You got the character who's the hothead and the character that's the cool, collected individual. And they're kind of contrasting each other. So the red Oni is the hothead, and the blue Oni is the cool, collected individual. Then we have the Jinn. So as far as all of these are concerned, I'd say the ones that have the most to do with, oh goodness, this one's just the name of a Clepothic demon, Nama. One of the, I believe in some lore she is claimed to be a sister of Lilith. And Abaddon, that is a name that comes from the Book of Revelation, as I recall. Fancy, fancy. Now, what evidence do I have? I actually don't know. Did I get any? Well, I'm gonna say that I got an EMF level 5. I don't actually know that I did. Maybe it was an ESG ghost reaction. I don't know. I don't know. Actually, that's one. I have not gotten the easel canvas drawing. Let's go back. You know what? I'm going to go back in there just to see if anything got drawn on the canvas. Though I am tempted to just close game and have a more straightforward discussion. Perhaps reading from the I'm in Necronomicon for the sake of reading from it. It will not let me go up the stairs, and I do not know why. Alright, what is over here? Can I go up these stairs, though? That would be funny. Oh, I can go up these stairs, but not the other stairs. On light! Yeah, we turn on the light. Maybe I should have taken a look at the... Well, typical banishing is mainly for ambient energies, although it can banish the weaker sorts of entities. If you have a serious type of entity, however, you're going to need something a tiny bit more potent than a typical LBRP to get rid of it. Although occasionally someone will, occasionally someone will argue with me on that note. If you believe hard enough, an LBRP can get rid of anything. And it's like, contrary to popular belief, this doesn't actually run on belief. Which I know, considering myself a sort of chaos hermeticist, it's a little strange for me to say that it doesn't run on belief. But Chris, people may say, isn't chaos magic about altering your paradigms? And, using belief as a tool. Well, yes, you can use belief as a tool, but that doesn't mean that everything runs on belief. Oh, my. Like, I am reaching the point where I think there is more of a kind of supernatural mechanism to these things, more so than it simply being about belief. Now, there's another weird thing about this game. What the heck even is this device? Like, I'm walking along and it makes the cockroach walk. Why is there a cockroach, and why does it do walking movements when I am walking? And more importantly, there is clearly only one device there. Why did I see three of them, three little weird lights, you know, zero-looking lights pop up while I was in there? Was that an indication I was taking sanity damage? Is that the point of this device? And does it show you when you're taking sanity damage? Is that the idea? Well, I don't know, just seeing that thing walking while I am walking makes me feel like I'm taking sanity damage just cause. It's like, look at him go! Oh my. I have heard of some strange haunted locations where the ghosts got very violent, however they are few and far between. And I am not convinced that they got a competent exorcist for those occasions. Oh my. Oftentimes, as far as the real world is convinced, if you have, say, a specter of a certain medium tier, we'll call it a medium tier. If you have a specter that's kind of a medium tier, then you can generally get it to go away just by demonstrating the fact that you're not afraid of it. Because a lot of the time, they just want to scare you away. And Hollywood movies that give you the impression that they can just outright kill you help in that. Even though most of the time, what can they actually do? Make you see weird things, give you nightmares, give you strange hallucinations of whispers in the dark. Okay. But can they actually hurt you? Not really. Maybe psychologically, but not in body most of the time. It is a rare specter that can actually, you know, levitate objects and hurl them around. Something that level might be able to kill you. But if it did, it wouldn't kill you the way it's portrayed in Phasmophobia. It would kill you because, you know, it threw a kitchen knife and it hit in just the right angle. Oh dear. What is this device? Ah yes, one of these. I have gotten no response with this device. You can't drive me insane, you fool! I'm already insane! Sounds about right. Especially considering that on this, my sanity level is clearly dropped below 50%. Well, I don't know what I am getting myself into, but there are so many types that it could possibly be that I have a suspicion that no matter what I do, I am not going to get it right just on the basis of the probabilities. Like, I feel I would need to use my real-world divinatory power in order to guess what the entity is here, and I think that would be a waste of effort considering this is just a silly little game. Oh my, let us see what we have to see here. I don't think this is the part of the house that the ghost lurks in. Hello? Haven't I already seen that? Oh. It moved. It moved. The furniture is definitely moving in here. I'm going back outside. Where's the exit? You better not have closed a door on me. Here we are. Closing a door on me would throw me off so hard. Alright, I know for a fact furniture is moving in here. Because I know that that dang chair with the floral pattern on it was in a different position earlier. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, here we go. Bring up the tablets. Evidence. The easel canvas drawing didn't work, so how about... Oh, come on, none of them... No, there's no listing for actually moving furniture? Come on. Does that mean all of them can do that? Ah. We'll say ESG ghost reaction, and... Why not? Let's say freezing temperatures. We've lowered it to Jin and Raiju. And you know what? I'm going to say Raiju for one stupid reason. I think it sounds cooler. Once you've confirmed your ghost selection, you cannot undo the action. Sure, we're going to confirm that. Okie dokie. Back. I am done, though. I'm not going to continue. I'm just going to get in the car and leave. Although it is tempting to just go in there and see what happens if... Oh wait, is the driving... Which side is the steering wheel actually on? It's on the left side, so how come I can't get in on the left side? Bah. Yes, let's leave. So, was I right or was I wrong? It's not going to tell me? Correct ghost type Goryo. Oh no, I got the wrong thing. No points. No points. 0 points. Alright, then let's take a quick gander at what are the... What is a Goryo? EMF level 5 fingerprint ESG ghost reaction. I never saw any fingerprints. Goryo does not interact with ESG if someone is nearby. It's a very rare type of ghost. Oh, you're going to give me a rare one. You're going to give me a rare one for my very first attempt game. Nice. I have no... I'm not sure what... Oh, wait. Now that you mention it, that's probably how the fingerprints are detected. Welcome, Octo. But yes, the actual purpose of this stream is to discuss esoteric shenanigans, things like chaos magic, and the Simon Necronomicon, the 40 servants. However, I loaded a Phasmophobia-type game called Demonologist to have something to do while waiting for people to join. It also provides something for the screen to display. Alright. Steam is the game I actually wanted to play almost done. According to this, Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI has 5 minutes left until it is complete. So in about 5 minutes, we will have the Paranormal PI ready. Also, someone else was telling me that apparently Lunacid is at version 1.0 now. So that too might be a good one to stream. I feel like I should have let the ghost kill me in that last one. I got 0 points anyway. Ah. Yes, I see. Total 0. A Goryo is just an Onryo, but more important, an Onryo is just a Yurei, but angrier. Sounds about right. Those definitely sound like Japanese names, but they're ones that I haven't heard very frequently. Probably actually pronounced Goryu. Ah, that's hilarious. If you Google Goryu, the first thing that comes up is a Hakuba Goryu snow resort. That's great. Oh, that's great. General reminder that Japanese has so many homophones, it is unbelievable. I am sure these are spelled with completely different kanji, but goodness. So many homophones. Oh boy. Let's narrow search down to Goryu Spirit. Oh, that's the issue. It's a Goryo. Ah, that'll do it. Oh, there it is. Goryo. It even says it right in front of me. I'm blind. I am blind. It's a Goryo. Ah. Apparently, it is an honorific for a spirit that causes hauntings. That's definitely an honorific that's not going to come up very frequently. Not used as an honorific, anyway. Well, that is because the Fae are very unusual, and there are not very many reliable ways to work with them. Although apparently such ways exist, the recommendation is rather than working directly with Fae, you go straight to the Fairy King or the Fairy Queen. According to Shakespeare, this would be Oberon and Titania. According to other folklore, the Fairy Queen would be Queen Mab. And according to the grimoires, the Fairy Queen goes by the name Sibylla, which is rather interesting because, as I recall, a Sibyl is a kind of Greek oracle. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? So apparently there is a way to get in touch with the Fairy Queen Sibylla, and then request a familiar of her. I forget the specifics. And the reason I did forget the specifics is I remember something about a necromantic graveyard spirit being involved, but I do not remember if you are supposed to contact the graveyard spirit in order to get in touch with Sibylla, or if Sibylla gets you a graveyard spirit as a familiar. My memory is probably backwards in that respect. Indeed, indeed. And before going to the Elemental Kings, you can go to the Elemental Angels and Elemental Archangels, as per the Golden Dawn system. I do not think that they invented that. Well, the Elemental Archangels, perhaps. I do not think they invented the Elemental Angels, though. I need to do more research to know where they got the Elemental Angels from. Oh my. The Archangels, on the other hand, came about from a zodiacal correspondence, strangely enough. And the zodiacal correspondence came about from a planetary correspondence. Alright, so it is well known that Michael, or Mikael, is associated with the sun. From association with the sun, he is associated with Leo, and from association with Leo, he can be associated with elemental fire. Gabriel, or Gabriel, depending on how you want to pronounce it, associated with the moon, and through the moon associated with Cancer, and through Cancer associated with elemental water. Raphael, associated with Mercury, and through Mercury associated with Gemini, and through Gemini associated with elemental air. Oriel is a bit weird, because most people, Oriel is associated with Venus, but when most people think of Venus in the angelical context, they think of Haniel or Anael, before they think of Oriel. But Oriel is associated with Venus. From Venus association, Taurus, and from Taurus, elemental earth. And there you have it, the archangels of the classical elements according to the Golden Dawn, and how they get the correlation. The angels that are subordinate to the archangels, according to the Golden Dawn, are derived from one of the Pentacles of Solomon in the Greater Key, but I would have to look that up again to find the pentacle in question. And I am not entirely clear on how they derived the elemental significance of them just from that pentacle. How much of consciousness do you think is inherently supernatural? Difficult to say. That is one of those chicken and egg situations where it's like, the materialist says we are conscious because our brain does something which causes consciousness to arise, whereas the spiritualist says we are conscious because whatever spiritual consciousness we have may be interacting with the brain, allowing us a connection to our material bodies. Difficult to say precisely how much consciousness is associated with the spirit versus associated with the matter of the brain. There is clearly something of the brain in our consciousness, but it cannot be everything. And the reason it cannot be everything is there is some evidence, not particularly hard evidence, but there is some evidence that it is possible to be conscious, well, conscious in a loose sense, while the brain has zero activity. And what I mean by this is near-death experiences. The brain has extremely minimalized activity, but then you have someone coming out of the near-death experience describing amazing things that they saw while they were completely out, and having a complete train of memory of events happening while they were out, which sometimes includes accurate descriptions of what the surgeons were doing trying to save their life. Meanwhile, what was happening to their brain at the time? No activity. I don't know about you, but I think that is evidence that consciousness cannot be 100% material. Though the investigation of near-death experiences is one of those annoying places of investigation. And when I say annoying places of investigation, I mean there are venues of investigation which only attract two kinds of investigator. The chronic debunker, who comes into the investigation already believing in one result. The result he expects to find is that it is all balderdash, and his pre-existing materialist worldview is true and correct, and he is coming into it with this idea. The second type of investigator, which I regard as equally annoying, is the one that comes into it saying, "Ah, yes, this is the evidence I have been looking for of spiritual and metaphysical things," and he comes into it with the opposite bias. He is already biased to believe any near-death experience story that comes his way and proceeds to use it as evidence that his pre-existing spiritualist worldview is true. I say both of these approaches are flawed because both of these approaches presuppose the conclusions they want to draw. Oh dear. And that is the trouble. There may be the third, properly unbiased approach. However, you rarely hear about it because, well, when push comes to shove, the confluence of the debunker coming at something and the true believer coming at something happening repeatedly eventually results in that area of investigation being lampooned in general, and you can't be taken seriously if you're investigating it by the scientific community. It then becomes a something that casts doubt upon your reputation and so forth and so on. That is one way to put it, skeptic. The idea that connection to the supernatural might be compared to a Wi-Fi connection. It is an interesting analogy. A friend of mine suggested an interesting book that I have been reading called Why Materialism is Baloney. Let me find the subtitle, however, because the subtitle is equally amusing. Alright. Cover. Here we are. Why Materialism is Baloney, How True Skeptics Know There Is No Death and Fathom Answers to Life, the Universe, and Everything by Bernardo Kastrup. It has been an interesting book so far. Though it's one of those... It kind of underscores the main problems with materialist philosophy, namely... According to materialism, our very senses are unreliable, but where do we get all our evidence for materialism from? Our very senses. Though, to some extent, I think that he might be barking up the wrong tree, and this is more evidence that we cannot be properly certain of anything, more than anything else. By this view, certainty is in and of itself a problem, because you can't really be certain of anything. So it kind of turns into, okay, which side do you think Occam's razor really falls on? Except Occam's razor is not a truth determiner either. It's just what seems more reasonable to believe given what little evidence we have kind of thing. What is the more reasonable assumption to make? What is the more reasonable leap of faith to take? And it's for this reason why I try not to judge those who disbelieve in God or the supernatural too hard. Because I think it is reasonable to disbelieve equally as it is reasonable to believe. However, this double reasonableness is why I get annoyed with certain militant sorts, particularly militant atheists. Well, if you want true skeptics, everything beyond the fact you exist is unconfirmable. True enough, Descartes, I believe they call that Cartesian philosophy to some extent, because Descartes is the first person to say it. The first person to put it in writing. I think, therefore I am. Well, since I'm clearly thinking, and something has to be thinking, and that something is presumably myself, well, I must exist, otherwise I wouldn't be here thinking. I'll exist in some way. One could still conceive of different levels of reality, some being more real than others. We could exist in the imagination of God. Although that's another problem you occasionally run into. People use the word God, and they immediately leap to assumptions about what you're talking about. I see this with the militant atheists, that it's too easy to complain about, quite frequently. You mention God, and the next thing you know, they are immediately complaining about, well, yes, but look at all of the terrible things God of the Old Testament did. Cannot possibly be... You can't possibly believe in that fairy tale, do you? And then it's like, one, I didn't even mention Christianity or Judaism. I only mentioned belief in God. You've already leapt to the assumption that that is some sort of literalist Bible interpreter, then. And two, even if God did all of these purportedly terrible things, well, from the perspective of God, that's not significantly different from a, what's the word I'm looking for? It's, from the perspective of God, we are hovering around the reality level of video game characters. Though, that is perhaps the wrong way to put it. Since I think God has a greater understanding of our reality, and we are more real to God than video game characters are to us. But the point is that when the anger against God kind of thing comes up, it is usually coming up in this weird sort of strange materialist while simultaneously suspending the disbelief in the supernatural just long enough for God to be there, but only for God. So they suspend disbelief in God only while still holding everything to be materialist. And then it says, oh look, there is a plague over here. God could prevent that, but does not. Therefore God evil, because all those people are dying, and if they die, then they're gone irrevocably. Meanwhile, in an actual, complete metaphysical system, yes, they are dying, but God sees their souls going back to the realm of spirits. Death is not annihilation. Death is just moving on to the next stage of your existence. Why would it be evil of God to allow a plague to happen if all that is actually happening is your souls are moving on to the next phase of existence? Oh my. Skeptic saying, I do find accepting the supernatural is comforting as a way out of the binds of physical causality. It can be a bit of a downer that being unable to rationally justify free will. It is actually possible to be a free will determinist. It is a confusing concept for some people, but you can believe in determinism and free will simultaneously. It's just confusing to people the notion that you can freely desire to do so. I need to think of how I phrase this. It's just confusing to people the idea that you could be determined to freely choose to do something. Because they think, oh wait, if it is predetermined, then... if it is already determined, then how can you say I have a choice at all? Well, that's the thing. You do have a choice. It is determined what you will freely choose. It's like, you have all the choices in the universe. However, some choices make more reasonable sense than others. And you are going... by free will determinism, you are determined to make the choice that makes the most sense, given what you know, and what your current brain state is. I have to say it's that way in order to take into account the people that may be some form of insane. So given your brain state being in somewhere between reasonable and unreasonable, and given your option of reasonable choices and the information you provide, or not provide, the information you have available to you, you are determined to make the most reasonable choice, given the information you have in all circumstances. To say otherwise is to say that jumping off a bridge is an equally valid choice to crossing. Oh, dear. But yes, that being said, I do not think that I am a free will determinist. I simply understand the concept. Or at least I think I understand the concept. Ah. Well, yes, you do have the possibility of choosing something else. It is possible that there may be equally appealing things. Choose. To some extent, I almost want to say that the possibility, the equally appealing choices may be the things which defeat the determinism in that sense. But yes, truth be told, when I look at the evidence for determinism, I do not think that determinism is plausible. Mainly because you can't even predict, we cannot predict things on the quantum level, and eventually being unable to predict things on the quantum level will propagate to macroscopic levels. Once they propagate to macroscopic levels, well, the quantum uncertainty has occurred. There is no determinism. If things were deterministic, then it would be theoretically possible to predict the future with 100% accuracy, given the knowledge of the pre-existing states. So all you would need to do is extrapolate back to a perfectly accurate picture of the Big Bang, or whatever event created the universe, and you would be able to predict, given a complicated enough computer that could handle the math, you would be able to predict any future state of the universe. However, that is not possible, and I do not think it ever will be possible, which implies that determinism is false, at least from a materialist perspective. One could still have a metaphysical determinism, but that's usually in the vein of God knows what the future looks like, therefore you are determined to perform the future that God sees. Though I suspect that underestimates God in some respects. And then there is a sort of multiversal interpretation. You are determined to make every single possible choice That would be the multiversal determinist interpretation. You can make every single possible choice, but those choices which contradict one another lead to different universes. This leads to a very strange form of time, where you can have time in multiple dimensions, not simply one-dimensional time past to future. You wind up with a multi-dimensional time where everything is different event states. To really understand how wild that idea is, it means that every conceivable past that can lead to the current state of events could potentially be true. I'll let you contemplate that idea for a bit. Every conceivable past state of events that could lead to the present that we have could be true. Now you've got a multiple choice past in addition to a multiple choice future. Oh my. Individual agency breaks down to causality at a neurological level in the physical. Does it? It's one of those things where, if it were completely neurological, you would expect to see twins, identical twins, being at least a little bit more similar to each other than they seem to be. I don't know about you, but I've seen several sets of identical twins in physical reality, like actually met them. Not merely meeting them on the internet, but actually met them in person. And it was actually quite strange how frequently a particular theme would repeat itself. One of the twins tended to behave kinda like a jerk. And the other twin tended to behave like a kind of dopey but good-natured kind of guy. He seemed like he was a few cans short of a six-pack, but he always had his heart in the right place. Whereas the other twin tended to behave more like an edgelord who was kind of a jerk, but also seemed a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? He seemed to know exactly what he was doing, while the other twin didn't seem to always be completely there, but always seemed to have his heart in the right place. And for some strange reason, I don't quite understand this, but I have encountered that theme in twins like 2 or 3 times when I've encountered identical twins in the physical world. To be honest, it weirds me out a little bit how many times I've seen that same theme repeat itself. It's like you have the good-natured but kind of flaky twin, and then you have the edgelord twin. I guess that's one way to put it. And I don't understand how that theme can repeat itself as often as I saw it repeated. Now, that's not the only kind of twin, of course. There's also a kind of twin which goes out of their way to imitate each other. So it does leave me wondering what the deal with it. However, having twins that seem to be deviating in personality that much makes it difficult for me to believe in neurological determinism. Since, they should presumably have the same DNA, they should presumably be built the same way. Well, perhaps it's not neurological determinism that defeats. Maybe it's just genetic determinism that it defeats. Oh my. Well, the other thing I find odd with respect to the idea that individual agency breaks down at causality at a neurological level. Well, perhaps I should get a better idea of what you actually mean by that before I keep going on about it. As I am reading, well, individual agency breaks down at causality at a neurological level in the physical. Like, do you mean by this that you think causality itself breaks down at a neurological level, or do you mean that individual agency doesn't appear to be real? Trying to understand that idea. Oh well. At any rate, the other game that I actually intended to be playing has presumably finished downloading by now. Let's see. Bam. Backing out. Here we are. My little PNG avatar in all its glory. This is sort of the chat room. The chat room vibe. Though I'm afraid that my appearance is merely a static image. Perhaps one day I'll use a camera, but if I do, you will find me in a spacesuit with a wizard hat on. It may be some time before I do anything like that. Individual neurons, you say? Well, that's the thing. Each one of the individual neurons are subject to causality and can't really choose anything. Those build up to the structures of the brain. Well, that's neurons. You are not your neurons. You are... From a materialist perspective, you are an emergent quality that comes from the neurons, but you are not the neurons themselves. And it is not really quite clear, like, no one actually fully understands how the brain works. And the most recent discoveries about the brain were, strangely enough, about how unexpectedly complicated the brain stem is, which does not appear to be responsible for any of our higher reasoning in the first place. So, the most recent developments in neuroscience do not appear to be relevant to the topic at hand. So they still haven't fully understood where consciousness even comes from, materially speaking. So it is entirely possible that consciousness derives from an immaterial place. That being said, some would probably argue that I have made a God of the Gaps assumption, but I am not making a God of the Gaps assumption. To make a God of the Gaps assumption, I would have to state it as an absolute conclusion to these affairs. Oh, you cannot find where consciousness arises in the brain? Well, it must be because it arises in the spiritual soul. If I stated it like that, that is the kind of variant on the God of the Gaps problem. I should probably tell you what the God of the Gaps problem is. The God of the Gaps problem is when you can't figure something out scientifically, so you decide you're just going to hand-wave, well, it works that way because it's the will of God. Well, okay, it works that way because it's the will of God. But even for a religious person, that doesn't actually say anything about the mechanism of how it works. For a religious person, it's all the will of God anyway. So, whether you believe in God or not, that doesn't really get you anywhere, scientifically speaking. So not being able to identify where consciousness comes from on a material level does not yet indicate that it doesn't arise from a material level. Of course, the trouble is, if materialism is not completely true, then there may easily be phenomena which are immaterial, but may still have an effect on the material. And if phenomena that are immaterial but have an effect on the material exist, well, how are we going to determine that by studying matter? Though this does lead to some other strange places, like, I hate to bring this up, but it does lead to some other strange places, like, what exactly are electromotive lines of force? This is a explanation of how magnets work. And that's kind of why I don't really want to go in this direction, but I'm going in it anyway, because, you know the old joke about magnets. Fucking magnets, how do they work? Them electromotive lines of force. So what exactly are electromotive lines of force? What are they made of? Why do magnetic materials generate them? Perhaps I should look that one up. Might be fun. I don't think magnetism is something that you necessarily want to call spiritual, unless you're living in the 19th century or the early 20th century and you're still thinking that hypnotism works by animal magnetism. That's where that's where Barden's confusing terminology comes from, by the way. He was referring to the projective force as electric, and he was referring to the attractive force as magnetic. Except, you know, that's not quite how it works in science. So if he was trying to speak from a material sciences perspective, he was talking in a manner similar to people talking about heat transfer by phlogiston. Ah, heat is a fluid! So we have the electrical fluid and we have the magnetical fluid. It's like, no. Science has marched on and does not regard electricity or magnetism as fluid in any way, shape, or form. However, you can just kind of auto-translate Barden's electric into something like yang and Barden's magnetic into something like yin, and then it starts to make sense again. And this sort of thing is why I prefer to keep science words out of mysticism. Keep the science words out of mysticism and magic because it just confuses people and makes the scientists in the room think that you don't know what you're talking about, even if you do. And it kind of leads to the equivocation fallacy, you know? Now I feel I've gone off on a tangent. We were discussing... But yes, the individual neurons being subject to causality, well, yes. Thing is, it's a chicken and egg situation. Are the neurons firing causing your thoughts to arise, or are your thoughts arising causing neurons to fire? As I recall, according to one experiment, they determined that the part of the brain that they believed was responsible for free will only fired after an action had been performed. They could not find a... So strictly speaking, my interpretation of that is they could not actually find a part of the brain responsible for will. They just found a part of the brain that fired to evaluate why you did actions after the action had been performed. And then, for some strange reason, they tried to conclude that free will didn't exist on the basis of this experiment, and it's like, okay, everyone's subjective experience is that you make a decision and then you act upon the decision. You need to explain why subjective experience is at variance with your science if you want to make a claim like that. But I have seen no adequate explanation in that particular regard. Oh, dear. Okay. Magnetic field, vector field that describes the magnetic influence on moving electric charges, electric currents. Okay, so what's happening here? Is it, does the magnetic field create an electric field? Is that what's going on? Is it all a result of... well... I have a sneaky suspicion that there's something going on at the quantum level that causes magnetic fields to arise. But I'm not entirely clear on that, and I don't want to say anything that is incorrect. But all I can really say is when I look it up, they talk about electromotive lines of force and so forth, but doesn't really say exactly what that is, just that magnets cause it to arise. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Let us see. I believe it is time for me to swap to the other game. Alright, let's see what we will see. First, I should exit out of the one game. Alright, where am I? I just downloaded Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. This is the game I intended to be playing, but I got confused and picked up Demonologist, which is apparently mostly a Phasmophobia clone. So Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI is also similar to Phasmophobia, but it apparently has a story. Alright. Now let's see, I need to change all of my settings here. Okay. Okay, let's see if this works. There we go. Popped right up. Okay, here we go. Not sure that I like that sound effect. Looks like I'm busy hiding the version number with my, PNG. New game.
In my youth, I experienced something so terrifying it froze my soul. I was unable to scream or run. I just stood frozen and gazing at a horror that I can only explain as being paranormal. As time passed, I was able to transform my terror into curiosity, which then turned into obsession. As I searched for answers, I discovered I was not alone with my experience. I was determined to help those folks who retained the fear that I felt. Before I knew it, I was developing a reputation in the field of paranormal research. I developed a website and merchandise, hoping to spread the word and earn a bit of cash, allowing me to pursue this obsession full-time. I bought this property to act as my paranormal headquarters. It has more space than what's needed for now, but as I continue investigating, I can grow into it. The goal for my paranormal headquarters is to have a robust merchandise shop and a paranormal museum.
Okay,
I hope the income earned from the tiny shop and museum ensures my business is sustainable. The Paranormal Museum will allow folks to see haunted relics and gain insight on why ghosts inhabit a home or location.
Interesting idea. Ah. That particular voice acting gives me the impression, yes, the small-time developer needing to do his own voice. This particular voice gives me the impression that perhaps he is a European who might be trying to fake an American accent, or perhaps a Canadian accent. But I would have to look it up to know for sure. So anyway, interactions. When you approach an object that you can interact with, the hand icon will appear notifying you that you are able to do so. To interact with an object, you must line the crosshair up with the object. Once the crosshair is glowing, press the interact button to interact with the object. Okay. Well, this is certainly doing a pretty good job at faking those weird news report graphics. Educators are embracing gaming as a learning tool. I'm sorry, that's just a little funny. Okay, that was a funny joke. Funny joke. Paranormal.
I should head to my office in the back and check my emails.
Ancient warrior, the representation of the Atlantean figures. Okay. So I guess this is a continuity where either this guy believes in the Atlantis ideas, or he... what's the term I'm looking for? He either believes in the Atlantis ideas, or this is taking place in a continuity where Atlantis is real, darn it. Though one of my friends has been trying to, not so much convince me of the Atlantis shenanigans as convince me that it's not as bad as I think, because they don't believe in a physical Atlantis, they believe in a, some sort of spiritual Atlantis, but it's like, a spiritual Atlantis? My friend, when Plato was writing in, I believe it was the Timaeus, I might have exactly which dialogue was incorrect, but I believe he was writing the Timaeus. When he was writing the Timaeus, Atlantis was an example of a ancient civilization that fell from its own hubris, not some metaphysical spirit place. Oh dear. Meanwhile, the ancient aliens and highly advanced ancient civilizations types keep on making out like Atlantis is more and more advanced as we go along. It's like, my friends, they were advanced by comparison to the Greece in which Plato lived, perhaps. Not advanced by comparison to us. All they would really need to be advanced by Plato's standards would perhaps they had water locks in their harbor. That would be enough. Can I get in here? What do I do? Do I right-click? Do I hit E? Do I hit F, perhaps? F. Okay, so F is the interact
I've lived here
button
my whole life, but I still like to look at the map before heading to an investigation.
Hello. The Bluffs. Interesting. He got one of those little water dispensers. I've seen these. I've seen these things in the real world. I even got the hot water button for your tea. Yes, Halloween decoration. I always find it funny how these sorts of games just put up Halloween decoration around, Just put up some Halloween decoration around the actual Halloween. Or Samhain, if you prefer. There are some.
I should check out my gear to ensure everything is working correctly and charged.
Batteries. Toggle the flashlight on and off. One or the right mouse button. Trusty battery-operated flashlight, because we prefer to investigate at night and dark. Yeah, I do find myself wondering why the meme of the ghost is that it's mostly active at night, although I can think of a few reasons why that might be. Traditionally, the witching hour was considered to be midnight. However, in more recent times, people have claimed it is 3 a.m. One of the rationales for claiming it's 3 a.m. is, oh, it's in some kind of satanic inversion of Jesus dying at 3 p.m. Oh, so they're active at 3 a.m. But it's like, I think a more reasonable explanation is the activity increases when most nocturnal, the activity increases at night when more diurnal creatures, humans in particular, are sleeping. And as technology advances, we have become an increasingly night owl society. So, in the days of yore, prior to electric lights being all over the place, people would be in bed by midnight. Nowadays, people are staying up until 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So some people don't even get to bed until 3 a.m. So 3 a.m. is the new midnight. However you justify it. Let's see. What is this? A camera! A little itty-bitty camera. Nice. An HD full-spectrum camera with night vision. This ensures we are able to capture the most subtle materializations. Investigators are encouraged to take as many photos as needed, but they will only update their notes when a photo of something paranormal has been captured. Some investigators believe that darkness can enhance a ghost's ability to manifest. Interesting. There may perhaps be some possibility of that. Though I suspect it may be less darkness and more weird astral shenanigans related. Audio recorder, a common digital recorder. Unlike the industry standard, we do not leave this device on all night. Our investigators will turn on the recorder for 5-second intervals. Record audio, space, or left mouse button. Some ghostly sounds, such as distant bells or chimes, may not be captured with the recorder, but are obviously signs of paranormal activity. Investigators may choose to perform an electronic voice phenomenon session. In these sessions, they can ask the spirit specific questions while leaving the recorder on momentarily. They will then immediately play the audio back, determining if a disembodied voice was captured. This type of evidence is more convincing than other paranormal noises because it is a direct interaction between investigator and ghost. Form an EVP session with E. Okay, very interesting. And here we have good old EMF indicator. A meter for detecting elevated electromagnetic field levels. Because every electronic device emits EMF, it's imperative to take notice of locations, devices, and not jump to any conclusions. This is done by debunking. Once you have spent enough time reviewing the anomaly and determined it's not paranormal, it will be debunked. Once an investigator has found an EMF anomaly and spent an adequate amount of time reviewing it, they will update the notes in their investigation journal. So yes, I have a friend who once seemed convinced that odd EMF frequencies, regardless of their source, could cause sleep disturbances. And to be honest, I think I kind of believe him. Part of the reason I believe him is, well, a long time ago, I lived in an apartment which had a breaker box right behind where I put my bed. After a while, my sleep started being interrupted, though, truth be told, maybe I shouldn't say it was caused by EMF per se, because what was interrupting my sleep was over time, a smell developed coming from the breaker switch, and it was a very strange smell, and I eventually had the landlord come out and, or send someone out and replace a breaker that was there, or replace... I think they replaced a breaker, because the breaker had become... it had been degenerating. And it's just as well that I got someone to come out, because either that breaker was going to open, or it was going to start a fire, because that sucker was arcing. It was arcing right behind my head while I slept, and making a weird smell. Maybe not as EMF related as I assumed. Oh, it's not going to let me take the batteries? Oh, come on. Why can't I take the batteries? I guess batteries need no introduction. Temperature sensor, a handheld sensor for detecting cold spots. After an investigator has found a cold spot and determined its boundary, they will update the notes in their investigation journal. All locations have natural fluctuations in temperature, so it's key to take a baseline reading. Based on the user's preference, temperature units can be changed from Fahrenheit to Celsius. Okay, I usually roll with Fahrenheit. I have a reason for this. I believe that Fahrenheit is the best scale for use with the weather, because with Fahrenheit it is like on a scale of 1 to 100, how hot is it? With 1 being, this is so cold, it's definitely freezing. It's like, this is so cold that it's snowing. It's hailing. It is freezing over at a high rate of speed, and 100 being, yup, I am sweating. A lot. Alright. Whereas Celsius is more based around the freezing point and boiling point of water. So, Celsius, I would say, is better for scientific observations, due to be revolving around water. Let me guess. He could not program a proper mirror into the game. Unless he can, and this mirror just happens to be out. Sadness. Could not do a proper mirror. I am always sad when that happens. I really can't take the batteries. Oh well. Okay, so now I've got my tool belt, I've got my flashlight, my camera, I guess this is a recorder, my EMF readings. We already have a bit of an EMF going on. What am I detecting? The coffee machine? I guess the water... Alright, maybe the water dispenser. We got anything in here? Nothing? We get anything when I turn the lights on? No? Nothing from the lights? Oh, come on. How about the computer? We get EMF from the computer? I'm not entirely sure how to do this. Like, when does it indicate that it's getting a reading in terms of directionally speaking? So I'm getting a reading in this direction, which is probably just coming from the computer or maybe the phone. I don't understand why I'm no longer getting a reading, though, because, you know, the computer's right there. I should be getting a reading. Unless it's only coming from the phone. Oh, wait, is it coming from the cell phone? That's funny. Just going around, checking on EMF. Discarded cloak. This cloak was donated by a local paranormal research society. The team found this cloak snagged on a fence post within the North Cemetery adjacent to the Fellowship of the Congregational Church of New Idolum. That's a mouthful. What's the game? Let me double check the game's name. This is, Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal Investigator. Paranormal PI. so we're not currently on mission. We're just kind of screwing around at the office. I've got an EMF out, which is going off because of electronic devices. Things other than ghosts set these off. So welcome, Dave. You may feel free to join me in the voice channel if you so desire. I just thought it would be fun to have a little Halloween stream. And by little Halloween stream, I mean I'm going to try to keep this up until midnight. Alright, what do we have going on? I suppose if I hit the interact button, am I going to just go off there, perhaps? This is basically Phasmophobia, but with a storyline. It's not just random ghost encounters with wonky terms which don't make any mythological or folkloric sense for why would you ever encounter a freaking demon from hell named John Smith? That doesn't make any flipping sense. It's a demon, not a freaking, not a specter of the dead under those circumstances. Oh, yes. He has his own, paranormal, investigations company. However, in order to pay for the company, he has a gift shop. Ah! Yeah. So he's selling, size SML. Well, look at it. Maybe, and here we have a mirror, which annoys me because, come on, bruh, come on, can't you get a good mirror in the game? Is this game still early access? I'm bothered by the fact that the mirror is not a full mirror. Well, it's reflecting the floor a little bit, and it's reflecting the, you get what I'm saying. It's like, I know that's most likely the problem. There is no model, but come on, man, come on. I am disembodied, utility belt. I am the... Oh, boy. Here we go. The investigating progress. Of course it landed on 66.6 Fahrenheit. Of course it did.
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
Indeed. Oh, I can change it from centigrade to Fahrenheit. Alright, I think I've fooled around in the office for long enough. Let's head over to the,
I should do a bit more research before starting an investigation.
Oh, I should I? Well, what research is there to do? I thought this indicated I had a place to go investigating. Okay. Maybe I'll go look around in my own little museum, because this is his museum. He has a paranormal investigations museum here. Local skulls. Most of the skulls in this case are real skulls found during paranormal investigations. Demonic cults were on the rise in the early 1980s. He's got the satanic panic going on. That's hilarious. This takes place in an alternate universe where the satanic panic was about a real thing rather than just people getting paranoid because of black metal and Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. It is a very good skull case. Skulls, along with other animal parts, were often used in rituals to summon demonic entities. It is believed that the summoned entity would bestow the summoner with specific powers. Most demonologists perceive the risk of becoming demonically possessed as a more likely scenario than receiving mystical powers. Ancient. Ah. Now that's an inside joke right there. Oh my. Ancient warrior. This representation of the Atlantean figures is but a fraction of the actual size. The actual statues stand over 15 feet tall, are carved from various stones, and would have been an incredible undertaking for a skilled sculptor. The site where they reside is said to have cosmic powers due to their acute astrological alignment. Although the statue before you is just a small replica, it allegedly still gives those who touch it protection from evil and grants spiritual strength, so please reach over and touch. Boop, I guess. Atlantean indeed. So, the question is this an alternate reality where Atlantis was the real deal, or is this, or is he just, you know, a believer in Atlantis? That is a question I have. Book of Corpses. This ancient book was discovered during a sewer excavation near St. Joseph Cathedral in the historical district of New Eidolon. Yeah, that's just where he lives. The place is called New Eidolon. That's a on-the-nose name right there. The contents of the red leather-bound book are handwritten in Latin and have a poetic format. Experts have determined that the book catalogues how to interact with the dead in various scenarios. For example, stanza 134 describes how to interact with a supernatural gatekeeper. O thou gates, who preserveth the conversion of realms for thy lords, I knoweth thy name. Give me leave to commune thy gates. So, Dave, I was thinking later in the stream I might just crack open the Simon Necronomicon and just start reading it. Do it! I will. I shall read the Simon Necronomicon aloud on stream on Halloween. I'm pretty sure that it's also in the public domain due to weird copyright rules at the time. And by weird copyright rules, I mean at the time he was required to renew its copyright, and he declined to do so. I think that's a UK copyright thing, though. I'm confused. There does not appear to be anyone protecting the copyright on the Simon Necronomicon, so I think it's fair game. But if it's not, there goes the VOD. Oh dear. Discarded cloak. This cloak was donated by a local paranormal research society. The team found this cloak snagged on a fence post within the North Cemetery adjacent to the Fellowship of the Congregational Church of New Eidolon. Originally thought to be a hoax until scientific testing determined the cloth to be manufactured between 1835 and 1852. Since testing, several assumptions about the cloak's origins have surfaced. The popular speculation is that this belonged to John Ulrich, who was a grave robber in the mid-1800s. It is believed that his spirit still haunts the cemetery. This is funny because someone in our flippin' D&D game is named his character Ulrich. You were delaying responding for so long, I started thinking, oh, I thank you. I thought I'd already looked it up, and the claim that I saw was that it was public domain on the grounds that he did decline to renew copyright way back when. Oh, my. You know what's not public domain? Freaking Poke Runyon's poem about it. I was tempted to repeat the poem, what little I have of the poem from memory, but then I thought to myself, I don't know if I can do that. That one might actually still be copyrighted. What am I gonna do? Well, you know what's definitely not copyrighted? You know what's definitely in the public domain? The Raven. The Raven is definitely in the public domain. And everything else that Edgar Allan Poe wrote. Let's see. So, what you're telling me is that the Simon Necronomicon has entered public domain precisely 1 year ago. That sounds auspicious. At any rate, once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, neatly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more." Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, that it is and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, 'Lenore.' This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, 'Lenore,' merely this and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, stood again. Oh wait, I think I forgot something. So Dave, we've been talking, and I'm not sure that I had this set up correctly. I may have forgotten to make it so that your words were transmitted. Stream scuff! Ah, I have done it now. Give me a moment. Well, this is all because you told me that I shouldn't use desktop audio mode, so now I haven't been using desktop audio. Oh, give me a moment. I'll fix that. Boop, boop. Indeed. Well, that's all right. It's possible that no one saw it anyway, but they'll notice on the VOD if anyone bothers to watch the VOD. Oh, dear. Assuming... Indeed. You mean it's not in public domain? I thought it was not copyrighted. Not in public domain. So you're saying like a year ago it was still copyrighted. Ah, so I misunderstood you. Great. That is strange. That is very strange. I thought I looked it up earlier, and let's take another look at this. Simon Necronomicon. I had heard that it was out of public, or rather, Indeed. Oh my. Someone says a lot of the Simon Necronomicon was lifted from books that are in the public domain. Most of those are available on archive.org. Well, that's interesting. I had been... how confused. Oh, dear. Well, here we have the Wikipedia article. The Simon Necronomicon is a grimoire allegedly written by Simon, aka Peter Levenda. The materials presented in the book are a blend of ancient Middle Eastern elements with allusions to the writings of H.P. Lovecraft and Aleister Crowley, woven together with a story about a man known as the Mad Arab. The book was released in 1977 by Schlockengraft Incorporated in a limited edition hardback printing, followed by a paperback release by Avon Books and a subsequent paperback release by Bantam Books. Well, 1977 is clearly far too recent for it to have passed into public domain. Oh dear. Oh dear. So it's all about, do I want to run the risk? Well, we would just kill the VOD. Which, why yes, my intent is to keep streaming until midnight. Perhaps a little bit after midnight. Anyway, back to the dull mirror. Attics and crawl spaces are among some of the greatest locations to find antiques, valuable collectibles, and the occasional possessed object. One such case is the opaque mirror placed before you. Ah, it acknowledges that the mirrors are opaque. Surrounded by the smoothest of gold craftsmanship, you will be disappointed if you're expecting to see a reflection. Time has removed its sole ability. Donated by a new Eidolon resident, we are told that this mirror holds a connection to the other side. Once the viewer gazes long enough, symptoms of dizziness and hallucinations occur. Do you see the other side, or are you hallucinating? Alright, let's stare at it for a while, see if anything happens. Game, will you give me any weird effects? I think I'm seeing a weird effect. Well, at least this mirror in particular. I don't fully understand why the bathroom mirror would be black. It seems to be turning blue and then going back to being black if you stare at it. But it doesn't... Indeed, indeed. I don't see anything else happening, though. Turns a little bit blue and then it goes back to being black. Wouldn't it be funny, though, if we find a mirror that's like this at one of the sites, and then you stare at it for a while, and then ghost behind you, or some BS like that? It would work out a little bit more if they actually coded in the, the character model. So I need to do more research before I just go gallivanting off to an investigation. Does that mean I should sit at the computer and do some research? Is that the idea? Is that what the computer's for? Or is it... What is this? Oh, it's the router. Ha! Oh my router. What do we got here? Inbox. Before Conrad can visit a location, he must first be invited there. You will need to check your email regularly to see if you have new invitations. While reading an email, use your mouse or controller to hover over key points of the email and add them to your notes. Selecting clues to focus on is critical to having a successful investigation. Without properly focusing on specific clues, you may not be able to acquire proper evidence. You can view your notes while operating the PC by selecting the Notes tab. These notes will also be available in your notebook, so you'll have them handy while investigating a location. You may only have 6 topics of interest in your notebook per investigation, so be sure to select them wisely. You can always return later to focus on a different matter. Okay. Did I poke the... My family and I moved into our dream home on Evergreen Lane about a year ago. It's an old farmhouse without the rest of the farm property. The home has been renovated many times over the years, so it has a fresh and inviting feel. Unfortunately, however, my husband and I are convinced the home is haunted. I believe I was first to experience anything supernatural. I began hearing odd sounds like footsteps coming from upstairs. While I was home alone on the main floor, my husband would tell me I was just hearing things until he had an experience himself. He was, I suppose, clicking this causes them to be added to the note. My husband would tell me I was just hearing He was in the garage a few months back and swears to have seen a man of average build suddenly appear. At first, he thought someone had broken into the garage, but when he made eye contact with him, he made a violently choking sound and vanished. Since then, my husband has been more sympathetic to my concerns. Recently, we've started catching glimpses of a shadow moving out of the corner of our eyes. Once immediately after seeing the shadow, I heard a sinister, disembodied voice. Our youngest children, who share a room, state that they have an imaginary friend who is a child about their age. Initially, we thought this was just imaginative play, but as we are experiencing these oddities, I'm fearful that they are all connected. We also experienced kitchen items being thrown around. Oh, what am I unable to, That's just ridiculous. Why can't I have more notes? Kitchen items being thrown about. Sometimes we simply hear a ruckus from the kitchen, but other times there really is a mess to be cleaned up. On one occasion, a jam jar mysteriously shattered on the floor. I went to grab a broom to clean the mess. But when I turned back around, the mess vanished and everything was put back into place. It doesn't seem like we are in any danger, but these events have our family all shaken up. Could you please help us? I know you prefer to do investigations overnight, so we'll make arrangements to ensure the house is available for you. I look forward to your response. Thank you in advance. Interesting, though I admit this talk of a jam jar mysteriously getting shattered is actually making me a little hungry. Oh dear. Let's see what we have. I guess clear list. True. I think the footsteps is easy to remember, though. Well, yes, but remember, this is like Phasmophobia, but with a storyline. So, like, for all we know, it could be a case of an ancient murder occurred, and the child is the victim, and the man is the perpetrator, or something like that. Oh no. Did you just make a reference to the flipping FNAF movie? Oh, good grief. Good grief. I'm dying. I guess. Uh-huh. Kitchen items thrown around and the mess vanished. Alright. I guess that will do. That's all the notes I can have, I suppose. All messages, junk mail, X out, I suppose. Can I reply to him, or I guess there is no reply? I guess we have archives. To ensure an investigation has the highest chance of success, it's best to do as much archival research as possible. A set amount of archival information will be available once Conrad receives an email from his next client. You will learn more about locations by picking up items found on site. These items will be added to the archives. It's advisable to review all collected material. While reviewing the archives, you will be able to hover over the text with your mouse or controller and add clues to your notes. This information will increase the chances of having a successful investigation. You may only have 6 topics of interest written in your notebook per investigation, so be sure to select them wisely. You can always return later to focus on a different matter. I see. New Idland property history. Blackridge Woods, Evergreen Lane. Oh, interesting. Department of Inspections, First Bank of New Idland, Steve and Angie Bennett, Bennett Contracting, house number, 100 Evergreen Lane, New Idland, front and rear porches, master bathroom to replace original bathroom, walk-in closet off master bathroom, second story additions, basement egress, auction, furniture Furnishings, drapes, all other furnishings, sheep's estate, formerly belonging to Charles and Bill. This is interesting. Very interesting. But I don't know what to make of it. What should I make of this? I guess there is any audio collected during an investigation can be very difficult to understand and will usually need to be played back several times to be properly understood. Does this mean the investigation continues after I get back, even after I have left the premises? This will be interesting. The audio player will allow you to replay any audio collected on an investigation. You can select which track you wish to hear a few ways. The next buttons will allow you to skip to the next or previous track, depending on what you select. The location selection buttons allow you to navigate audio tracks by location. The ghost selection buttons will enable you to navigate your selection by ghost. You can slow the speed of the audio tracks to I/4, I/2, 3/4. I think he meant to say 1/4, 1/2, 3/4 in normal speed. Not sure how he got an I there. The volume buttons enable you to increase or decrease the volume of the track. Audio tracks that correspond to an EVP question will have that question listed toward the bottom of the audio player. Do I have anything? I have nothing. There appear to be no tracks. Nothing yet. Okay. Slime. Slime. Supernatural logistics for investigative mechanisms and equipment is the main ghost investigation equipment warehouse located within New Idleland. What a name, Dave. What a name. Your XP is transferred into credits, which you will use to purchase equipment. The items within Slime are organized into categories. As you select categories, the corresponding items will be displayed with a brief sales description. Upon purchasing an item, it will only show up in the office after you return from the investigation. It will be available in your truck immediately. Nice. I have no... Wiki. The Wiki is a vast repository of information that will provide insight into many different topics pertaining to ghost hunting in New Idleland. This repository is divided into different categories: home locations, spirit guide, demonology, and tutorials. The information within the Wiki cannot be modified by the player and is intended to expand on the lore and history of the game's world. Additionally, you are able to take notes on certain areas of the Wiki. You may only have 6 topics of interest written in your notebook per investigation, so be sure to select them wisely. You can always return later to focus on a different matter. The home page is the Wiki welcome page and will have any new information or that New Idleland paranormal investigators may find interesting. Locations will have historical information about key areas within the property. You may be able to take notes on these areas. Collecting this information will increase your chances of having a successful investigation. The Spirit Guide describes each type of spirit that can be encountered. Each type of spirit has specific qualities and evidence that can be collected from them. Demonology is the study of demons or beliefs about demons and their hierarchy. This section defines demons and their history. Tutorials outline the entirety of the paranormal investigation process and how to be successful in your business. New Idleland. Don't need the notes open right now. This page is dedicated to the community of paranormal investigators committed to understanding all things paranormal in New Idleland. The photo shown above was taken by Catherine Novak in 1901 and was used with local advertising, communicating information about tours at the Bar Harbor Lighthouse. Some of the more seasoned investigators have started offering exorcism services, obviously a risky task to take on. A few who have claimed success mentioned that the key was to release the other ghosts on the property first. They stated that any spirits who in life had interactions with the demons seemed to create a protective shield around the demon. Is that what they're... Is that the direction they're going with this? Oh boy. Residual ghosts. This, at least, is a more interesting... this is a more interesting way of handling it than those other ghost hunting games I've seen, because those other ghost hunting games seem to be just yoinking names from folklore and myth and legend with no respect for the original, you know, myth or legend. It's like, why would you ever have a Yurei named John Smith? I was griping about this earlier, except using the concept of, like, a demon from hell as the example. Why would you ever have a demon from hell named John Smith? It's like, why would you have a Yurei named John Smith? If you're going to have a Yurei, it should be named Tanaka. I'm glad that your voice indicated that you were chuckling at my choice of Tanaka. For those unaware, Tanaka is basically the Japanese equivalent of the most John Smith name you can get. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Amongst many religions and beliefs, there's a story of end times. These shared stories attribute the force of this world's attribute the catastrophes of the world to be brought about on by the people of the world. However, the major force of this world's destruction is far greater than mere humanity. The evil that lurks and manipulates these events is said to be a hierarchy of demons. At the very top of this echelon are powerful deities summoned from godly seals to rule part of the world. They are the Four Horsemen. The demons that invade our world are of a lesser power, since the aforementioned greater demons have no time for small pursuits. The horsemen send their cohorts to disturb the ethereal plane and try to gain a foothold into our physical plane of existence. Most demons are deeply rooted in their own plane and portray attributes that display their power of origin and show allegiance to their supreme deity. Additionally, investigators have not been able to specifically identify how these demons are able to invade our plane. The white horse of conquest, envisioned as a noble adorned with a crown. Okay, this is a little bit wonky because they have war and conquest are the same darn concept, people. Come on. Come on. Come on. So what did they forget? I think they, I believe they probably forgot pestilence and plague due to divvying up war into war and conquest. Oh. It's common to have war and conquest, Is that so? I had thought that it was more like, you have famine, but then you have what's either plague or pollution or something along those lines. Not something that's the same basic concept as flipping war. Like, conquest is just the natural result of a war, I would say. Oh my. Envisioned as a noble adorned with a crown of the purest gold and brandishing a silver bow, he traverses outstretched lands, seeking the rulers of the world to corrupt them, by exploiting their greatest desires, by inducing considerable mistrust among the people. He invokes overwhelming panic and madness, coercing the affected to overthrow their kingdoms into collapse. And then the Red Horse is a timeless soldier with a taste for blood and chaos. He seeks to feed on the stress and anger built through the souls of the physical plane. The strength of his being is inflamed by quarrels and great wars, all of which he enticed. While never falling to another warrior, his mighty great sword is ever covered in the blood of many battles. How interesting. They have chosen to omit air in place of shadow, apparently, if we're going by elements here. So the lesser demons of conquest being water, lesser demons of fire. war being fire, or lesser demon of famine being earth, and then the pale horse of death being of shadow. Okay. I have a sneaky... So we have residual ghosts, common spirits who act out of the same event over and over, unaware of their surroundings. Paranormal investigators are under the impression that these memories are tied to specific events of the spirit's previous life. For unknown reason, these memories have been imprinted on the world and replay at unpredictable moments. Because these spirits are unaware of the world around them, experts believe that they cannot intelligently interact with their environment. This may be why unexplainable sounds are usually heard during hauntings and EVPs can never be obtained. Most haunted locations seem to be inhabited by residual ghosts. Investigators have frequently noted cold spots while investigating this ghost type, and changes in electromagnetic fields also seem to occur moments prior to manifestations. Once the spirit's attachment item has been found and identified, investigators have claimed to use mugwort smudges to release the spirit. These testimonials often consist of acknowledging the spirit's presence and following orbs of light at a respectable distance while smudging the area. Okay. Interesting. Intelligent ghosts. I really do think I like this one better than the typical ghost hunting games, Dave. It seems to be doing a lot better job at representing it, even if there are elements of fantasy thrown in. Oh my. I think I might have to go get a glass of water soon. Running out of bottles. Didn't plan well for this. Let's see. Intelligent ghosts have the capacity to communicate and interact with the living. They usually fall into one of two categories. The first category consists of people who have passed away and are now spirits who mysteriously linger in our world. After conducting initial research, investigators often determine that the former person had a strong connection to the location and now haunts it. So basically, we need to conduct an investigation into the past of the location we're going to get an idea of who it might be. I see. The findings usually indicate that the individual lived in the home most of their life or passed away suddenly within it. Oftentimes, investigators witness irregularities with both the EMF meter and the temperature sensor. EVPs are often obtained after asking the spirit questions, but sometimes responses manifest as random disembodied voices. This type of intelligent ghost can be very difficult to capture on camera. Smudging with thyme is believed to help these spirits find peace. The second category consists of spirits known as shadow people. Most paranormal investigators believe that these entities left their lives unfulfilled. In a rare number of cases, resolution for the spirit was identified and achieved, causing the spirit to disappear. One such case was resolved by using juniper smudge sticks. The investigator reported smudging the house with the attachment item in hand. A dark cloud began to envelop their surroundings, and a foul whisper tried to lure them to a location. They followed the whispers and continued smudging the area. After a bit of labor, the whispering died away, and the spirit seemed to have been released. Shadow people seem to interact with EMF meters, temperature sensor, and various audio devices in a playful manner. Disembodied voices are often recorded during investigations, but EVPs have never been captured. Shadow people seem to be the most photogenic ghost type. Investigators usually have at least one solid shadow person photo within their portfolio. Interesting. Poltergeists. The name poltergeist comes from the German language and means noisy spirit. Research shows that poltergeist activity starts quietly and gradually increases until the homeowner finds it unbearable. Sometimes the noises have no apparent source, but other times they come from household items that have been mysteriously destroyed. Some individuals who have encountered poltergeists claim to have been physically harmed by them. However, evidence suggests that these injuries were the results of being startled by a ghost and were not directly caused by one. Paranormal experts are torn between two theories about the nature of poltergeists. The first theory suggests that these ghosts are unknown life forms and not spirits of the deceased. This theory is plausible. Even though poltergeists are intelligent, there is often no evidence to match a poltergeist to any former person. Additionally, EVP evidence is non-existent, meaning that poltergeists may be unable to use human language. The second theory suggests that poltergeists were former people who are unhappy with the home's current residents. The supporting argument for this theory points to the noisy disruptions, which seem human in nature. Both sides have supporting data, but the facts can only be determined through detailed investigations. Some investigators believe that when smudging with rosemary and reciting stanza 134 from the Book of Corpses, a poltergeist can open a portal returning to their plane of existence. Investigators have been unable to obtain strange audio from poltergeists' antics throughout the years. Generally, a temperature drop occurs prior to any activity and an EMF spike occurs after. Demons. Demons are vicious spirits who are capable of great cruelty and violence. These ghosts are believed to have never been human and have existed for eons. They roam from location to location, preying on those who they consider most vulnerable. Research indicates that demons feed on the fear and pain of others, causing victims intense psychological distress. Usually, the troubled homeowner observes negative changes from a member of their household, as if the demon has inhabited both the house and the individual. After an investigation is completed, it is often concluded that this individual has been possessed. Demons are rare, but their presence within a home is always apparent. The paranormal community has compiled some unsettling electronic voice phenomena over the years. Multiple static cold spots can be found. Where unexplained noises occur, EMF spikes have also been noted in areas where the demons thought to reside. Demons have been difficult to see and photograph in their natural form. When manifesting, they often take the form of something more innocent and less terrifying, such as a child. When a demonic entity has been determined to haunt a location, spiritual leaders of the homeowner's choice may get involved in an effort to cleanse the home and expunge the demon. Only the most seasoned paranormal investigators will attempt to exorcise the demon without the aid of a spiritual leader. Alright. Tutorials. Interesting. I think this is just, yeah, I think this might just be the game's tutorials that I've been encountering already, just all in one place. Items required for an exorcism: the demon's relic, salt, pale santo, Palo Santo smudge stick, the appropriate summoning scroll, and the release of all linking ghosts. The demon's name must be known to successfully exorcise it. To determine the demon's name, you must have the scroll equipped in hand to find the corresponding runes of the location. After all the runes of the location have been found, all the letters of the demon's name will be revealed, and Conrad will know its name. Interesting, interesting. I feel about ready to begin the first one. I don't think we're going to have to deal with anything like an exorcism quite yet. However, let's take a look at the archive again. Well. Interesting. Charles and Dorothy Sheets. Well then. It seems that this goes way back. So we have this indicator on a purchase and resale for the property at Evergreen Lane. And the Bennetts remodeled the property. And long ago, it was auctioned off. It formerly was owned by Charles and Dorothy Sheets. Interesting. Interesting. Well, well, well. I see. Steve and Angie Bennett. Okay, then. Alright. Alright. What does this mean? Why is there a magnifying glass indicator on it? By clear list, remodeling provokes activity. Oh, I see. Well, now since I cleared the list, I have to go back to the inbox to get the items again. Man of average build. Shadow Child. Shadows moving around. Kitchen items thrown. Choking sounds. Okay, that'll work. Alright, log off. Let's see what we can do. Da 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 da. Alright, church on Spruce Street, Evergreen Lane. Interesting, so I have the ability to travel to any of these locations. Well, let's head to Evergreen Lane, since we actually have a reason to go there.
It seems like the Wentz family isn't worried about their safety. Although it does seem like they're pretty startled when experiencing something they think is paranormal. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support their claims and put their minds at ease.
Now this is a pretty cute car for the paranormal investigator. Doesn't this look just like a decommissioned FedEx truck or like a mail truck? This is a mail truck. Oh, it's so... I mean, it makes more sense than driving a freaking 18-wheeler around, at least. Yeah. This makes so much more sense than the stupid 18-wheeler idea. It's like, why would you ever do this in an 18-wheeler? I could see doing it in an RV, but doing it in like an RV makes sense, especially if you're like a cross-country type of paranormal investigator. You'd want an RV to have all your stuff in and to sleep in when you're at site if you need to. Okay, so they are presumably out in a hotel. I guess the current owners are out in a hotel or something. Okay, that's mildly freaky. Only mildly, because it could just be a perfectly mundane wrinkle. Do I have other, okay, I have IR mode. Okay. Oh yeah, we should probably be taking a large number of photographs. Oh, that's the outside lights, is it? Interesting, interesting. Maybe what I should be doing is taking more... Yeah, we should be able to take like a zillion pictures. That bird noise almost got me, that's pretty funny. Alright, where's the act? Maybe this. There we go. Why is my flash on? Actually, the fact that it's an IR is kind of intriguing. had to say
Ghost hunting is
looks...
generally done in the dark.
You had to say it looks like a fairly normal house, didn't you? I like that we got the, okay. Okay, Mr. Help You, where are you now? Oh no. Maybe I should, you know... Well, they did say that the mess cleaned itself up, so maybe, something got knocked over and then it got righted again. Well, we got 4, except it's coming from that oven area. Should I expect the oven to... No, it's coming from the plug. Yep. Yeah, it's coming from the dang plug. The refrigerator would have EMF, though. Wait, what's this? We got a 5. Well, that was interesting. Well, it wouldn't be good if this were Phasmophobia. Ooh. This is, I think, they reported something about,
These lights are acting funny. I should continue investigating.
Indeed. What about the heat? Ooh. I guess this is a cellar area, so you'd expect it to be a little on the chill side. Help me! Help me! That's certainly a freaky sounding, I did find it interesting. The temperature definitely went down very... What was that? Okay, it's just the... This is the closest thing to a mirror looking like a proper mirror, but then it goes and does the darkness thing when I move closer to it. Funny. Where's the... There it is. Oh!
Incredible. A photo of an entity?
We got a flippin' shadow person. Let's not trip over anything, shall we? So we got a shadow person. Let's pull out the, Well, you're gonna come back and say, "Help me!" Oh, that's interesting. Why is that there? Oh, that's why it's there. Okay. Suddenly it all makes sense. What else do I have? What was the controls, please? Primary button, okay, back. So... I guess it gave me nothing. Maybe I should have had this open earlier. Well, I could try to attempt to record the,
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Interesting. So we managed to get audio evidence. Very good. Let me guess. Let me guess. He's. Oh, I was expecting him to like riff on me for.
Help me! The EMF meter should not behave this way. This is paranormal.
That's funny. Okay. Help me! That is a pretty interesting. Maybe I should stare at the mirror, see what happens. Let's stare at the mirror for a while. It doesn't look like anything's happening. How sad. Oh well. Okay. Pretty good so far. What do we got? Okay. See you later, Dave. Alright, see you later, Dave. Okay. Well, due to the fact that it appears that... Oh, that was interesting. So there's definitely something flaky going on in the basement area. Did this door just open itself up? How do I get this to work properly? I think I've forgotten something about it. Tertiary button drop item. Weird. Oh dear. Okay. Something's a little bit fishy about this. Maybe I should go and investigate the... Yeah, we got the... So now we have the sound of things fluttering around again. And what's going to turn out to happen? Everything is just right where it was left. Oh, that's a perfectly normal level. No, I've already been down there. Been down there, saw the shadow. Wait, what? There was something there to detect. Investigating progress.
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
All right. Okay. Okay, what do we got? Do we got anything? Yeah, there's definitely a child ghost here. Hello? Rats. Didn't get to hear it. Let's see. Temperature data. Man appeared in garage. Ghost of young child. Shadows moving around. Kitchen items thrown. Choking sound. And one piece of audio evidence that cannot be explained. My EMF meter has absolutely detected paranormal activity. Photographs taken during this investigation display profound evidence of paranormal activity at this location. Remodeling provokes activity. Man appeared in garage. Ghost of young child. Shadows moving around. Kitchen items thrown. Choking sound. I get anything?
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
I see. Interesting. Yeah, there's definitely like a flippin' child ghost here too. Should probably go find the man in the garage incident as well. Where is the man in the garage? Da, 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 da. Interesting. Da, 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 da. Probably time to go back outside. Where is their garage anyway? Ah, there it is, the garage. Is this even attached to the house proper? I'm not entirely clear on this. It looks like a separate... completely separate. What do we got? What's in here? Okay. Ooh, we're getting light flicker now. Yeah, there's some kind of poltergeist going on. So we got a freaking shadow person. This guy. What is your deal? What do we got? This is unexpectedly warm. Strange. How do I actually try talking to it? How very peculiar. Well, there's clearly something poltergeisty in the garage. But why is there a man garage. What have we gotten so far? Like, what are my actual objectives here? I guess I could take off whenever I like. So there's the shadow person in the basement, a poltergeist in the garage, and probably a poltergeist up in the kitchen as well, unless they're just the same poltergeist, and some kind of ghost girl in the kids' room upstairs. Interesting. We need more data.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Well, now something is making...
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Very strange. Well, something is clearly messing with him up here.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
All right. Wait, what? I've obtained significant audio evidence of paranormal activity. My EMF meter has absolutely detected paranormal activity. The photographs taken during this investigation display profound evidence of paranormal activity at this location. The temperature data is still being weird. What is out there? Is that just my... Alright, I can't seem to find much in the way of... Ooh, something's gone suddenly down.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Oh, I see. What's in here? Well, what will we see if we stare into the mirror long enough?
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
It's funny. He's hearing whispers and he just goes, "That was a very unusual noise." very unusual noise. Alright then. Maybe I should just leave. Alright then.
These temp readings are unusual.
Alright, so I've found some irregular cold spots, which makes me believe I should focus on this a bit more. The sound of coughing. Alright, this is a much more relaxed ghost hunt. It's not like the nonsensical, the ghosts are trying to kill you type stuff. Oh, perhaps I should call it quits. I have obtained a significant amount of information. I think it's time to go back, evaluate what I have found. All right. EMF readings. The EMF located at several. Yep. Indeed. Overall evidence collection. The investigator obtained evidence on the mentioned devices. This result is consistent with haunted locations. Generally, more investigations are required to determine the nature of the haunting and bring closure to the entity. So we are going to have to come back here later. Back to the office. Alright. Good to know. Alright. Okay then. Well then. Inbox. So there's no further messages from them. Archives. Right, what's this? I see. Why does it say search there? Very strange. Audio. I see. Well then. Alright, I need something more on the... Where is it? I see. Batteries, autocam, audio recorder. Perform EVP session. No, I need to use E to actually perform the... Okay, I missed that. I should have done that, but I didn't remember the correct way. At any rate... Oh, I see. So when I return, I have to grab my gear again, do I? A little bit awkward. A little bit. Nice. Nice. We might be heading back for a follow. Might be heading back for a follow. It looks like there's nothing else that we can do except perhaps go back for another round. At any rate... Looking into some things. I am Chris, the Space-Time Sorcerer, and this, at the moment, is Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. I am about to go into intermission. It is my intention to return after roughly 10 minutes of intermission. And then we will perhaps resume this game, or perhaps go into other occultic topics. See you soon. I am Chris, the space-time sorcerer, and we have returned to our paranormal investigating. Oh, Not entirely sure how this is supposed to work. Remodeling provokes activity. What do I do with these notes? That is the question. There was one thing that I did not do, which might make the notes make sense. Anything else I might be able to find on this? That's it, hey? Just the remodeling provokes activity, and I can't find anything further. Are there any other places I might go? Perhaps there is a location...
I should do a bit more research before starting an investigation.
A bit more research, you say? Indeed, a bit more research. Research into what? Have we received another email? No. Just from this. Perhaps what he meant by that is I should have the notes fully filled out. Well, we heard the disembodied voice. Archives. Indeed. A little bit confused about this. Oh, I have 46 credits, eh? Well, what should I do about this? Release and exorcism tools. Maybe this is the idea. No, that's an idea. That is an idea. Maybe what I should do next is work on the, send the ghosts on. So we go to the wiki, go to the spirit guide. It's pretty clear that we have shadow people. So how do I do this? Smudging, huh? So I should get juniper smudge sticks for the shadow people. Not clear on what class the other one is. There's clearly poltergeists going on. Is there a way to get rid of the poltergeist? Smudging with rosemary and reciting stanza 134 from the Book of Corpses, really. Alright, so we need rosemary and we need juniper then. Oh my. But I do not have enough to do all of that, so I guess I'll just have to settle for juniper, probably. I'm going to double check. Remodeling provoke activity. Odd sounds like footsteps coming from upstairs. Man of average build appeared. Choking sounds. Imaginary friend, okay. That will do. And verify on the wiki what about the shadow people? Shadow people to... Juniper smudge stick. So we'll acquire the juniper. Hello, skeptic. A bit of an insane thought to wonder if one could banish a genius loci. Well, it depends on how one conceptualizes certain things. Although by my conceptualization, you can't really banish a genius loci any more than you can banish your own soul. However, there are some conceptualizations where the genius loci may literally be the demon of the location, and you banish the demon in order for a good spirit to inhabit it, or something to that effect. Which, if you change conceptualizations around, then that's not so much banishing as it is consecrating a location, or blessing a location. And this is one of the weird places where paradigm shifting may come into play, where you may in fact be doing the same thing, but how you think about it is different. Since it is difficult to know what is actually going on, per se. Are you banishing the demon and inducting the good spirit into a place, or are you simply blessing the genius loci? Ops. Anyway. I guess I will buy the juniper sticks, and now I don't have any XP left. So we log off. And now I will attempt to deal with the shadow person. Total experience points earned at this location, 46. Ghost investigation process. Huh. There are 3 of them in progress. Interesting. So this sounds like... very interesting. I am getting more ideas on how this goes. You have not been invited to investigate this location. Check your inbox to see if you've received an email inviting you to investigate here. Ah, I see. Interesting to examine the, Okay. Does poking it cause the email to appear, or... Nope, it doesn't look like it, so I've only been invited to investigate that one location. Okay, I'm heading back. Sure, let's go off and investigate this.
It seems like the Wentz family isn't worried about their safety, although it does seem like they're pretty startled when experiencing something they think is paranormal. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support their claims and put their minds at ease.
Okay. You know, it dawns on me, I don't think I brought the juniper with me. Oh well. I suppose I'm not finished gathering evidence anyway. I need to find a relic of some kind? I am not 100% sure how this game works, but it is interesting nonetheless. How we doing? There, here we go. Got another 5. It's probably about to do the shriek. And it went away. Just gonna chillax down here. Oh, it probably went upstairs. Alright.
Looks like this is a normal EMF reading.
Normal? Oh, harumph. How about here? It's walking up and down the stairs.
These lights are acting funny. I should continue investigating.
Yeah, it's going up and down the stairs.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is this your home? Is this your home?
Aren't the shadow people supposed to react in some way? Here we go again. Yeah, it seems like it's going up and down the stairs.
Looks like this is a normal EMF reading.
Oh, you think so?
The EMF meter should not behave this way. This is paranormal.
Indeed.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Nothing? Really? This is back here. Alright, this is back the way I came. Busy getting disoriented. The ghost is just looking at you like, why is he just running up and down the stairs? Oh yeah, that's my line, stranger. Why is the ghost just running up and down the stairs? Oh, was I even in this room the last time? I don't remember. Paint. That's pretty cold. But it is a cellar.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
So this down here is the weirdness, probably the poltergeist weirdness, if I was to hazard a guess.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing. Once again, nothing. Ghost is going up and down the stairs using his... Right. That's pretty funny. That's a funny idea. Funny idea, if ever I heard one. I think that this particular ghost is probably also the poltergeist and is going up and down the stairs, messing around in the kitchen, and then or making illusion sounds in the kitchen, then going back downstairs. That is the impression that I've gotten so far. How about if I turn off the light over here, see what we get? Best to have the light off. Well, I guess we'll turn off that light and turn off this light. So it seems like I need more audio evidence. Strange. Oh well, that's gonna be normal. I'm getting bored with the Shadow Man. Maybe I should go upstairs to the weird child ghost. was interesting. Too bad I didn't have the thing turned on.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing. Clearly I am bad.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Paranormal Investigator Scooby-Doo edition, just running up and down the stairs. Oh boy. Oh my. Oh wait. Investigating the chill.
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings.
Oh well. That's strange. I do not understand. Amusing. Penguins! Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is this the bathroom? There we go. Bloody Mary, 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 Bloody Mary. Nothing? Really? Come on. Come on, you gotta have something for me. Alright. Yeah, there's an electrical outlet there. Oh my. Oh my. So yes. I'm half expecting to hear the ghost say something in a second. Well, Spooky, you gonna do anything, or what? Well? Nothing. What is that? This item is a valuable piece of information that will be added to the archival database on the PC at your office. This item may also automatically unlock additional related archival information. While reviewing this article on your PC at the office, you may be able to take notes on this item which could facilitate investigations. Are you telling me the picture of the little girl was just laying there in the closet? Okay then. In before she died of consumption. Beetlejuice rules, you just summoned and immediately banished Bloody Mary 3 times.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Okay, what was the other option that I need for her? Was it the temperature scan or was it something else? I guess I need a photo. I don't know, I'm a little confused. Maybe I should wait for her to cough or something and then... What if she's just in the closet sitting on the boxes or something? Nothing. Nothing. Hope springs eternal in the human heart. What do I need for her? I need to check controls. Flashlight, option 1, option 2. There isn't a flashlight option 2, is there? Tertiary button, drop item, rotate right, rotate left. Ha! Oh, about the homeless man squatting in the attic idea. That's why I say that the most dangerous aspect of investigating a haunted house is the fact that it might not be haunted by ghosts so much as haunted by the living. Oh my. Ghosts typically can't hurt you because they can't touch you properly. The living, on the other hand, can push you down the stairs, shoot you, etc. So I can only get notes with tab. Come on. I know there's another form of notes. There's another form of notes, but it only pops up. Wait, what's that? What is that? Oh. Like the Xbox or something. Ha! Or the, We'll just call it the, generic brand Xbox. Oh, boy. Wait, what? Why is that? Oh, it's books. For a second, I thought it was like, Oh, she only did one cough. She had to have been in here, wasn't she? Alright. Oh, do we have a temperature fluctuation? Is that what we have?
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Perhaps. But why that cold, though? And that is in the direction of the closet that we found the photograph. So something fishy is going on here. Imagine trying to convince a bunch of Supernatural fans that they aren't being haunted and that it's just a junkie that found a hiding spot. A junkie who found a hiding spot? The first thing that they make me think of is the ghost has brought us gifts. We find the stash. Oh my. Alright, we'll check the bathroom again. Anything suitably anomalous? Well, and we know there's 3 ghosts in this area.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
That was strange.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is this your home? Is this your home? Can you tell me your name?
Nothing. I have not gotten them to respond to this yet.
Can you tell me your name?
Which is actually kind of annoying.
Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I'm here?
Oh dear. That's a neat shadow effect. What do we got here? Just another cold spot or what?
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings. Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Yeah, it seems like she's not going to give me the, It seems to me like she's not going to give me the, temperature evidence. Maybe it's the camera that she does. What do you got for me? Got any, Actually, here's what I should do. I should wait until she speaks. And then try taking pictures. Here I am again. To identify. But the... that must just be the camera. Sounds like she keeps saying the same thing. How am I back in the kitchen? Oh, no, that's not the kitchen. What is this? Looks like a kitchenette area, but it's on the upstairs. Why do they have a kitchenette in their upstairs living room? Aye. Let's try it like this again. Oh, wait. Oh, my. But you don't understand, sir. There's cold spots all over the house. You do realize the thermostat is just broken, right? I keep thinking I'm going to find the necessary... Maybe she's coughing in the bathroom. Alright, the coughing sound is coming from outside this room. So there appear to be 3 separate ghosts. One in the basement. One up here. I'll wait a bit. So there's the child ghost in the upstairs, the shadow person poltergeisty thing in the basement to kitchen, and then the weird man in the garage. Oh, they probably will. We did capture a shadow person earlier in the game. It's funny though. The actual purpose of this stream is to talk about occultic shenanigans, but instead here I am playing. Oh come on! There's got to be something to this. Here we go again. It's just a cold spot, guys. Cold spot.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Sounds about like it.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
So convinced I am that I'm supposed to get, I don't know anymore. I keep trying, and I keep not getting anything on Ghost Girl in the, upstairs. Well, worst case scenario, I still managed to retrieve the, I don't think there's a ghost in this area. Unless there is, that would just be weird, though. Pretty big walk-in closet. Oh, annoyances, annoyances, annoyances. I'm getting tired of this. Alright, come out of nowhere and do something spooky. The garage guy was doing some real poltergeisty bullshit when I came into the garage last time. This game's a bit more chill than the, your typical Phasmophobia game because the ghosts do not kill you. They just do a lot of creepy shit, and you have to figure out what their deal is. In this game, you're trying to send them on to the afterlife rather than whatever the heck you're doing in Phasmophobia.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Not a dang thing. leaves. Let's see if anything happens. It's actually kind of warm in the garage because it's supposed to be June in the game time. I thought that this freaking device was a man standing up. What even is that? That's not a chainsaw, that's something else. What is that? I have no idea what that is. So something closed the door on me. And now whatever it is turned the light off too. And now it turned the light back on. Hey, this door's locked. Interesting. Is there a key lying around, perhaps? The ghost in this place is pretty interesting so far. Not sure what to make of this one. Oh, this light doesn't work. Huh. Okay. What to do? I see. Strange. Nope. No temperature fluctuations at all. Also, this room is locked away, which is peculiar to me. Leaves me wondering. What's this? Community mourns suicide. Well, that's... well, this item is a valuable piece of information that will be added to the archival database on the PC at your office. This item may also automatically unlock additional related archival information. While reviewing this article on your PC at the office, you may be able to take notes on this item which could facilitate investigations. Well, well, well.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Interesting. Well, this is a sad ghost.
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Saddest ghost. What is this guy? A freaking ghost of a suicide, probably. So I have found a newspaper clipping talking about someone killing themselves, and a photo of the little girl, who are presumably completely separate ghosts. And as I said earlier, in before the little girl turns out to have died of consumption. Which you know is what they used to call polio. I think it's polio. Light switch still works. In before sick child. Come on, come on. Who, me? Least compassionate reaction to cries of despair? Tee hee hee. He's already dead, what's his problem? Suddenly cold. Yep, that's what I thought. I think we've captured all the evidence we could possibly want of the audio for the child. I'm trying to find more audio for the other ghosts, or video. Video would be helpful. And I've gotten only one actual camera. You know how to have the consumption girl show up, Briggs? No. Consumption in, I don't know why they called it consumption, but it's what they used to call polio. Ooh, that's interesting. There, we rattled things up a bit. Would it be funny if after doing that for a while, the ghost just says, fine, I'll unlock it. Door rattling. Door rattling competition sounds about right.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Ah, so I need more audio evidence, this guy. Okay. Let's keep going with the audio evidence then. Does that annoy you, Ghost? Well, does it? It seems like, it's between the audio and the camera. So I've already got an adequate camera for the Shadow Ghost, purportedly. But I can still get more audio. Last time I was here, he kept saying, "Help me," or something strange. I do not fully understand what his deal is. What is this? Deed of land. This item is a valuable piece of information that will be added to the archival database on the PC. Indeed. I certify that this deed is duly entered and registered in the registry office at New Island in block number 21 at 11 a.m. 29th day of October 18, 1902 is number 667. Got it. I will laugh if this is actually number 666 and they just renumbered it as 667 because of superstition. Wouldn't it be funny? I think it would be funny. What is this? Is this just a block of wood? Okay. Alright, we have some new evidence. I got half a mind to go back and just, we got new evidence from all three ghosts. Wait, what? Nope, that's just a... Anything new, or is it all just bunk? Looks like it's all just... rats. So close. Got anything for me? Maybe I need their names first, and then I can get their attention by stating their name. I still need to get a picture of the flipping child ghost. Nope. 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 I'm growing impatient. Wouldn't it be funny if you could see them show up on the IR?
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Indeed. And yet I still have no camera evidence. Strange. I'm about ready to give up for now. Alright, I'm about ready to give up. We found some things which can be corroborated back at the ranch. Child ghost does a backflip, you say? Okay. We got more EMF, I suppose there's that. Got a lot of audio recordings, I guess. Oh boy. Let's go see what else we got. Well, we have obtained some new stuff. Collectible card markets drowning the wave of insider training. Ha.
Out of all I've witnessed, it's the phone that makes me jump.
Yeah, it's a pretty loud phone.
Why do I even have an office phone?
Did I fuck that up? Did I accidentally pick it up and hang it up? I feel dumb. Now I feel like I should look up what that phone call was supposed to be because I accidentally hung up the phone right after picking it up. It's mildly annoying. Oh my. After everything I've witnessed, it's the dang phone that makes me jump. So now we have a new investigation location from Max Laurent. I moved my family into our new house 6 months ago. Since then they claim to have experienced strange things that they cannot explain. Seems like they are growing in the belief that our home is haunted. I personally have never experienced anything that makes me believe in ghosts, but my wife and kids have a laundry list of things they feel are paranormal. My wife says she has heard sounds of crying in the living room, someone talking to themselves in the laundry area, and footsteps throughout the house. She also claims to have seen a person's shadow creeping along in the hallway. My youngest child's bedroom is adjacent to the bathroom. Recently, he's woken up several times in the middle of the night saying that a boy is in his room scaring him. He has also mentioned that he's seen an elderly man lingering in the kitchen. Personally, I don't believe this is being caused by spirits. When something falls off the shelf in my garage, or I feel a sudden change in temperature, I chalk things up to more rational explanations. Regardless, I would like to resolve this issue for my family. I know it would mean a lot to them. Let me know when you are available to check out our home. Okie dokie. What do we got on the Evergreen Lane? Ooh, a longer property history. Holy cow, we have... Oh my. It's tuberculosis. I got tuberculosis and polio confused. But yes, she did die of the consumption. Ha! Oh dear. Forgive my, chortling at that. It just used to be a, The poor, weak girl, lying in bed, being so pitiful, dying of consumption, in order to tug at the reader's heartstrings, was a 19th century literary trope that became a cliché. So the fact that she died of tuberculosis is just, for the love of popcorn. She had the consumption. Alright, what do we got here? So we got 1912. Elizabeth Carter, Thomas Carter. William and Alice Carter, F.A. Drummond, M.D. I was notified of loud shouting heard from farmlands near Black Ridge Woods. I then drove out to the only residence in Black Ridge Woods to respond. As I approached this residence, I saw two men shouting. One of the men was in overalls and clutching what looked to be a bottle. The other man was wearing a long white coat and appeared to be a doctor. I later identified these men as Mr. William Carter and Dr. Miles Willis, respectively. I then saw Mr. Carter swing and hit Dr. Willis over the head with the bottle, grab him by his coat collar, and proceed to yell at him. Willis did not attempt to retaliate. After exiting my vehicle, I immediately detained Mr. Carter, who remained cooperative. I took a statement from both parties and transported Mr. Carter to the county jail. Along the way, Mr. Carter muttered a few choice vulgarities regarding the lack of remedy for his children's illnesses. He eventually broke down and cursed himself for drinking and overworking while his children were suffered from consumption. Darn it, I called it! So it was two children. Both Elizabeth Carter and Thomas Carter both died. Judging from this, the boy was 5 years older than the girl. Huh. Alright. 1961, eh? On September 9th at 5:02 a.m., we received a call from a Paul Connor stating that he found his son Robert Connor hanging in their family garage. Upon arriving at the scene at 5:28 a.m., I observed Robert Connor's body hanging from the garage door's opener truck track. I determined that emergency services were of no use and decided to call for the coroner, Mary Byler. I discussed with Paul Connor, who was especially upset. He thought he was to blame for Robert's death because he was always berating his son for being drunk and needing to get a job. Louise Connor appeared to be in a state of shock and could not communicate. She was not violent and not obscene, but could not be settled down. After Coroner Byler arrived, she pulled Louise from Robert's body so she could conduct an on-scene investigation. After interviewing both Paul and Louise Connor and discussing with the coroner, I determined on the scene that Robert Connor acted alone and that no foul play was involved. Died by hanging. I think that's supposed to be the ghost in the garage. Oof. 1961. So we have Dead Child from 1912, Suicide from 1961. Deed of land, built in 1902. For all the good that does me. Connor suicide. Connor police report. Many families with memories. Interesting. Interesting. Alright, close folder. Ah. Whale. The same set of equipment, because why not? I do kind of want to go back there, but I also think it would be interesting to try a new place out, since I have a new place available. Ah, that would be interesting. However, it's not in line with the current evidence. Clear list, we're going somewhere else. We're going to check out Polk Street. Crying in the living room, someone talking in the laundry. Shadow in the hallway. Boy in bedroom. Elderly man in kitchen. Footsteps throughout. That'll work. That'll do the trick. Oh, I should probably check the Polk Street stuff too. Divorce agreement. Lovely. I see. Well, we have all of the material for the Evergreen Lane house. Don't got a lot for the Polk Street residence. Let's take a look. So where is the Polk Street residence? Yeah, let's go.
The Lorents have a bit of contrast within their family about their home being haunted. It's interesting that Max is not convinced, yet the rest of his family is concerned. He also didn't provide any information stating he debunked their concerns. Sometimes skeptics just want to dispute everything. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support their claims and put their minds at ease.
Well, I'm not sure if supporting their claims really puts their minds at ease, though. Oh, my. This is definitely a more rundown-looking place. Like, what is this? Yeah, I don't know what the deal with this place is. So what do we got here? Anything? EMF seems like the best way to start. Actually, the last few times I've opened closets or places like that and found some evidence of something from a before time. Let's not forget to close the doors behind us. Interesting. Not really high enough. Ooh, piano. I wonder if the piano will do anything. Okay, that wasn't me.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
The ghost is a music critic. Oh my. Alright, what's this? Certificate of marriage. Alright. Certify that on the 13th day of August, the following persons. Okay. Charles Allen, Deborah Tyler. Interesting. As usual, we are just gonna run off with their marriage certificate. Because of course we are. I think this is definitively a one-story arrangement. Oh, it's a report card! Effin' music! Alright, that's actually hilarious. I am amused. F in music. F in music, and increasingly unsatisfactory. At least reading stayed good. F in math. Because of course. Oh dear. Child, getting worse at everything, it seems. Music. Oh dear. That kills me. Book. Why do I bother taking so many photos? I think that sounded like a leave right there. That sounded like irate teenager going, I hate you. I'm gonna leave this on. Torture the ghost with music.
Wow, that's great audio evidence. Wow, that's great audio evidence.
I'm hearing multiple ghosts here.
I'll keep that as audio evidence. Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nope.
Is there anyone here
Nobody
who
at
would like
all.
to speak with me?
Nobody at all.
Do you like the current family living here? Do you like the current family living here? Can you tell me your
Oh,
name?
you forgot. The teen is not a prodigy. His report card said he got an F.
Can you tell me your name?
Oh, dear.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
I don't understand what you mean by know the teen ghost. We found the report card that presumably belonged to one of the deceased, and they got an F in music. And they're busy going all, I hate you! Ooh, a basement. This should be interesting. Well, that's pretty cold, all right. Nah, it's a little bit metagame, but all the evidence that you pick up is related to, Ooh, that's really cold. Probably the... I suspect it is the... I suspect the anomalous readings are the location of the ghost. At the moment, there's definitely a walking 20 degrees difference just moseying around here somewhere. And now it suddenly get... Oh, look, another... What is this? You call this investigation progress? Do you know?
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Item is a valuable piece of evidence. A marriage. Well, this house is apparently associated with some kind of ugly divorce. Nothing? I have a sneaky suspicion this one's a residual ghost. Rather than a, intelligence. It's actually an interesting, kind of weird phenomena.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Let's see. So far in this game, I've only found one piece of actual photographic evidence. Let's go bother with the piano again. There we have it again. I find it amazing how they can make it sound so random but so melodic at the same time. Strange. Anything in there? Apparently not. Don't seem to be able to open it. Okay. I'm busy making myself disoriented again. Typical. I swear, every location in this game seems to have multiple ghosts. Ah, rats. Right when I think something's about to be interesting, it's just that. Bah. Can't seem to get an EMF this time. I mean, these are devices, even if they are off.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
All right. Anything in here that might be relevant? We got a fiver. And it's not in a location that looks like it should have a fiber.
Looks like this is a normal EMF reading.
You're sure? Where's... Where's the device that's creating the EMF? Or am I blind? It's always a possibility. I could just be blind. Oh, this is the device that's creating the EMF. Okay, it makes perfect sense now.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Oh my. I find it funny how we're in the digital camera age, and yet the digital camera keeps making fake film sound. This entire town is cursed, so everyone in it becomes a ghost. Accurate. Alright. Gradually becoming weary with this.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Now, if I could just capture a picture, we'd be in business.
Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me your name?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Oh dear. Don't know what to make of it. Really don't. It bothers me. Oh, nothing.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
The game has provided me with a flipping invisible boundary, which is annoying because you'd think you might want to walk around the house. But no, I'm not allowed to walk around. Well, I guess I can walk around in this direction, just not the other direction. Same flickery light as in the other garage. Oh, that's how the garage connects to the rest of the house, apparently. Okay, makes perfect sense. Can they not bother to render a fence, maybe? Could be the problem. Hard to say. Is there any evidence in the garage? Ooh, automatic door opening. That is not how automatic doors open, but sure. Funny. I keep thinking I'm hearing something, but then I got nothing. Sadness. Sag.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Oh, that's an antique phone. Is this that Phasmo but better game? Why, yes it is, except it's actually, it's like Phasmo, but it has an actual storyline, apparently. The investigation doesn't end just because you leave the site. The investigation continues, and you can return to the site multiple times. Hello, Azra Nightmaster. Welcome to the stream. Though, my original plan for this stream was, kind of discussing esoteric shenanigans, chaos magic, and so forth. However, then I started playing this, and I've just been playing it. Oh, well. Oh, wait, I believe this is the kids' room. Wow. He's got a off-brand Xbox, too. Nice. Well, yes, this game is more realistic. One of the things that annoys me about Phasmophobia and Phasmophobia clones is, they give you this ridiculously long-winded list of, spooks that it could be, but, like, at least half the list is not something that would ever have been human. But then they claim that the ghost's name is totally John Smith. Which is especially funny in the case of, like, especially funny in the case of, like, a Yurei. Oh, yeah, a Yurei named John Smith. Shouldn't it be a Yurei named Tanaka? Oh, boy. Okay, I think I'm running out of battery on my devices, so maybe I should... I probably should have used the audio capture for that one. Ooh, something is moving doors. Yeah, that was just a light switch EMF. Brief. Something is moving the doors around again. Yeah, I'm running low on battery. Yeah, I think
that was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
Why is it opening and closing the closet? Ha! It clipped right through the door. Would have been funny if I didn't clip through the door and got shoved in the closet. Oh boy, the ghost is opening and shutting doors now. Wow, you really like opening and shutting that closet door, don't you, ghost? Come on. Come on, give me a little bit more. Give me more. Give me more. Oh boy. I'm getting nothing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and shut this door. And I think it's time to go back to, I think my battery's low enough. I should probably seriously... No, wait, this is the room that might be the boys' room. Probably this one. The ghosts in this game seem to be, pretty innocuous, but it's also... there seems to be this subplot that the ghost weirdness might actually be caused by demons, but not because the demons are the ghosts, but because the demons are, locking the ghosts into being earthbound, and you must release the ghosts and then confront the demon and have it exorcised or something. I got nothing. Got a lot of audio evidence, but not a lot of, Whoa!
What a rare experience to take a photo of a ghost.
That was interesting. That totally wasn't creepy at all. Okay, I think we're done here. It's time to get out of this joint. I'm done. Oh, come on. Are you telling me I can't close the door when I'm... Alright, there we go. Lock up the house? Okay, I think we're good. Notice how this is a lot more realistic than driving around in a freaking tractor trailer. Like, who in their right mind would use a tractor trailer for ghost hunting work? You'd get, like, an RV or something. Oh, boy. Actually, I don't need to go back. Strictly speaking, I can just... Batteries! Alright, what is this? I am not sure what the one on... Oh wait, that might be the smudge sticks. Yeah, I don't feel the need to use those just yet. Alright, what do we got going on now? Well, I recharged the battery, so I guess I can... What is this indication? Is this just an ordinary temperature fluctuation, or...
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings.
Nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. Nothing. They're really messing with the door in the hallway. Well, I am starting to think it's time for me to head back to the office. Time to head back to the office, get my thoughts together, maybe return to the original, the first haunting site. Might be time to go back to the first haunting site. I'm starting to feel done. Alright, let's get out of here. No abnormal EMF collected, no abnormal temperature collected. A ton of audio recordings collected and pictures taken. Overall evidence collection. Generally, more investigations are required to determine the nature of the haunting and bring closure to the entity. Alright, back to the office then. Alright, am I going to get spooked by the freaking... am I going to get spooked? What is this?
Spirit, turn on some music.
Really? Okay. Alright. What else do we got in here? Nothing for the expansion area, apparently. You like this office area more than Phasmo? Is that at least partly because, you know, it's actually looks like an office? Oh, dear. So what do we got here? Nothing new. What do we got in the archives? Alright. Changes create gateways, you say? Interesting. Helen was loved. Oh no. David is where card was found. This guy died unexpectedly while spending time with friends. He was born in New Ireland, son of Charles Allen. A true artist since early childhood, David enjoyed sculpting and painting in his free time. He likes his name, Spirit. Oh my. A true artist since early childhood, David enjoyed sculpting and painting in his free time. He was also an avid reader and worked as a clerk at Nobel Books. Nobel Books. Okay. A local shop that he frequented as a young boy. Well then. Huh. I see. 1994. Alright, so that would have been when the Allens owned it, and they sold it in 2006. Alright, the Thompson had it, now Laurent has it. Interesting. I would kind of like to Connor police report. All right. This seems reasonable. I think we're gonna go back to the first house. Oh boy, I got 64 credits. Milligauss EMF pod. Short range. Really? Compared to its EMF meter counterpart, the pod emits its own electromagnetic field rather than detecting it. With its 360-degree coverage, the pod will trigger lights to illuminate, while an accompanying alarm will sound if the fields around it shift. Just turn it on, maneuver through the area in question, or place it down and listen out for its response to changes in the environment. I find it interesting that it says it's based on a theremin. Because for a while, people were speculating that the Elks in Outer Wilds played theremins, or a device that sounded like a theremin. Apparently it's something else entirely, but that's why I even know what a theremin is. Thermal devices. Thermal scanner, so I already own that. We don't have any other thermal devices. Parabolic mic. Well then, you just straight up bring in the parabolic mic. Cameras. Auto cam. So I currently have a digital camera. Professionally modified to capture the full spectrum of light for irrefutable evidence. The photos captured with this camera are triggered by a line-of-sight technology feature developed specifically in-house. When changes in the UV spectrum pass into its line of sight, the camera quickly snaps action shots until passed. It features an easy-to-use interface and comes paired with a modular tripod for perfectly balanced still pictures. Interesting. Storage card not included. Remote capabilities, yes. Oh. So the auto cam I can just sort of put on a tripod. That's interesting. Release and exorcism tools. Salt! I love it. Freaking salt. They call it no for the love of popcorn. I can't even. Oh boy. Light gear. Laser pen. Laser grid displays an array of green dots over a limited coverage distance. The laser produces quite a bit of energy, and some investigators have mentioned that ghosts at times manipulate the device to facilitate manifestation. While technically not a ghost hunting device, investigators have been known to use the pen to supplement their investigations in very intuitive ways. Indeed. I laughed at that one myself. Oh, my flashlight. Incandescent flashlight. Is there anything else I might use here? Parabox. Not your average spirit box. This custom device was built specifically for paranormal investigators needing a little extra push. Similar to vintage handheld televisions, it's compact and easy to use. It utilizes TV tuner frequencies to sweep the airwaves, generating white noise. Intelligent entities could possibly use this energy to communicate with the world of the living. Some investigators claim to witness ghostly images on the integrated monitor as they try to communicate with the ghosts. I would buy that, but I don't have enough credit. So I gotta collect more credits. What do I got on notes? Okay. Yeah, I've been over this already. We're going. Alright, what do we got here? Ooh. This is getting increasingly strange. There was only 3 the last time I looked at this. Now it's up to 4. Why is it up to 4 now? And also, what's the deal with this thing? It doesn't even look real. Okay. So it looks like... this guy in the basement... we obtained maximum visual. We need more audio evidence of him. We need more audio and visual for the guy in the garage. What's with this thing? We have all the audio we could possibly need for her. Need some visual. Maybe find the relic. I do wish that I could take another look at the photo that I took, but for some reason it doesn't actually let me review the photos, which is annoying. I kind of want to review the photos, get a better idea of what I'm looking at. But okay, let's go ahead and investigate. Let's see what horror we find now.
It seems like the Wentz family isn't worried about their safety.
Did I just mess up? And
I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support
up.
their claims and put their minds at ease.
I either messed up or all my material is in here. Which would have been... yeah, my material's in here. Okay. Not in the order I prefer, but sure, well, close enough. Let's go! Need more evidence. One thing that's nice about this game is it's a little bit more relaxed because the ghosts never go trying to kill you. The ghosts are not actually trying to kill you. It's amazing. Okay, Mr. Screecher.
That is eerie audio evidence.
Well, where is this fool? I know we've got EMF on this guy. Well, that's definitely some crazy shite.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
But why does he keep going, help me? Also, he wasn't doing that the last time I was here. Makes me wonder what the deal is. What is... Dang it. Missed one. What is with that device? Nothing. Alright, let's try...
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
I do wish it would let me skip that part. It doesn't seem very useful. Especially if it just gives you the ... Of course. Alright then. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. What do we got going on? We be chillaxing, maybe? Where did that guy go? Ordinary. Reps. We're gonna find it eventually. It feels like there's like 3 ghosts at each location. Maybe more. Is she even here? Nah, I've already gotten all the audio evidence that I could possibly need for her. So why do I have all of the lights on? For the lulz, I suppose. Dee 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 dee. Something strange going in. Yes. Have a blessed Samhain and a happy Halloween. All Hallows Eve. This is the... I keep forgetting the guy's name. This is Conrad Stevenson, Paranormal PI. It is a game similar to Phasmophobia, but single player and actually has a story. And also the ghosts are significantly less threatening. By less threatening, I mean they do not murder you. They still are creepy as heck. I should probably turn off these lights so they'll actually manifest a bit more. Yes. Well, we do have more people here than we had originally. My original thought was that I would play the game while we had few people here and then get more conversational as people showed up. Though then the game starts getting interesting. Oh my. I was also considering reading random excerpts from the Simon Necronomicon. Though then I was chatting with Dave over whether or not the Simon Necronomicon was copyrighted or not, and apparently it's copyrighted because it was published in the 70s. Though I'm not clear on some of the finer details. Oh, hello! Hello! Hello!
What a rare experience to take a photo of a ghost.
Hello! Do paranormal investigators need a story? From I've seen real-life paranormal investigators just go around investigating random haunted places. Well, perhaps. However, in this particular rendition of things... Ooh. The ghost is turning on lights by itself now. Well, in this game, the ghosts have stories. Like, you go and find old, like, when you're done snooping around in the house, well, you're invited to the house, so you're not really snooping around, you're doing this by invitation. But when you're done investigating in the house, you can go back to the, computer you have and, look up information on what happened at the house, or, like, collate information you collected from investigating the house. That was pretty wild. That guy, that spooky shadow man just kind of... Now he's down there turning lights on and off. Isn't it it's quite a, difference having, from Phasmophobia, where the ghosts start just kill you for no reason, and meanwhile a shadow man walks upstairs and goes, "Help me!" and then disintegrates. Oh dear. Like, what must I do to help you?
Can you tell me your name? Can you tell me your name?
Oh, come on.
How many people are here other than me? How many people are here other than me?
was loud. All he wants to say is, "Help me!" It's hard to say, really. Because it seems like there's three ghosts and one of them's a suicide, but I think the ghost of the suicide is in the garage, not the basement. I actually have no idea who the guy in the basement is. And there's also a little girl ghost in the upstairs. But the guy in the basement keeps going, "Help me!" and sounding really spooky about it, too. Like, okay, guy in the basement, is there a reason you turned on the lights in this section? Is there something I should be finding here? Was that him saying why? Oh my. Oh wait, never mind. That door already opened. Yeah, this door will not open. I find myself wondering about the doors that don't open. Is there some condition I have to meet in order to make the doors open? What? Saying why? You when you stub your toe? Yeah, I can appreciate that. That's definitely how it is when you stub your toe. Especially when you stub it so hard you gotta go to the flippin' podiatrist afterwards. Why can't I get into that door? Is there a key I'm supposed to find? Well, there's a lot of tools and pliers and things. It's a good thing that the poltergeist is not on this level. What if I turn off that light? Where's the switch for that light in particular? Maybe I should just flip it over here? Okay. I've already gotten that evidence. I already have plenty of photo evidence for that guy, but good grief, that was... What has my experiences with the Simon Necronomicon been? I have done a little bit with it for the purposes of planetary things, though I haven't done very much, truthfully. I was actually considering trying to read it front to back on this stream. Hello, Caleb, how have you been? I was considering reading the Simon Necronomicon on this stream, but now I'm not so sure on the grounds that apparently its copyright is still in force, and I'm not sure that, Oh, there is one interesting story regarding the Simon Necronomicon that you may find interesting. One of my associates read a section of it pertaining to banishing demons, and shortly after he read that section, all of the mosquitoes that had been bothering him during his vacation just stopped biting. The mosquitoes stopped biting. Oh my. It is certainly interesting, if nothing else. But yes, there was a part of me that was looking forward to reading Simon Necronomicon. But now I'm not so sure. I might do it anyway. What's the worst thing that could happen? They kill the VOD? There's some other video up on YouTube that has read the Simon Necronomicon. And that video's still up, so... Oh my, I don't really see what harm there could be in it. I think that was the ghost saying why again. The ghost of the stairs. Found the powers of the Sumerian spirits. Be fairly run-of-the-mill compared to that of the Goetia or the Shem Angels. I mean, that Wow, that guy's having trouble. You know what? The battery's dead already?
I need to replace these batteries.
How typical. You know what? I'm tired of that guy constantly going, help me, help me, help me, help me. So, let's see, the battery's dead already. I like how this guy is completely, absolutely, like, this character is absolutely does not give a darn. Ghost shows up, made of weird black smoke, going, help me! And he is completely unfazed. Alright. Well, first I guess I will grab batteries. Then I need to put that back. Actually, maybe I should keep that up. I will put this away. And then I will grab this. Okay. Okay. In fact, each ghost is a different type of spiritual. Smudges are inventory items. The smudge's embers will begin to glow excessively when the ghost is interacting with the smudges. See the releasing tutorial. Light smudge. Mugwort used for residuals. Juniper to release shadows. Thyme is used to release intelligence. Rosemary is used to release poltergeists. Palo Santos is used to start an exorcism. Alright, let us release the shadow. I assume it is a shadow. We will find out momentarily. I hope this is the right type, otherwise I'm wasting it. Indeed, indeed. Spice the ghosts. Spice the ghosts. Alright, alright. Alright. Am I even doing this correctly? Because I haven't the foggiest idea. I guess that's unigniting it. I don't know. I am just sick and tired of this guy, so I want to get rid of him. Come on, Ghost. You need to get released to your plane of existence or some such. Oh, I didn't even realize there were 2 mirrors in this basement area. I am a little bit confused. Does this mean that this is the wrong ghost type? This guy's just been going, help me, this whole time, and it's like, come on.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing. Ah. Am I even using this right? I thought I saw something down there, but maybe not. Weird. I'm not sure if the floor was that decayed earlier. Oh. Don't take the Magus title that Amateur Magus is throwing around too seriously. If I were to give him a Golden Dawn style rank, he would be somewhere in the Adeptus range. Minor, Major, or Exemptus. Probably in that gray area between Minor and Major. So, what's my opinion of the ghost hunting genre of gaming? No. Well, most of them do not pay any attention to... The one that I'm playing right now is probably the best one that I have played so far. In terms of being remotely accurate. Now, I'm not convinced that their standards for... I am not convinced that their standards for, like, time or what have you, you know, the whole time versus Juniper versus, I'm not convinced that that is necessarily accurate. Trying to decide if I'm even using the in-game smudge stick correctly. I'm probably just burning it down to no great effect. Oh well. Yeah, it looks like it is burning down. Not entirely clear on what I'm doing with this. I may have screwed it up. What even is this? Is this some kind of paint spill? Where does that come from above? Directly above, and oh, is that a water spill from the bathtub, maybe? That's a bad sign. Now I find myself wondering if perhaps I'm using the wrong smudge stick, which would be unfortunate. Oh well. Alright, I'm now out of the smudge. So much for that idea. I don't think it worked properly. But anyway, as far as ghost hunting games go, most of them are ridiculous, and I've been going on at length about the ridiculousness of some of the other ones. In terms of like, oh yeah, you're totally exercising a Yurei named John Smith, and it's like, Yurei is the Japanese name for, like, Yurei is the Japanese word for ghost, and you're going to tell me that the Yurei was named John Smith or whatever? Like, come on. At the very least, it should have been named Tanaka. Oh boy. Who is this guy? Well, I am aghast at the fact that I could not sage that guy, or, well, not sage per se, but I could not smudge that guy properly. Oh well. Sadness. did get an awful lot of, Oh, dear. Oh, my. But yes, another problem with most of the other ghost hunting games is the fact that they, well, again, spirit types which were never human in the first place, being given names like David Brown, and so forth and so on. I'm just kind of haphazardly looking. Just kind of haphazardly looking to see if I can catch a, What is this light from down here? Oh, that's the exterior lights. Don't remember them being quite so bright. What's this? Still exterior lights? Strange. Why am I not able to turn this off? Strange. That light is refusing to turn off. Now it turned off. Okay. Maybe it's a glitch. These games, I think you need a certain level of suspension of disbelief if you've done a level of significant research. Well, yes. However, some of this is like stuff that the people making the game would have tripped over in the course of, and nobody generally expects a spirit termed a demon to have been a human, you know, a deceased human being. Oh dear. What if the ghost manifests on the bed? That's how that goes. I mean, the ghost is apparently a sick girl or something, so maybe I should be focusing on possibility of a manifestation on the bed. I'm just hoping to be able to pick up some evidence of the little girl ghost, you know. I can clearly hear her giggling and talking and whatnot. Although I'm starting to think that the little girl ghost might be a residue as well. The one going help me doesn't seem like a residue. He seems like he's either a shadow person or an intelligence or something. I may have misunderstood something. It's possible the, I think I was doing the thing for releasing a shadow, and now, however, I think it may have been intended to be an intelligent ghost, because the classifications in this game are a bit more what you would expect of real ghost hunter types. Like, the idea of some ghosts are just specters that are repeating the motions of something from, you know, something from the distant past. I am bound to see the flipping ghost girl eventually if I keep on using the camera. You know what, I might take a break from this game and chat a little bit about Peter Carroll's funky magic math equations. Did you know that Peter Carroll tried reducing thaumaturgy to a math equation. Yeah, Demon Hunter Azazel is a type of spirit versus a particular... Yeah, that's a little strange, too. Like, to an extent, I can understand it, because, if I remember correctly, it relates to a term for goat, so you could argue there's multiple goat spirits. Math people are terrifying, well then it's perfect for Halloween, then, isn't it? Oh my. But yes, it's kind of lightweight math in terms of, like, if you have the least algebraic knowledge, you understand what he's getting at, but, like, if you have the least knowledge of algebra, if you can comprehend, like, a tiny quantity of what Einstein means by E equals mc squared, then you will understand Peter Carroll's equation, no sweat. Oh my. I have been using this camera for ages, and I still have not captured images of the ghost girl. Also, the mirrors in this game are a little bit ridiculous in that, it always darkens where your character would be, because I guess the developer just didn't want to put in a proper character model. Or he didn't think that he could do it in a way that looked good. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a small-time developer, so he can be forgiven for, some of that sort of thing. For half a second I thought I saw her, but it was just the banister. She's certainly talking a lot, but she's saying the same thing, mostly. Ah, annoyances. Alright, let's try this again.
Can you tell me your name?
Nothing?
Can you tell me your name?
Of course, nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
No, the people who are trying to explain things by quantum mechanics usually don't understand how quantum mechanics works in the first place, unfortunately. I do not subscribe to quantum mysticism. The confusion is usually in the, They hear about some of the weirder aspects of quantum physics, such as quantum entanglement, which pertains to certain, the spin of certain particles that are generated in interactions. Like, I don't know the details, but there are certain interactions which generate two particles, and until their spin is properly observed, they behave as though they had both types of spin. But as soon as you observe one of them, the other one spontaneously starts behaving as though it has the opposite spin from the one you observed. Which is very strange, and I'm... quantum physicists and scientists are not completely convinced that the data is being interpreted correctly, although It's one of the ways that it's been explained for a while. And then there's the misunderstanding about what in blazes is going on with this whole observer phenomena thing. And I think most forms of quantum mysticism are going off of the observer phenomena. Yes.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Yes, we've heard about her forever at this point, but we have yet to actually... Oh. Is this actually cooler than normal, or is this just nonsense?
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
Alright then. Strange. What am I even looking at? Oh dear. Did I confuse myself? Where am I? Which room is she coming from? Is she coming from this room? No matter where I am, it always sounds like her voice is coming from a different room. It seems like. It could be the renovation effect. Maybe she is in a room that doesn't exist anymore. Since purportedly in the back information we've been able to find, this particular house has been renovated a few times. I'm not sure that I can really find any more evidence right now. I tried to release the ghost in the basement, but I don't think I got very far at all. Ghost in the basement, are you still here? Maybe. Thought he was still here. Don't know anymore. Yeah, he seems to still be here. The smudging was not enough. Alright, I think I am going to head for the garage, perhaps. Oh, hello. He just walked right through that door. I guess he walked back downstairs. What was he doing up here for? Suspicious. Very suspicious. Incredibly suspicious, I'd say. Oh dear. Tell me why. The Bloody Mary goes past through people's rooms, going to what formerly used to be public restrooms but was renovated into guest suites. Oh my. Hello, rabbit. Well, I do think that there is something having to do with this bathtub associated with the ghost that is in the basement. Yep, this ghost is over here turning the lights on and off.
Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I'm here?
Oh boy, I wish I would have get any kind of reaction.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Can I get any kind of reaction with this?
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Alright, closing the EVP menu for now. I think I'm going to take off again. Where are we going here? Where do we go from here? Yep. Suppose I can take a look in the garage again. Dun, 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 dun. I believe it is the garage ghost that is the suicide, and for some reason this room is not accessible. Yep, ghost turning on the lights again, and opening doors.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
I am hovering around the same level as Dave. Well, you need to understand, when you're asking someone who's gone through a Golden Dawn process whether they're a Magus, you're basically asking them whether they are the second highest tier magician in the tradition, which, the rule for the Golden Dawn, at least, is that no one gets higher than fourth highest, because the three highest levels are reserved for people who have ascended, such as it were. So no living person actually gets higher than Adeptus Exemptus. But for some reason, probably because they really liked the Kabbalistic Tree of Life, the original Golden Dawn assigned 3 more levels to the 3 supernals, which were then called Magister Templi for Bina, Magus for Chokmah, and Ipsissimus for Kether. However, no one living in the normal material world actually reaches those levels. Unless you are a Thalamite, in which case you have retooled the structure and operate under the assumption that you can reach those levels while you are still living. Yeah, an after-death kind of thing. After death of the physical body, at least, kind of thing. Like, the original Golden Dawn had, let me think, 10 plus 1 grade, except so it was 11 grades, except the first grade was considered grade 0. Neophyte, which wasn't really supposed to correspond to anything, it was just the probationary grade. After Neophyte, you would go on to be Zealoter, which is the grade corresponding to Elemental Earth and the Sephira of Malkuth. Then you move on to Thericus, which corresponds to elemental air in the Sephiroth of Yesod. Then you move on to... trying to remember because the next two are both P words. Practicus, corresponding to elemental water and the sphere of Hod. Philosophus, corresponding to elemental fire and the sphere of Netzach. And then there's another unnumbered grade called Portal, or alternately Portal to the Vaults of the Adepti, which is the intermediate grade between the so-called Outer Order and the so-called Inner Order. It does not get assigned a Sephira, but it gets assigned... Remind me, Dave, it's the Vale of Paroketh, I believe, which is a zone directly beneath Tifereth on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. And once one has finished Portal, one is presumably an Adeptus Minor. Now, in order to give people more work to do, the original Golden Dawn eventually subdivided Adeptus Minor into a bunch of subgrades. But all of Adeptus Minor in general corresponds to the sphere of Tifereth. Why would you want to be a member of Esoteric Order after death? Shouldn't you be traveling the Tree of Life or something by then? Well, that's the trouble with these things. It's all a, there are sub-trees to everything. I suspect part of it was that the original Golden Dawn was influenced by Theosophy a little bit. And Theosophy has this idea of ascended masters, with the concept of an ascended master being similar to the concept of someone who has been freed from the cycle of reincarnation. Who is then choosing to help others in some way. Now, let's see. Do I want to continue with this game right now?
Why are you here?
Okay. At this point, I'm starting to think that all
Why
of the...
are you here?
I'm starting to think that all of the ghosts in this... Oh!
Wow, that sounded like a response.
He actually
That
responded!
was very interesting.
Okay, that actually took me by surprise. I didn't think he would actually respond.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
So I guess the one in the garage has actually responded, so that means the one in the garage is not a residual. Okay, well...
Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I'm here? Can you tell me your name?
He responded to why are you here, but he hasn't responded to anything else. But yes, after Adeptus Minor, they subdivided Adeptus Minor, so there was baseline Adeptus Minor, and then there was Zealoter Adeptus Minor, and Theuricus Adeptus Minor, and I think you see where the pattern is going. Practicus Adeptus Minor, Philosophus Adeptus Minor, and finally let you move on to Adeptus Major. And the idea behind Adeptus Exemptus is the Exemptus part is supposed to reflect that you are now exempt from the cycle of reincarnation. So, at any rate, we got a response from this ghost. I think there's probably something in these. There's gotta be something in those, Oh no. That's where the choking sound is.
That is eerie audio evidence.
I thought I heard something sound like music. Odd. Anyhoot. You don't think coming back after death to help other people can be part of the supposed karmic cycle in and of itself, though? Well, the usual explanation for such things is that the people who come back to help are people who have reached a point where they could free themselves if they so chose, but then voluntarily come back in order to help others reach the same point. That idea comes up in Buddhism, and I think the Theosophists, and as a consequence also the Golden Dawn, also went along with a similar idea. When it comes up in Buddhism, it's referred to as bodhisattvas, but when it comes up in Theosophy, they call it Ascended Masters. I know the suicide ghost is in the garage. I find it interesting that the suicide ghost actually responded to a question, though, because, that experience with a genius loci. Not directly, I have noticed what seem to be indirect effects of genius loci. Suffice it to say that the genius loci of the house in which I live seems to have a negative opinion toward the chthonic. This guy keeps on turning on the light over here. Kind of interesting. I wonder. Oh, that's some pretty good evidence there.
I took a photo of a ghost.
That was a pretty good one.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder. That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
There's gotta be something relevant to this guy inside that room. How the heck do I get into the room? That is the question. Sheesh. This particular ghost already is enough to, This darn ghost is all you need to convince you not to kill yourself. Do you really want to be a freaking spook that's stuck hanging around the place where you hung yourself for the rest of time? Or until somebody comes along and prays you away? No, I am not saying human spirits are chthonic. I am saying that the, some of my early attempts at, or Ars Goetia style evocation, or rather I should say, some of my early attempts at evoking spirits from the Ars Goetia were apparently interrupted by the genius loci of the house. Oh dear. It felt like a nope, you're not doing that here. Well, now I know that the spirit in the garage is definitely not the same as the spirit in the basement. I have a sneaky suspicion the spirit in the basement is some sort of weird... I don't know what his deal is. I really don't know what the deal with the spirit in the basement is. I know who the spirit in the upstairs bedroom is, even though I haven't been able to get a picture. And I know who the spirit in the garage is. But I have no flipping idea who the spirit in the basement is, and it's a little strange. Alright. I think I'm about ready to call it quits on this particular investigation. That was some pretty crazy photo evidence, though, goodness. I really need to mess with the EMF and the temperature readings more. Well, it's not so much that they blocked it's not so much that they blocked them as they blocked the evocation. This darn thing is still on. That's actually kind of funny. This has got to be some public domain music, because I've heard this song in a VR game about shooting holograms with bow and arrow. Alright. What do we got going on here? We got anything new? No. What about the archives? Actually, I suppose it could be. I suppose the one in the basement could be Thomas Carter. Caleb says, I have reached out to a genius loci at my old workplace. Felt like a friendly co-worker. Well, yes, that sounds about right for a genius loci. They do tend to have a similar vibe to what you would expect of the location. Oh, dear. Let's see here. Acute pulmonary tuberculosis. Mr. Carter hit and swing Dr. Willis over the head with the bottle, grab him by his coat collar, and proceed to yell at him. So this is the police report for the suicide victim. So that was many decades after the events of the prior instance. It's possible that the ghost in the basement or the cellar might be Thomas Carter. He's only like 5 years older than the little girl, so I would have expected him to be more of a you know, another child entity, but I'm probably confusing myself on... I need to pull out a calculator to understand what I'm actually looking at here. So they died in 1912 minus 1903, so the little girl would be 9, which means that the boy would have been 14. Did they die at the same time? How did they both die of tuberculosis that fast? I am confused. How do you get 2 kids to die of tuberculosis at about the same time? That is bizarre. I am inclined to doubt that. I think that, I do not think that humans after death can become genius loci. I think a genius loci is a specific kind of place spirit. However, they can come across in a manner similar to what you would expect of people who live or work in that location. It's kind of an affectation, I would say. Community mourns suicide. Yep. So it seems... there seem to be like 4 ghosts in that location. But one of them is really strange in that one of them seems to be like, so the suicide in this case seems to be an intelligent ghost. I can't quite understand what's up with the residual ghost. I mean, the one in the basement might still be a shadow person, but I still don't understand it. So the suicide in the garage is definitely a intelligent ghost. I'm not clear on the... I'm not clear on what the one in the basement is. It might just be a shadow person. Then we have the poltergeist in the kitchen. So we might just plain have all 4 types. The girl in the upstairs has been behaving like a residual, I'd say. Indeed, indeed. Try not to die in a way that would leave you stuck somewhere. That being said, some of the theories I have seen thrown around about what manifesting spooks may be is like the same as the residual ghost idea that is displayed here. Like, not the actual individual, but some sort of strange memory imprint on the astral of the place. I do like how this game is realistic enough that it gives us something to talk about, occult-wise. Let's see. I do think I need to get a little bit more done. Oh good, I still have the sage. So I only used up the sage that I had available for the one mission. I just keep having sage now. Okay, that's good. I like that. What I really need to do is go back to the tutorials section and figure out how in blazes do you release them again, because I think I misunderstood something. Once a ghost has begun interacting with your smudge, place the relic of the ghost you wish to release on the ground immediately. Oh, so what I'm hearing is I need to locate the relic first. Well, how the heck do I find the relic? Relics. All of the ghosts in New Eidolon have attached themselves to relics, allowing them to haunt a location. It is important to obtain the relic of a particular ghost if you would like to release them from the mortal plane. Once the outline of the relic is visible on the ghost profile menu, you will be able to find them the next time you visit the location. A relic will produce EMF until you pick it up. This helps to validate mundane objects having spectral energy. Relics are inventory items, therefore you must have space in on your belt to pick it up. Once obtained, relics will only be allowed to be removed from the location once the attached ghost has been released. To bring the relic to the museum, ensure it is in your inventory when you finalize your investigation. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. One of the so-called mighty dead after death. I would first ask, according to whose paradigm? Because according to the Norse, in order to go to Valhalla, well, you have to die in battle. Whereas there may be many other concepts similar to a mighty dead, which might have less stringent requirements. Oh my. Now, I'm not actually going to go there, however, relic, okay. I think, after having looked at this... Okay, audio, pictures, events. So what you're telling me is that whatever the heck this... Oh. Well, that's interesting. So I got a clear enough look at this guy that I actually see him in the thing now. On my way to fight the homeless guy at the Burger King parking lot to go to Valhalla. Oh boy. I'm not sure I recommend that. I think for the time being, I am going to have a quick intermission, and then we can have a quick discussion on more hot topics, such as certain chaos magic shenanigans. I'm sorry. Math might be involved, but don't let that scare you. Unless you like being scared because it's Halloween. I will return momentarily. All right, I have returned. Pardon the intermissions. Sitting here for almost 12 hours is slightly more difficult than you'd expect. One of these days I'll figure out how other streamers put a timer on their screen. I'm sure there's an OBS plugin somewhere that will let you do that. Now let me see here. I was planning on finding a particular entry in Liber Chaos, where Peter Carroll outlines his idea on how magic works. Let's take a good look at this. Liber Chaos, Liber Chaos. I do not think I will be discussing the unfortunately named first appendix in the book. Oh dear. Let's see, I think you listed it somewhere in his... Is that the one? Global energy time. No. That can't. I'm just paging through Liber Chaos, and I am finding other places where he has mentioned equations, but since he gets a lot of his inspiration comes from science-y terms, he was giving an example of a more science-based equation. However, when he finally gives the actual equation he has come up with for magical manifestation, it makes a little bit more sense than the average. Alright, is this the one? This might be the one. I think I may have found it. Ah, yes, here we are. I must admit that I doubt some of Peter Carroll's words, and have certain disagreements with him. But in quoting him, the equations of magic have been derived on a purely empirical basis to describe the probable effects of any given act of magic. They apply mainly to magical acts of enchantment and divination. For some reason, he uses the term enchantment to refer to thaumaturgical. I'm not sure that I would use the term enchantment myself. Depending on context, I sometimes use it interchangeably with consecration. However, he is using it to refer to acts of thaumaturgy, an attempt at altering physical reality through magical means. More complex acts of magic, such as evocation, invocation, and illumination, are not readily described by these equations, except where the stated intent of such acts can be reduced to fairly simple objectives corresponding to divination and enchantment. The main use of the equations is in the planning of magical acts, for they indicate the precise requirements for any required degree of probability manipulation. Ah, yes. He regards the magic as probability manipulation. The basic idea, as far as Peter Carroll is concerned, is you have an idea of what you want to accomplish, and then you perform some ritual, some magical act, which will implant that intent into your subconscious mind, and then your subconscious mind, which is more powerful than your conscious mind, somehow makes it happen. So this is why I regard Peter Carroll as having either a psychological or a kind of half-psychological idea of how this sort of stuff works. Like, our waking selves generally cannot make things happen, but our subconscious mind makes it happen. And we just need to figure out how to properly communicate to the subconscious mind to get it to make things happen. And the language of the subconscious mind is symbolism. So, by manipulating symbols in a psychologically impactful way, you coax your subconscious into making things happen. Now, if these things which are happening are of a significantly less... the sort of things which are more difficult to prove causally, then that heavily implies that the subconscious mind has some sort of supernatural link to events. However, if there's something that is more easily described in a causal manner, then it's just your subconscious mind finding ways to cause them. Alright. But anyway, I haven't even gotten to the equation yet. The main use of the equations is in the planning of magical acts, for they indicate the precise requirements for any required degree of probability manipulation. The quantification of certain factors which are entered in the equations await more precise calibration techniques, and thus they must currently be evaluated on a partly subjective basis. However, the mathematics are completely rigorous, and the equations are a useful indication of what one needs to be put into a magical act and what is likely to come out as a result. The effectiveness of a magical act depends on two main factors, denoted P, the probability of the desired effect occurring by chance, and M, the magic factor. The probability P of any event occurring by chance must lie somewhere between 0, impossibility, and 1, certainty. In the case of divinatory magic, the possibility represents the probability of guessing the correct answer by chance. The magic factor is made up of 4 factors which represent the essential components of any magical act, namely G, gnosis, L, magical link, A, conscious awareness, and R, subconscious resistance. I wouldn't go so far as to claim the human brain is a biological quantum computer. I would want to consult with quantum physicists and quantum IT professionals and neurologists before I made such a claim. Mainly because it is too easy to leap to assumptions. I see Not AP is asking, isn't that what mantras are about, programming the subconscious mind? That is one of the things that mantras are about. However, I have not adequately researched the Hindu mantras to get a fuller understanding of what their deal is. However, typical mantras that you are likely to say in English, or you are likely to contrive utilizing chaos magic principles, would work in the programming the subconscious mind way. I'm just not convinced that the Hindu mantras are intended in that manner. The Hindu mantras that I am aware of seem to have something to do with a particular kind of vibration, but I am not clear on the specifics, only that some of them are associated with certain elements, such as fire, air, earth, and water. I recently discovered, and by recently I mean the last year or two, pardon me for a moment, I recently discovered, and by recently I mean the last year or two, that some of the mantras associated with the chakras in the typical 7-chakra system are actually not intended to be associated with those chakras. Apparently, they are intended to be associated with elements, and these elements are simply typically associated with those chakras. Let me see if I can remember them properly, because it has been a while since I actually utilized them in meditation. But, well, they're also the sort of thing that you can simply look up. So most sources in English are going to tell you that these mantras are associated directly with chakras. Well, now I suddenly realize that I'm off on a tangent from what I was originally talking about with respect to the chaos magic equations, but I may as well give you this information while it's on my mind, so... So, let's see. Most sources are going to tell you that... First off, they're not going to give you the Sanskrit names of the chakras. They're going to give you those locational names, which tend to be used in English, like root chakra and sacral chakra. And I understand it's hard to remember the names in Sanskrit, even though the gurus of Kundalini Yoga would prefer that you remember the Sanskrit names. But say these mantras that are associated with them, like Lam for the root chakra and Vam for the sacral and Ram for the solar, are apparently actually associated with earth, water, and fire. Then Yam for the heart chakra associated with air. And those are apparently the primary associations. So when you are using those mantras in association with those chakras, you are de facto invoking earth into the root, water into the sacral, fire into your solar plexus region, and air into your heart. Which, depending on what you want to accomplish, may or may not be a good idea. I'm specifically looking at air into the heart, and I'm not convinced that that is a good idea at all times. Perhaps it was a good idea in whatever original form this was in, but I am not sure. I am not sure why those mantras in particular were adopted for those chakras in the conventional system that you see promulgated by all the New Agers. The chakra system itself is a little bit on the peculiar side on the grounds that apparently they do not necessarily objectively exist. However, you are making them exist in your body through the meditational process. It is intended for a kind of balance of the psyche. It's just one of those things where I am not convinced that that particular arrangement is always beneficial for everyone, if that makes any sense. Like, for example, a lot of people could use a lot more fire in the heart rather than air. You know what I mean? In my own explorations, I have determined that only about 3 chakras or energy centers, depending whatever terminology you want to use for them, only 3 seem to be objectively consistently real. In the middle lines. The rest of them seem to be addendums for additional purposes, or subdivisions of the 3 real ones. The ones that seem to be real are associated with the head, associated with the heart, and associated with the pelvis region. Those seem to be the three objectively real ones. Now, this does not subtract from the reality of the others. It just means that depending on what form of Kundalini or what form of meditations you use, they do not necessarily apply. Does that make any sense? Anyway, now that's enough of that tangent. I should get back to Peter Carroll's equation. Let's see what we have. All right. A and R. Ah, yes. So, Peter Carroll is of the opinion that conscious awareness is a averse aspect of the magic. I am inclined to disagree with him in that regard as well. However, in a moment, I will display his equation. Let's see what we have here. That will do, that will do. Okay. First, I must invoke Notepad, because I'm a deranged Notepad user. My friends go crazy when I do this. And they're like, why are you using Notepad when other word processors exist? I'm sorry. I'm using Notepad. Forgive me. All right. Okay, how about this? Here we go. So, here we go. We have Notepad. Test. I think the font is too small for my purposes, so I'm going to make it big. Yes, regular Notepad. I could be crazier. I could use... Let's see, how about now? That's big enough. So... Nice, another Notepad enjoyer. I like it. It's okay, I stayed up all night writing weird lyrics in regular Notepad last night myself. Thank you, Azra. Someone gets it. Okay, so... This is the equation that Peter Carroll has up for his interpretation of magic. Now, I suppose now that I've done that... oh, wait, I just remembered. All of the font and the font size will be consistent throughout. I can't just make it a smaller font size down the line. Notepad. Just Notepad issues. Air in the heart seems weird to you? Why, yes. This is one of the things I'm getting at. I think that fire in the heart probably would work better. That being said, I am sure that in its original context there was some logic to it, but whatever that logic was seems to have been lost over time. Now, mind you, this only becomes an issue if you are using the mantras in the chakra meditation. If you omit the mantras in the chakra meditation, then it's not an issue. You could, for example, just use Om for all 7 of them. And you'd never have the issue come up because Om is kind of neutral, but it's also kind of high-minded. So you're not going to have any weirdness involving the elements in any of your chakras just using that one. That being said, I am not a Kundalini guru. I just go by what I'm told about the system from people who claim to know better. So, take it as you will. Why, yes, we are doing the math of magic, skeptic student. This is what Peter Carroll thinks the math of magic is. And he brings this up in his Liber Chaos book, so I thought I would discuss it. So let's see what we got here. We need to actually define this. M equals magic factor. Sure. This might be too big. Maybe I should expand the window a bit. There we go. You know, that might be the rationale. You might have found the rationale for it, not making the heart lighter might be the reason why they were putting air in the heart chakra. That might make a certain amount of sense. However, I see many more reasonings why people might want fire instead. But anyway, M here is the magic factor. What do we got for G? G is the gnosis. Now for L, what is L? L is the magic link. That is to say, what aspect of the ritual you are performing has to do with the intent. So say the original, for something like sigil magic, it would be the original statement of intent itself, and then the sigil that is codified from that statement of intent. So let's see what else we have. A equals conscious awareness. And finally we have R, which is subconscious. I'll just abbreviate that, subcon resistance. So, for gnosis has to do with how strong is your trance state, as the saying goes. How much are you experiencing the magic, as it were? L, on the other hand, is the... Actually, give me a moment. I thought I heard something in the outside world, which makes me wonder if something's going on. I will be right back. I'll just go ahead. I will leave this on the screen while I double check that nothing weird is going on outside. Be right back. All right, apparently it's nothing. Or at least nothing for now. But apparently there are reports that a groundhog may be attempting to dig under the house. Of all the ridiculous things to have happen. A flipping groundhog trying to dig under the house. Anyway. Let's see. So yes. So according to Peter Carroll, the conscious awareness and the subconscious resistance are negative factors. So all of these are going to be numbers between 0 and 1 by his standard. Now, let's see. Let's go ahead and stretch this a little bit more. Why not? Why not? So the idea here is that little guy, well, groundhogs can be pretty big. I suppose they're still, somewhere between the size of a cat and the size of a dog, so... Although I suppose it depends on what dog you're talking about. There are some pretty tiny dogs in the world. So, let's see. For what Peter Carroll calls gnosis, that's like your trance state, or how into the magic you are. The magic link pertains more to if there is anything in the ritual that directly relates to the intent. Like, I occasionally read about rituals for making money or being prosperous in general, where you're supposed to do strange things like retrieve earth from earth or dirt from like the property of a bank or something. So now you own some of the bank's land, so to speak. You may have heard that one from Frederick Xavier long ago. And that would be an example of a magic link. So then, conscious awareness, that has to do more with how much you are aware consciously of what you are trying to do, which sounds a little bit weird on the grounds that, I mean, you're doing a magic ritual. Of course you're aware of what you're trying to do the ritual for, aren't you? But Peter Carroll was writing at a time when I don't know if Peter Carroll's the guy that started this or if it was someone before him, but he's of the opinion that you need to not be thinking about what you're casting for. Just don't think about it. Don't think about it. I think that this is perhaps a slight I don't know if overreaction is the right term for it, but I think that this is a slight overreaction or overemphasis of something Crowley said pertaining to you need to lose the lust for results. So I am inclined to Peter Carroll calls this conscious awareness. I am inclined to change this to lust for results. So, you heard it here. We're going from conscious awareness to lust for results. So you want to reduce your lust for results to a minimum when you're doing this. So then subcon resistance. Subconscious resistance in this case relates to all of the oh, it'll never work kind of things that are in the back of your head. That and just the subconscious's tendency towards not letting you communicate with it. Exactly what level the subconscious resistance is at is a little bit difficult to evaluate. So, as Peter Carroll says in his in this section of Liber Chaos, these numbers are going to be between 0 impossible and 1 certain. Oh, let's see what we got here. So, let's see. What's a good idea to go for? Let's try something like, let's have Gnosis be something like 0.35, because you just barely got into any kind of trance or anything. And let's say the magic link is something let's call this one a 0.88, because you went and you did something like you got dirt from a bank or something, and it's like, you own the bank now, and then you're using it in the ritual or what have you. And now you have lust for results. Let's say your lust for results is at 50%. You're not quite disciplined enough for this yet. And now let's say that subconscious resistance. I'm not really sure how to evaluate that, but I got half a mind to evaluate it, same as the lust for results. So, by Peter Carroll's reckoning, I'm going to plug all this into a calculator. 0.35 times 0.88 times 0.5 times 0.5. According to Peter Carroll's reckoning, this means your magic factor, or this is 0.077, which, not very good. It means you're about a 7.7% chance of a successful manifestation. So, does anyone know what we'd need to do? Oh, hey, Dave is here. I didn't realize Dave had rejoined me. Hello, Dave. I am... What's wrong, Dave? Do you not appreciate the What's wrong? You didn't think I'd pull out the notepad, Dave? I mean, I could have made it an MS Paint stream. Would that have been better? 7 point. So yes, this is all according to Peter Carroll's idea of how magic works. This is the part of the stream where I talk about chaos magic a little bit. Although this is the part of chaos magic that people don't pay attention to, because they're having much more fun trying to invoke Scrooge McDuck in order to get him to lend them money or something. So this is more like this is Peter Carroll trying to be scientific about this. So he comes up with this whole equation on the probability of successfully getting your magic to manifest. And in this particular case, we have a person who can barely trance. They've got like a 35 out of 100 quality on their trance, though they did go out of their way to get a reasonably good link. Like a reasonably, I guess some traditions call them tag locks. I'm not quite sure what the deal with that term is, but you did go and get a fairly reasonable tag lock, a fairly reasonable link to the intent, so that gets a good 88 out of 100 quality. But then he's got too much lust for results, which Peter Carroll calls conscious awareness, because Peter Carroll's all about that fire and forget type magic. So then it's like 1 minus point. Well, in this case, it wouldn't matter if it was 0.5 or 1 minus 0.5, as it still evaluates to 0.5. So I'm not entirely sure how to evaluate lust for results. So we'll say that this guy is just every other thought he's thinking, oh, I can't wait to win the lottery, or something like that. And but he's in the middle of ritual, so he should really be focusing on the ritual, not focusing on, ooh, I can't wait to win the lottery and spend all that money. And then we have the subconscious resistance, which is the part of the subconscious which is saying, this is all fake. You're never gonna do it. It's BS. And so the subconscious resistance, R, is busy reducing the efficacy of the ritual. So in the end, this poor guy's prosperity spell is a great big 7.7% chance of successful manifestation. according to Peter Carroll's equations. You would hope so. So let's say that, now, the trouble is, this poor guy has a 7.7% success rate, so his resistance is still saying it. But maybe he finds something that works out a little bit easier for him. Maybe he finds something that's more conducive. Let's see. That's a... though I may be misinterpreting something, because there were other variables at work here, which I have lost somewhere, and I am perplexed about what is going on here. I am missing an equation. I am clearly missing an equation. Here we go. I am wrong. This is the 7.7% of affecting likelihood of manifestation. There we go. This is because there is a whole nother equation. Yes, so let's see, we have the probability of m equals the probability plus 1 minus the probability multiplied by the magic factor raised to the power of 1 divided by the probability. So the probability of bringing something about by magic is equal to the probability of it coming about naturally without doing anything, plus 1 minus that probability multiplied by the magic factor raised to the power of 1 divided by the probability. So let's see, if I plug all of this ridiculous math into the... Don't you just love Peter Carroll's mad magic math? Oh dear, I don't think this guy's winning the lottery. When do we start adding trigonometry? Skeptic says. Well, that's the cool part. You don't. Oh dear. At any rate, mathemagic. Oh Lord, the mathemagics. Indeed. This is definitely the mathemagics. How do you like the places where our interests intersect, Dave? Peter Carroll math, Agrippa math. So yes. So yes, we have the probability, like the magically altered probability is equal. But anyway, the only thing you can really affect here is the magic. Sounds like D&D speak to you. Now. Yes, Caleb. Yes, pain. But anyway, moving on from overly fixating on Peter Carroll's mathemagic, let us instead look at these variables and try to decide what would make the magic factor closer to something like 1. What would we need to do to get as close as we can possibly get to a 1? Well, first off, this poor guy needs to get better at the trance. He needs to get better at being one with the magic, as the case may be. Get this poor guy to the point where he is a master meditator, and let's get that gnosis level up to a 0.9 here. Now, I don't think that the link is likely to change value, so we're moving on. So he's got lust for results. Well, at this point, he still has a little bit of the lust for results, but now maybe he's doing it more for, like, he understands that there's not a very high likelihood of overly bananas results, but let's say that he has reached the point where he no longer has much lust for results. Let's say he is no longer constantly thinking and going, gee, I hope my ritual works. Now he has lost the lust for results. Now let's go back and say that perhaps he has gotten some really strange coincidences to happen. Perhaps he has moved on in his process and he's gotten some very real-seeming evocations to happen. Perhaps he has discussed the matter with the Archangel Michael, or has called up Paimon to discuss the finer details of magical theory. Now maybe he has finally overridden the subconscious blocks. Let's say he's gotten that down to a 0.1. What is his new magic factor? 0.9 times 0.88 times a 0.9 times a 0.9. Well, now we are up to a much better number. Now we're up to 0.64152, so it's 64% likely to improve the probability. Still not perfect, but we're getting better. We're getting better. Now let's say that he gets a little bit even better on all of these little areas. Let's say he gets it up to a 0.99 times the 0.88. So now we're getting somewhere that's a little bit better. But even with this, very, very good. He is getting to the point where he is better at his meditation and getting into the magic. He still has a decent link. Well, the example I gave was actually the grabbing some dirt from a bank's land kind of idea. You know, like that one Frederick Xavier. Perhaps. There we go. Are we having fun yet? I hope we're having fun. Indeed. Well, that is enough math magic for now. I think I'm going to go ahead and block that out for now. And perhaps return to the game. You know, I myself occasionally need to be reminded what the name of this game is. It is Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. Or Conrad Stevenson Paranormal PI. So, let's take another look at this. But yes, on the topic of D&D, I also enjoy me some of that Dungeons and Dragons sort of stuff, except I'm kind of a 3rd edition junkie. I hear that the tabletop RPG types have been calling the people that like the really old D&D grognards or something. That's become the slang term for it. But apparently, you're only a grognard if you're going back to, like, 1st edition. I think 2nd edition is the newest edition that you can get called a grognard for playing. I think most of the grognards are, like, playing BX or something. Or, like, some newfangled version of BX, which, let's be real, the most of the newfangled versions do is... You should... Uh-oh, that's strange. I thought that I fixed that. Where... That doesn't make sense. Give me a moment. No. I'm seeing Discord... Okay, so what this means is Dave was never audible in the first place. Now, I am weirded out. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a flipping idiot. I add Discord audio, but
there is only one spirit that can contain me, and it is the spirit of technical difficulties.
Oh, Lord of mercy.
Oh, boy.
I apologize, because, I added the Discord audio to OBS, but for some reason it defaulted to muted.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's what happened. I added Discord audio to OBS and it defaulted to being muted.
That's great. That's great. Wasn't even my stream, and it's technical difficulties. This is why I can't come onto a stream without technical difficulties. That's the one thing that can restrain me. I can only be contained by technical difficulties. Also, not AP, what is your favorite race and class to RP and D&D? You cannot say that it is human fighter two-handed sword.
Did someone say that besides you?
No.
Oh,
I'm just saying you can't say it's human fighter two-handed sword, because let's be honest, that is objectively the best race combo. Human fighter two-handed sword.
Well, the only thing I have seen Dave play in D&D is some form of reptilian humanoid.
This is true.
If Dragonborn is available, he plays Dragonborn. If Dragonborn is not available, he plays some other dang lizard. Although, then there is the, do you want to tell your dying fans about the waifu?
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. that goes in the box.
That goes in the box.
Also, I usually play humans in D&D, mostly for tiny munchkin reasons. The other thing is I do usually play, like, lizard characters if I can get a chance, and depending on if they are noble lizards, like Dragonborn, I will play a cleric. If they are not noble Dragonborns, I will usually play some form of, like, barbarian.
Nice.
But if I'm playing human, all bets are off as to what I'm playing. Sometimes I will play a conjuration wizard. Sometimes I'll play a divination wizard. It depends. Currently, I'm playing a human alchemist in a Pathfinder game. So, yeah.
And he has sworn me to secrecy on that character's backstory.
Yep. No, that backstory does not get revealed. That is the sacred texts, as it were.
The sacred text.
Yep, the sacred texts of the lore manual.
I don't know. I thought that the backstory was suitably. You know, Caleb, it's funny you said necromancer, because that's hovering around the type of alchemist.
Yes, kind of, actually. Dr. Herbert West would be proud.
All right.
Well, so how does this game work? I've noticed that you've been going to, like, a house multiple times. What's going on here?
Oh, yeah. The idea is, you are actually trying to lay the ghosts to rest.
Oh! Oh, that's actually interesting. I thought it was like, oh, you're going through and you're trying to, like, find out what kind of ghost it is and, like, why the ghost is attached, but you're actually getting rid of them?
You kind of do need to figure out what kind of ghost it is in order to know which version of smudging you need to do in order to get rid of them.
Ah, of course. You need to burn the get out of here ghost stick.
Yes, you need to burn the correct get out of here ghost stick. But and however, I am still new to this game, and I just realized what seems to be part of the problem is that... Let's go to... What seems to be part of the problem is that... Wiki tutorials... Releasing. Once the ghost has begun interacting with your smudge, place the relic of the ghost you wish to release on the ground immediately. I need to find the relics.
Oh, so you were smudging the wrong thing.
So apparently I need to find the relics in order to make this work.
Ah.
And I still don't know what the relics are. However, going through the archives for Evergreen Lane. What do we have here? Oh, dear. I believe the ghosts at this address are Elizabeth Carter, her father, and this completely unrelated suicide that happened decades later, named Robert Connor. So, the suicide is haunting the garage because that's where he hung himself. The father from the earlier family is in the basement, and the daughter is in the upstairs bedroom areas.
So there's just an entire family of dead ghosts.
No, there's like two people from the same family, as far as I can determine, and then there is this unrelated suicide from a later family, because we have the entire who owned the house from the day that it was built. Like, look at this, Dave. Look at this. Tell me it's not beautiful how much flipping information we have.
God, that is such a good, well thought out UI screen. Like, I love how much detail there is here. That's actually amazing.
The only way this could be better is if we could get a freaking conspiracy theory chart on the wall.
If we could, like, pin different sections to different lines, it's like, this happened here, this is related to this.
Oh, yes. Lore Max.
This is such good lore. This is how you present lore. This is it. Also, not AP, and just so it's on the VOD, for the people wondering how alchemy is related to necromancy in D&D, please go watch the movie Reanimator with Jeffrey Combs. You will find out. So,
I keep forgetting that we keep making Reanimator jokes.
It's so good. It's a very good movie. But yeah.
Yes, in our private conversations in the private Discord server, we keep making Reanimator jokes, and then I keep forgetting that we make Reanimator jokes until someone makes the next one. And then I remember all the previous Reanimator jokes for just a few minutes, and then I forget again.
I mean, Jeffrey Combs is just a great actor.
Alright, so I should probably... Do I want to go back to this house again, or is it not going to matter? I'm not really sure. Will it matter? Won't it matter? Am I just dumb?
I give it a strong maybe.
I appear to have found all of the articles for the second house as well, but, oh yeah. The second house, compared to the first house, is practically a friggin' shack. It's like one story. Oh my. Okie dokie. I'm assuming Azra is someone that we actually know, because they appear to be asking for it for next movie night. So
yeah, we know who Azra is.
Alright. Thank you for coming to the stream.
Thank you. The jokes keep getting reanimated.
Yes, Skeptic, the jokes
That's
keep
a good
getting
one.
reanimated.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness. So right now, the main thing which is messing with me with regard to this game is I am not sure if I should be going back to the old house over and over again until I finish it, or if I should be moving on to the new house, because I have found locked doors that I cannot get behind in this house. This Evergreen Lane house has locked doors that I cannot get behind.
Well, if that's the case, I would go to the new house, because it's possible that they, for some reason, left the key in the next house, and then you have to go back.
Yeah, there's a possibility that as I progress through this, events are going to happen which will cause me to just spontaneously get hold of the key.
Yes.
Now, something I find a little strange about this, though, is some of these areas are grayed out, and my thought process is, oh, they're grayed out. That must mean that if they're grayed out, maybe I'll get access to them later. But then I see things like the church on Spruce Street, Bar Harbor Lighthouse, Jefferson Street. But if I click those, you have not been invited to investigate this location.
Yeah, because you need to be
So it's
invited
like-
first by the homeowner.
Well, yes. But what I'm saying is there are these grayed out buildings, and you'd think that if I can't go there, are these grayed out buildings ever going to be available? Or is this one of those, what is this, an early access thing? Are the grayed out houses that haven't been added to the game yet? I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, is this game early access?
I need to double check that. I'm going to double check that.
What's the name of the
real
game?
quick.
I'll check right now.
Conrad Stevenson's Paranormal PI. All right. So I need...
It is not. It's the entire game. I assume that the buildings are just like places you will eventually unlock then, right?
I would think so. I'm just a little bit confused about that. Inbox, I've only been invited to 2 of the locations. Well, purportedly the game is finished, so we'll see, I suppose. Archives, we just have Evergreen and Polk Street. So maybe I should go back to Polk Street this time. We'll clear list here, and let's changes create gateway. David is where the card was found. David Allen, what is this poor guy? Oh, good grief. This bothers me for a really dumb reason. It bothers me because that fool was born in the same year I was. There I am, giving away the deep lore again. Okay.
The deepest of lores.
Let's see. David Allen. Good grief. Died Tuesday unexpectedly while spending time with friends. Alright. So he just had an unexpected death while he was chillaxing with his friends. Enjoyed sculpting and painting in his free time. But according to the report card, he hated trying to play the piano.
I mean, I think that's valid, right? That one's valid? Yeah.
Oh, you're going to love this house in a moment. You're going to love this house. New Eidolon Mental Health Center. Who is the patient here? Dangerousness? What? To self and others. When did I get this item? Chief complaint. Individual's words regarding why he or she is being seen. Feelings of severe depression. Oh no. Oh no. On April 23rd, 1995, dispatch received a call from a resident on Polk Street stating that they heard loud, angry screaming from the house next door and loud bangs shortly thereafter. The callers stated they wanted to remain anonymous. I arrived at the residence at around 6:02 p.m. and a woman answered the door. She identified herself as Deborah Allen and remained calm and respectful while we discussed. I asked if anyone else was home, and she replied that her stepson was in his room. I asked if I could talk with him, and she answered yes. The boy identified himself as David Allen and said he was 10 years old. He appeared to have been crying and had fresh scratches on both sides of his neck. When I inquired about my observation, he said his allergies were bothering him and he had no idea how he got the scratches. I did not press him further. She denied having anything to do with his tears or scratches. Oh dear, oh dear. Who is this? A client named Deborah Allen. So the mother is the one who has the feelings of severe depression and dangerousness to self and others. Oh no. Okay, so what we probably have here is a ghost of a mother, her son, boop, boop. Strong emotions create gateways. And, what was the kid's name? This is a different kid, I think. No, it's the same kid. Never mind. It's David Allen. Okay, well, so we probably have the mother. We have the son. Okay. Helen Wagner. Oh my. So, judging from this, we probably have Helen Wagner from the earlier family, and then one of the Allens later down the line. So we've got
apparently they are related.
Guess, so we have what do you mean by related?
I mean, is this all the same house, or is that the previous house too?
Well, this is the second house.
Okay.
But this time it is the Wagners and Allen. Wait a second, you're suggesting something interesting. What am I going to see here? No, I see no sign of Allens or Wagners on the previous house, so not related.
Okay, well.
So it would be interesting if we move on, we will eventually find, it would be interesting if we moved on and eventually find a property that was owned by previous people, and maybe we find, I don't know, keys to the doors or something, I don't know. Maybe they took the keys to their other house or something, which is a little strange, since you'd think that the current owners would, get a locksmith or a keysmith to figure out the lock for them. But who knows? Maybe we'll figure that out later. I've taken my notes. I'm going to take another quick glance at the email. Crying in the living room, someone talking to themselves in the laundry area. Footsteps throughout the house, seen a person's shadow, a boy in his room and in the kitchen. Something falls off the shelf in the garage. Okay. So we probably have the ghost of the mother, and we probably have the ghost of her son, and then we probably have the ghost of the wife from the earlier owners. That is my guess here. Because so far, every house has had multiple ghosts. So I'm going to go ahead and log off. Let's head to the Polk Street residence and see what we got.
Indeed.
Okay. Polk Street. So far, we have identified only 2 of the spookies. I'm assuming this one is the mother and this one is the son. I have adequate... Now, here is my current guess, judging from the UI. I need to get photo evidence of the son, and I need to get more audio evidence of the mother.
Possible.
Unless I'm confused and I have who's who messed up. So
I mean, this looks like you need camera footage of the son and audio footage of the mother.
Have a bit of contrast within their family about their home being haunted.
Right?
It's interesting that Max is not convinced.
Yeah, because it says you need audio
is concerned.
And then pics.
He also didn't provide any information stating he debunked their concerns. Sometimes skeptics just want to dispute everything. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support their claims and put their minds at ease.
Ah, yes, I shall put your mind at ease by telling you that the ghost you think is there really is there.
Great. Cool.
So yes, just look at this flipping house. Look at this flipping house compared to the other one.
That is...
Look at this freaking shanty shack.
This is such a terrible house. I mean, they paid you to get rid of the ghosts, not to critique their design.
You know what this house needs, though, Dave? This house needs the power wash gun.
Oh, yeah, this would be like a great house to power wash, right?
Alright, this is the garage.
How does it even get this dirty?
I don't even know. Does this open up? No, it doesn't. Anything going on here? What's going on in the garage? Is there anything at all going on in the garage? Maybe there's a ghost in the car. Hello? Is there anyone in the car? Maybe I should turn that off and start screwing around with the camera instead. Hello, ghost? Are you inside the car? Hello? Oh, is this where the tools are? The tools just going to randomly fly off the So the fun thing about this is, due to the fact that you don't need to get everything figured out in one go, you can keep on... Azra, if this were a power wash simulator game, we would find a random gnome statue lying on the ground somewhere.
If this was a power washing game, you would just see the ghost show up and then you would just power wash through him, like trying to get him off the stain. That's what I would do.
I love that stupid game. I should resume playing it sometime, even though I've mainly been playing that off stream. Okay. Oh my, where was I? Hey, what's this? Oh, is that a light switch? I like how all the garages in this game so far have the same lights in the garage area. And they're just flickering. Like, they just don't really want to stay turned on. Let's see. Azra wants to see me stream Power Wash Simulator. Maybe. I will consider it.
Yes, I was just
I
was just posting the shortcuts that Windows doesn't want you to see. Windows P for an emoji shortcut.
Oh my.
This is like a marginally better kitchen from like Resident Evil 7.
Ha.
It's pretty
this
bad.
Isn't even the kitchen. This is the flipping living room.
Well, I was in the... mentioned that.
Are you ready? Kitchen. Are you ready?
Oh boy, am I ready?
Oh, has Streamlag brought you to the piano yet?
No, not yet.
And I do wish the Streamlag would be a little bit more up to date for me.
Yeah, it's really bad. Oh man.
I had to wake up the ghosts with the piano, Dave.
Why do you have to wake up the ghosts with the piano?
I don't know, I just assumed that's what I did. Well, bear in mind, some simulator games are only called simulator as part of a gag. I think Power Wash Simulator is one of those, not AP. Like, Power Wash Simulator is just kind of a... If Power Wash Simulator were an actual straight simulator, there would be a risk of damaging the client's property by power washing too hard and getting the paint off.
Yep.
But there is no risk of that. It's just a fairly chill game. And then if you really want to talk about simulators that are definitely not simulators, how about Goat Simulator?
That's a very accurate simulator, though.
Ha 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 ha! Right.
It's very accurate. When's the last time you saw a goat?
Maybe I should... Ooh. Have we found the lowered temperatures? Is this lowered temperatures? Is this a lowered temperature? Or is he just going to tell me, nah, this is normal?
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
Well, harumph. I hate when it does that. I wish it would only do that for an actual legitimate temperature. Oh, wait. Maybe I gotta, like, screw around with the closet a bit more.
Didn't it say it hated changes or something?
Maybe. Maybe I should turn all of the, Maybe I should go around turning the lights on.
Oh, boy.
Actually, where was the... No, I should go to the room that I found the report card in. This is the room that I found the report card in. When you get there, eventually. It's the room with the yellow, It's got, like, yellow bed sheets. I'm sorry, Dave. Discord we're talking in real time, but the stream's got to catch up.
All good.
So let's see.
Skeptic, you do whatever you want. If you want to stream VTMV in the server, go for it. I'm not going to stop you. That being said, I will pop out of the this stream, mostly because I need to make food. And I was
Go forth and conquer.
I will be back on the stream before midnight, I promise you. That is not that's not a threat, that's a guarantee. Take it easy.
Have a good one. Alright, I'm not getting anything from this. Maybe I should turn off the flashlight. Maybe that'll help. Did I get three bars there, or just... Oh, now we got 3 bars, but I'm afraid that that's probably just the... It might just be the outlet. Yeah, I think this is probably just the outlet, because... It's a little strange to me how the... Yeah, there's got... Do all the electrical outlets do that, though? Apparently that other electric outlet does it more. What is the deal here? Maybe I should just go open all of the doors, see what happens. Let's not be tripping down over ourselves to get down here. Let's see. Ah, yes. Now this is when the AC unit turns itself on, I think. I have not gotten EMF reading in this house yet. I think this zone is just the place where the he says it's perfectly mundane EMF.
These EMF readings appear to be normal.
Yeah, normal EMF because it's just this darn device going off and setting off the machine. Interesting, we have little bookshelves down here with little books. Yes, it's just that device again. I have yet to get a significant EMF from any ghosts down here. And now it seems to be going off with the, switch back to, what about temperature readings? Ooh, it's very chill, but it is the basement, so... Ambient temperature does appear to just be, cold. It's cold. Oh my. Oh my. Other things that I said I'd talk about during this stream that I haven't really talked about yet. The 40 servants. I have not talked much about the 40 servants, except to say that, Oh, I heard someone. Heard someone here. Nothing? Come on. Thought I caught one.
Ooh, that is eerie audio evidence.
Nice. I think something other than myself turned the light on up here. Oh yeah, that's the outside light. What if we try...
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing, as usual.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Alright then.
Is this your home? Is this your home?
Yeah, I kind of wish it wouldn't do that little repeat back if there's no response. In my experience, basements tend to be colder rather than warmer. You see, the problem is heat rises, so all the heat is going up in the house.
Why are you here? Why are you here? How many people are here other than me?
Nothing.
How many people are here other than me?
Well, well, well. How long before I will have adequately annoyed the ghosts? Let's see what we got here. Nah, we're not gonna find anything that way. So purportedly David is where, like the ghost David is where we found the report card. Oh yeah, part of the reason for that is also the animals have insulating fur. So we gotta keep it dark. I'm still not detecting squat. Got anything on the IR? Nothing. This is just a little bit disappointing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
As usual, nothing going on.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing. I think the reason it does the playback is there's a possibility you get a response, but it doesn't record the response. Maybe I haven't screwed around with the piano enough. Maybe I should mess with the piano a little bit more. Messing with the piano seemed to get a reaction. Oh, I should have turned on the thing. So someone said leave. I'm assuming that's the ghost of the mother, who might be coming from this room. Alright, I'm getting the mother's response.
What was that? I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Alright. So presumably I need to get more responses from the mother.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing. Alright, nothing.
Is there anyone
as
here
usual.
who would like to speak with me?
Alright, still nothing. Maybe if I turn off the light. Let's give it some time. Hello?
Is this your home?
Nothing.
Is this your home? Can you tell me your name?
We've got nothing.
Can you tell me your name?
Now, I thought that the ghost was saying leave, like she's telling you to get out. Alright, we got nothing. Got anything on IR? Nothing that I can see. Anything? Come on.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
I didn't even hear what he heard. Maybe it was just a grunt. There we go.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Alright, I seem to have found adequate evidence for a quote-unquote grieving shadow, it said. Okay then, we have a grieving shadow. I have used it a bit. Most of what I used it for was as an oracle deck. Though I did go through the initiation that it suggests you go through.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
So, according to my understanding of how this game is supposed to work... Now that I have adequate audio and visual evidence for this ghost, I should be able to find its relic the next time I'm back. So now it's time to focus on the other ghosts. My experience with it is truth be told, my experience with it was somewhat comparable to tarot. I have used it a decent amount, but I don't think I've used it enough to get a full feel for it. Yeah, now the mother is just constantly saying leave, or the ghost of... Not entirely sure what the deal with that is. Let's see what we have going. However, it does work perfectly effectively as a oracle deck. I have started using it intermittently on occasions where I would have otherwise used tarot. In fact, if you like, I can draw a card now. I have the deck. The main downside to the deck is... Whoa, that happened.
This photo with the recorder evidence supports a poltergeist being present.
So we have a poltergeist. Great. Wait, when we walked away, it disappeared. So it throws stuff around and then it cleans up after itself. How nice. Interesting. Now we already
That's a very
have,
unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence.
I tend to favor ebooks for one silly reason. Curious family rummaging through your stuff does not find the ebooks. Though I have had occasions where some of my family were a little bit concerned
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
With some of the in-print books that I had lying around. I had one that was pertaining to a polytheistic Canaanite Reconstructionist type thing, and they took one look at it and were very concerned. Which, it's like, I am reading it for information. I don't have any intention to do anything practice-wise with it. And that was reassuring. The reason I'm not inclined to do anything practice-wise with it is because it has, I disagree with their planetary days. Oh, dear. But yes, deep disagreement with the planetary days in that particular practice. For some reason, they have Wednesday as not being the day of Mercury, and it's very confusing. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm like fairly certain that the way the planetary days and hours have promulgated themselves is practically immutable at this point. They've even promulgated themselves to China. Alright, so I think I need to find at least one, maybe two photos of the guy down here who's hanging out by the laundry. Where is the laundry machine? Is this it? Okay. Maybe I should start messing around with the temperature.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Where is that guy? If I can just get him, we in business. Where you at, Gramps? I know you're here somewheres. It gets significantly warmer when we go up. When we go down here, it's significantly cooler. What do I mean by in China now? I mean the planetary days and hours are in China. It happened around the somewhere between the 1st and 6th centuries. The Chinese adopted the planetary days. So you know how we say Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, correlating to Sunday, day of the sun, Monday, day of the moon, Tuesday, Tuesday, Interpretatio Romanum, day of Mars. Nothing paranormal about the EMF, said. So, like, Wednesday, day of Odin's day, Interpretatio Romanum, day of Mercury. Thursday is a weird one because the Interpretatio Romanum of Thor is Heracles, or Hercules, rather than Jupiter, but whatever. What do I gotta do to get this dang ghost to manifest? Yeah, it's the breaker box. I get it. So yes, essentially when I was studying Japanese, I noticed that the kanji in the days of the week looked, for the day of the week correlating to Sunday, so Nichiyobi looked like had kanji for the day, for the word for sun, and then I noticed that the Gatsuyobi had kanji for the moon in it, you know, Sunday and Monday respectively. So then I looked up the kanji in the remaining days of the week in Japanese and noticed that they correlated to the other planets. And then I looked into the etymology and concluded that they got it from China. So then I looked up where China got it from, and apparently traders from across the continent, and also the Manichees, if I remember correctly, transmitted the planetary days to China. So China started using them somewhere between the 1st and 6th centuries AD, which is very interesting. Oh wait, I've already gotten her evidence, I think. I already have her evidence. What else do I got going on here? Yeah, I think I'm already done with the garage. How do spirits take to negative stimulation? They don't like it. So it depends on your definition of negative stimulation. Sometimes negative stimulation means the absence of stimulation. And sometimes it means stimulation that you don't like. Nothing? Really? Nothing. Yeah, the one kid ghost in this house has been very quiet this time around. You ever gonna come out? Yeah, I should close this door. Will you come out if I close the door?
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing, as usual.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
We got nothing. Alright, how are we? What about this room? Is there anything relevant in here? No. Why would anything relevant be in here? We got nothing. Absolutely nothing. I'm dying. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, it's just the, fuck. I don't remember turning the light on in here.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Ah, so, okay, they're starting to act up. Okay, I like it. I like it. You should act up more. Alright, I think I'm starting to hear the, one in the basement acting up. Groaning. What do we got? About EMF. I need photograph for the one in the basement. Where's the one in the basement? You gonna come out sometime? What is this? Yeah, that was here before.
Ooh,
Yeah.
That is eerie audio evidence.
I think I'm already at my limit for audio evidence. Where is... Well, that was sudden. That was pretty good. I like it. Alright, I'll get out. I'll close the door behind me on the way out. What am I going to find here? Who's the other guy? I don't know people by their voices. Ah, hello, Cap's Ninth Life. I am Chris, the space-time sorcerer. Someone else was in the call with me earlier. He was Dave, the amateur magus. Oh, wait. Ooh, hello.
Wow, I took a photo of a ghost.
Nice. But I don't need that ghost's photo right now. I need... Uh-oh. What else do we got? Anybody there? That room should stay shut. Don't need that room open right now. Alright. So yes, I have been discussing occultic shenanigans in between playing game about ghosts, because it seems appropriate for Halloween. Now, where is that? Oh yes, going back downstairs. I just need photographic evidence of the dude. Where is photo evidence of the dude? So this time around, I've only gotten the mother and the gentleman from the earlier family to show up. I have not gotten the kid to show up at all this time around. Nothing. Where even is the older gentleman? Well, I probably have the means of finding one of the relics at least. However, I do not have the means of... For half a second, I thought that tire was busted, but apparently it's alright. Nothing happening. This time around the kid has not shown up at all. I have finished the evidence for the mother ghost, the elderly gentleman I cannot find. I've gotten all the audio I need for the elderly gentleman, but I need more video. Okay, what was that? Someone's getting into the closet now.
Extraordinary audio evidence.
Ah, was that the kid or was that the elderly gentleman? I'm not actually sure. Yeah, they're opening the closet again. No, new station. No, station. Oh my. And the air thing turned on again. I still haven't gotten any kind of data on the elderly gentleman, and I'm about ready to call it quits for the time being and head back. Alright, if I'm gonna head back, I may as well just go ahead and put this away and not worry. Yeah, I'm leaving. Time to go. Well. Alright, so how much evidence did I get? I was not able to get any EMFs. Probably should have done an EMF on the one ghost. Got a ton of audio recordings, got a ton of pictures taken, so that's alright. Probably could have done more, but oh well. Heading back. There a lore reason why these ghosts won't shut up? Ah. Oh my. Well, some of them seem to have the, be under the impression that they still own the house and are saying, get out, get out. Hat, pillow, mug. Yeah, funny. Oh, is it just night outside? Is that how this works? Oh, that just causes me to go to the, menu screen. Funny. Ah. Apparently I'm getting more, material. So in addition to doing a kind of ghost-busting business, he has a paranormal museum and a gift shop. Because of course he does. Though you know in the real world there would be no gift shop, there would just be an online store. Then again, I guess his business is kind of localized to Eidolon, like New Eidolon City or whatever the place is called. So, let's see, do I have any new emails inviting me to other places? Ooh, I do. Church on Spruce Street, here we go. Mr. Conrad Stevenson, I'm writing to you from the Congregational Church on Spruce Street. As you may already know, our church has developed quite a reputation for paranormal activity. Parish members have long recounted stories of spirits haunting the church and the surrounding grounds. I myself have heard countless rumors of shadows and apparitions sightings throughout the grounds, and I've even seen candles and lights flicker on and off without manipulation. From what I have gathered, all accounts point to a sinister cast of spirits haunting our property. There have been rumors of a lost reverend, a pair of red eyes glaring from the shadows, an elusive woman in white who resides in the crypts, an apparition only known as Mr. Sagerstein, an unholy cult in the woods, and a resentful angel of the mausoleum. Oh no. Word of these hauntings has long tarnished our church's reputation, but I've decided to take it upon myself to rebuild our humble, holy image. I would like to welcome you to investigate our church and the associated grounds to determine if these stories have any merit to them. Normally, I would never turn to its source outside of the church, but I've heard much about your work and think you may be our best choice, our best hope. We can accommodate an investigation almost any day of the week, but please come in secret after nightfall. I can't have the parishioners knowing that the rumors may be true, even if they really are. For obvious reasons, I would like to refrain from facilitating an investigation on Saturday night. Let us know your availability, and we will gladly facilitate any needed setup. I look forward to your response. With warm regards, Pastor Harold Rogers, revered minister of the Fellowship of the Congregational Church. That has got to be the most generic, non-existent religion name I have ever heard. The Fellowship of the Congregational Church. Oh my. Proposed rebuild for Spruce Street Church. church was dilapidated, evicted, then sold towards. Okay, well, that is interesting. So what notes should I take? Rumors of a lost reverend, a pair of red eyes glaring from the shadows. An elusive woman in white. A cult in the woods. Oh my. Okie dokie. I guess it's high time. Oh wait, I'd better grab my material first. Actually, better yet, I should go see if I can acquire some new stuff. I have 132 credits, and not very much to, let's see, incandescent flashlight, I already have one of those. Laser pen. I suppose I could get one of those. The milligauss meter on the EMF pod. Don't have enough money for the EMF pod. Digital audio recorder, parabolic light, Paravox. I am noticing that new items are getting added to the catalog. One of the less complex custom-made devices is handheld devices quite simply put Ghost Dictionary. By harnessing the energy produced from the surrounding environment, the Paravox allows entities access to its database of words. The device can produce a word chosen by the entity in response to the investigator's question. Depending on the circumstances and strength of the ghost, they could try communicating even without investigator inquiries. Interesting. That I'm tempted to grab. Salt. Well, it's, I only have 132 credits, so I need to make up my mind on what I'm going to buy. Probably something that's worth 100. I could grab the laser pen. I don't have money for the EMF pod. Already bought out. I don't have money for the Paravox, so that would be an amusing one. So it's like all I have money for is the varieties of smudge sticks, which might be necessary to acquire. Maybe I should just go ahead and buy up all the smudge sticks first. Oh my. I have a feeling we're going to need to exorcise a demon soon. Oh dear. Residuals, shadows, intelligence, poltergeists, demons. Okie dokie, you know what? For now, I'm going to buy the stupid laser. Let's fool around with the dang laser. Let's see what happens. Alright, alright. Now that I have the laser, it has probably mysteriously appeared in here. Maybe. Where's my laser? It's not going to arrive yet. There's my smudge sticks, but I don't have... Well, I will not have the necessary material for them yet. Where's me laser? Do I not get the laser yet? Maybe I get the laser later.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Yes, you can just straight up use the devices in the,
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Oh my. Alright, what do we got going on? Is that... I'm trying to decide if this over here is the pen laser, but it apparently is not. So if that is not the pen laser, where the heck is the pen laser? Or has the... am I to expect that the pen laser is not going to arrive for them? Well... Okie dokie, okie dokie. It would be funny if any of our museum artifacts actually gave a, Oh, that's interesting. Half-bodied apparition. Infinited. Well then. A photo of the alleged grieving shadow skeptics will always doubt. Alright, well then.
Spirit, turn off the music.
Alrighty.
Oh boy. Alright, it's time to move on. We going to church. Yeah, we going to the church on Spruce Street. Take me to church.
What an incredible opportunity to investigate this location at night. There's quite a history here pertaining to the paranormal. I'm very grateful Pastor Rogers reached out, although I'm not sure what he'll think if I find some evidence. Regardless, Pastor Rogers was concerned enough about what he and his parish members have seen to reach out. I'm sure I'll be able to find enough evidence to support their claims and put their minds at ease.
I don't know if finding evidence that there's literally a demon on his property is going to put his mind at ease. The way this guy talks is always hilarious to me. Also, this might be a huge map. I'm not sure. Hymns for church. Yeah. Interesting. Let's start with the EMF. Why not? EMF at the altar? Maybe it's the dead reverend. Aw, turned off. Where you at, reverend? Whoa there. Oh, do we have EMF or no?
These EMF readings appear to be normal.
Normal? You call that normal? Where is it coming from? Like, seriously, if these are normal EMF readings, then there should be an electrical device that is emitting the EMF. Where is the electrical device? I don't see the electrical device. Alright, I'm gonna be annoyed by this.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Oh, no.
Why are you here? Why are you here? Can you tell me your name?
We got nothing.
Can you tell me your name?
Oh boy, oh boy. Unfortunately, this one is shut, or we would have as much fun with it as we had with the last house. You can tell they're Protestants, because absolutely no stained glass whatsoever. What is this? Robbing the church and the dead. Oh no. Oh no! Grave robbers. Ah, dang. I am not fast enough. Sermon on the death of that virtuous gentleman, Pastor Jacob Johnston, who died in the 87th year of his age. Hate how boring this way. I used to go to this church, but like IRL. Ah, fun times. Fun times. Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men. By the way, now that Halloween's almost over, we're getting into that era. You know the horror that happens very soon in November. There is not enough sage in the world to exorcise the demon of Mariah Carey singing that song once again. Nope, doesn't seem to be anything up here. Maybe I should go back to checking the EMF. Hello? Maybe what I should do, I should open up, go outside. Ah, mailbox. Nice. Let's go outside. Let's see what we got. got anything on the IR? There a cult in the woods? There a cult in the woods? Anybody? Cult in the woods? For a second, I thought I saw something moving, but there's nothing. Alright, it's the invisible hand of the free market will not let me, pass the, into the woods. What about the red eyes thing? Is there a red eyes thing anywhere around here? Alright, I have been unable to locate a cult in the woods so far. Let's see what's in this, Oh, that is apparently locked. Knowing my luck, this is going to turn out to be where the, relic is. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. An angel was haunting the church. It could happen. So apparently I can't get inside this secondary building. Am I not allowed in? Apparently, am I not allowed in the secondary building? I thought that I was, checking for stuff throughout the church grounds. Alright, maybe I'm not allowed inside the secondary building. Well, where's the graveyard section of the church? It's this way. Okay, I can get inside here. This is a side door. Okay. What is over here? Like, the last time I stood over here, he acted like this is a perfectly normal EMF, but it's
Looks like this is a normal EMF reading.
Oh, give me a break. You can't tell me that that 5 light is a normal EMF reading without locating a electrical device it could go to. Come on. Let's switch to the. What do we got? Dang it! I wasn't fast enough.
Wow, that's great audio evidence.
Okay then. What do we got? Is this hot or cold?
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
Alright then. Well, the 80-something-year-old pastor's ghost seems to be floating around. Why aren't you in heaven, Pastor? You should be in heaven right now. What are you doing back here? This is reminding me of one of those, don't know if God is real. Devil is real. Kind of horror films, which are always kind of ridiculous. Where it's like, really? Really? Oh my. So yeah. Well, yes, I do find it a little funny that my original plan for this stream was to be going on about chaos magic-y sorts of things at length. Maybe cracking open the Simon Necronomicon for a page or two. Instead, I'm playing a ghost hunting game. But I guess we did get to talk about Peter Carroll's chaos equations for a short while. Oh, what is this? Hello, door. What kind? That was a noise. That was definitely a noise. It appears I do not have access to quite a lot. I am becoming increasingly, Oh, I'm right back here, of course I am. Why would I be anywhere else? Why would I be literally anywhere else? How about now, bro? Do you still think it's a perfectly normal EMF reading?
Nothing paranormal about these EMF readings.
What do you mean, nothing paranormal? Ah. Spirits of the long-dead pastor, what is your wisdom? I got nothing. Isn't there supposed to be a graveyard? Wait, did we detect reduced temperature somewhere?
Nothing paranormal about these temperature readings.
How can you say that? I wish I understood the main character's logic a bit better. What do we got? What do we got? We got anything? We got anything at all? Sounds like I ran into the door. Oh, you're talking about that sound effect for this door right here, aren't you? I thought there was supposed to be a crypt somewhere. Ah yes, I have been informed that Lunacid 1.0 just dropped. Does that mean all our saves are kaput in favor of the new 1.0 Lunacid? He thinks he's done making it, does he? What's the final battle of Lunacid gonna look like? And how come this perfectly good house is right here? This is probably like the, oh my. It is nothing but boxes inside. Did the pastor not move into this house? What's up with that? Holy cow, it really is nothing but boxes inside. What does it mean? What does it mean? I should figure out exactly what the limits of this map are. Area closed from sunset to sunrise. Oh, I found the graveyard, finally. I found the graveyard. Be looking for ghosts in the graveyard, guys. Good luck with that. Yeah, I don't think we can use the cold spot method for the external areas. Hey, look, it's a full moon. Wouldn't it be funny if it's just always a full moon when we go check out the church? Ooh, we can actually open this one. All right. Dave, I am now convinced that this this church is like how would I even make a portmanteau of Protestant and Catholic? Protolathic? Protolathic? There we go, Protolathic. This church is Protolathic. Perfectly bland church, but then it has a flippin' mausoleum with statues in it. It is a Protolathic church. Got anything for me, statue? You gonna bleed? You gonna do anything interesting? What's on the book? I can't read the book. What's the book say? I still can't read the book. The book is wrecked. Okay. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It's just the light switch. Light switch is emitting it. What do we got? What is this? What is that and why is it there? What is this? Interesting. Most intriguing. I got any EMFs? Hey, teddy bear, give me an EMF. What are you? A rosary. Very, very protolathic. Did someone just go and bury their dog in a mausoleum for people? Is that what this is? Someone went and buried their dog in the church mausoleum. Hello. Look, it's incense sticks. He paid his respects, all right. He paid his respects in poker chips. But at least he also gave him a bottle of wine. Unless that's liquor. What is that? Can't read the label. Okay. Faith, hope, and love. Alright, no EMFs whatsoever in the mausoleum. So far as I can determine... Wait, what? Oh, that's a sudden drop in temperature right there. Or it was for a while.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Well, raps.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Dang, people shaming me for the dog. I gotta figure out how to get the stream to be a bit less delayed. Because I feel like it's been forever since since the dog thing. And only just now do I see people posting comments about the dog. Alright, what about EMF? Do we got EMF anywhere? There seems to be a ghost that's kind of just wandering around the, What do we got here? Is there a ghost? Will I pick it? Will I pick up the... Oh, here we go. So what do we got? What do we got? Is it real?
Nothing paranormal about these EMF readings.
There's nothing paranormal about it. What is causing them? Is it the light? If it were the light, how come the other lights aren't causing it? What is there that is causing these readings? Can you riddle me that, Riddler? Alright, I found it. That's why nothing's paranormal about it. Here it is. This is why nothing's paranormal about the EMF readings. Okay, okay. It all makes sense to me now. Okay, okay. Main character is slightly more attentive than I am when it comes to these sorts of things. Okay, now let's go back to scanning for temperature. We'll scan the wall temperatures until we find something that's causing things to be chill again. What do we got? Oop, oop, here we are. I think we may have found a wanderer. Do it? No.
These temperature fluctuations appear to be normal.
Nope, not the one. Not the one. Definitely not the one. Wait, what? You got another one? Ooh, now that's the chill. Moved on. Where'd it go? Where'd you go, chill factor? You go, where are you wandering off to, chill factor? I know you here somewhere, chill factor. I'm gonna find you. Publish chill factor. Where'd you go? That's just the normal cold. Almost been long enough for him to register that it was there. Where'd he go? Where you at, chill factor? That is a terrible joke, Skeptic. Absolutely terrible. That joke is so terrible, I think I lost brain cells hearing it. Oop. Maybe I should turn off the light. Maybe that'll encourage him to come out. I'm a little suspicious that there might be an actual demon at the church, though. I don't know if there's a demon at the other locations, but I'm suspicious there might be a demon at the church. Just because, you know, where else would they put a flippin' demon? This is in like a paranormal, supernatural type. Where else would there be a demon? Hello? Dinosaur. I am a guest. Not literally. Did that statue move?
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal.
I thought the statue had moved its arms out, but maybe I'm just crazy. Am I just crazy? Or did the statue move? It'd be funny if it were Weeping Angel time. How you doing? If it's Weeping Angel time, I'm dead. Not quite.
Can you tell me your name?
I'm here for an interview. What's your name?
Can you tell me your name? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Well, got anything?
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Indecipherable.
Wow, that sounded like a response. That is very interesting.
Oh, I'm actually getting somewhere in this interview.
Do you like the current family living here?
I mean, I guess it's parish family.
Do you like the current family living here? Why are you here? Why are you here? How many people are here other than me?
Nothing.
How many people are here other than me?
I feel so... We walking around the block. We walking around the block. We taking pictures. We taking pictures. We taking names. Taking pictures. Got anything at all? Typical. I missed a perfectly good chance to get another audio.
Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I'm here? Do you know why I'm here?
Where is he at? Man, this spook could be literally any of the people in the mausoleum. This isn't cold enough for it to count.
Looks like just a cold spot. Nothing paranormal. These temp readings are unusual.
Finally found an unusual. I think this doesn't count because I'm back at the flipping, what do you call it, place again? Where that power transformer was.
While this is a high EMF level, it seems to be normal, although they may want to call an electrician to ensure everything is wired correctly.
Yeah. We got nothing still. Should there be... There should be more items. You know what? I am going to turn on... Let's turn on the lights. This guy looks a little on the angry side. I put the camera. Have it. Rosary left here. Not very much evidence. A candle. Still. Well, that resulted in a, that had a response. What if I just blow out all the candles? Nothing? Nothing? Nothing from me blowing candles out? Rosary, doggo, poker chips, and wine. We got anything? Alright, I'm gonna turn the lights back on and see if that changes it. I don't know, I'm starting to think I should leave, head back to the church proper.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Well, I think one of the rules, it can't be a residual because residuals don't reply to the conversation.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Well, I'm about to leave. Maybe I should go try to interview the pastor. This is a different style of game from me. This is a different style of game from Phasmo. The statues are not going to block my way. The ghosts, while creepy, are not hostile. Maybe I should have the camera ready outside just in case I see the red eyes or something. What's in this direction? This is a different place. Oh my, this is a big map. Definitely a big map. I could get lost in a maze of mausoleums. So what about the cult in the woods? There's an... okay, I think I've encountered the invisible wall. The invisible hand of the free market, as I would joke to Dave. Alright, so what do we got here? Speed limit, 25. Oh. Yeah, this does not appear to operate according to the film rule. This appears to operate according to the, sometimes apparitions are just straight up physically visible. Hello, you're a big angel.
Can you tell me your name?
Just interviewing statues again.
Can you tell me your name? Why are you here?
Yeah, we got nothing.
Why are you here?
What do we got going on? Yeah, I got nothing. Ah, an outhouse. That would be an absolutely hilarious place to find a freaking ghost. Got anything? freezer. Oh, someone slept here once upon a time. Sheesh, this map is huge. Okay, what have we found? Is there something here or no? Well, we do have unusual behavior coming from the EMF. At least by my standards, it's unusual behavior.
Looks like this is a normal EMF reading.
You think that's normal, do you? Well, what's causing it? And immediately afterwards, we hear creaking. Probably from the rocking chair, which I suppose could have just been pushed by the wind. A little strange. Very strange. Very strange. I am starting to get weary of this huge map, though. So we found some evidence of the, yeah, this appears to be the way back toward the church building. So we found some audio evidence for the pastor's ghost and some audio evidence for the something in the larger mausoleum. Didn't find much of anything at the caretaker. Whoa, that turned on. Let's blow these out.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me?
Nothing.
Is there anyone here who would like to speak with me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Why are you here?
Nothing.
Why are you here?
We got nothing. I'm getting weary of this. As the good book says.
The Lord can expedite all restoration.
I get anything?
That was a very unusual noise. I'll keep that as evidence. I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Something else is going on. There's two people here. Uh-huh. That's strange. I thought I heard a very interesting noise just now. I thought I heard someone banging on this door down here. Not sure what to make of it. Alright, I better go and take another look out here. Alright, so that, yep, there it is. And that's why he didn't think there was anything weird about readings over there.
These EMF readings appear to be normal.
Thought I heard the pastor again. Well, I admit I am beginning to get a little bit, annoyed. I was hoping I'd see the red eyes out there, but I've seen nothing. Nothing of any concern. Anything? Anything, Padre? Nothing? Nothing? Alright, I think I'm done. We got mostly audio evidence. Let's just go ahead and see what we got. Or actually, before I go, I want to see if the other item... there it is. The EMF has not been very useful this time, so let's swap it out for this puppy, see how that goes. Toggle the laser pen on or off. When the laser pen is turned on, the tripod will be automatically assembled to the laser pen. Mounted on a miniature tripod, which enables steady placement on many surfaces. The laser grid displays an array of green dots over a limited coverage distance. Okay. Let's see what this will do. So it's a green laser. Oh.
That's extraordinary audio evidence.
Where you at, Reverend? You there? Or no? Them will-o'-the-wisps.
Is this your home?
I do find the dot matrix that the
Is this your
lasers
home?
create interesting.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Alright, I think I'm done here. Now I know what the laser matrix does, but I'm not seeing any change in the laser matrix that has been formed. I'm not seeing it. What is that device? Oh, that's the... Yeah, I see what that is. Nothing? Rats. Maybe I should check all the pews to see if there's any more literature about what may have happened at this place.
I'll keep that as audio evidence.
Alright. Nope, that's just lights from another building.
What was that?
Okay.
I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
Alright, I
That's
guess
extraordinary audio evidence.
I have gotten a lot of audio from him at the last minute, almost, it seems. Strange.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Bow before the Lord, or what have you.
Is there anything you'd like to tell me?
Alrighty then. Something desolation indeed. Well, I'm about to, I am just going to finish my go around, see if there is any literature hidden in the pews. Oh, that was spooky. Sadly, I didn't have the presence of mind to turn on the recorder for it. So it sounds like in addition to Pastor,
I'm glad I captured it with a recorder.
there is a parishioner ghost in the back. So toward the altar there is the pastor's ghost, and toward and then toward the back is some parishioner ghost. Kind of unusual. Well, I don't see any sign of any further literature about this place, so I'm going to go ahead and grab my little laser light and turn it off. Look around for any further literatures. Fail to find any further literatures. Check up here just to make sure I didn't miss any. I am a little bit surprised there's no literature on any of the pews in the church. I would have thought that would be a place where you might have, you know, they might have hidden some. Well, I guess that's that. I am feeling done with this place now, so I will investigate further at another time. Alright, what did we get? Couldn't find any abnormal EMFs. Had a few weird temperature readings. Definitely got the weird audio recordings. Couldn't find any photos. Kind of a disappointing, very disappointing run. Alright, I've returned. Noise.
Jeez! I stare demon back through the gates of hell, but the phone rings and I jump out of my skin.
Hello, this is Allie again, reaching out from Myers House Buyers. I was just following up with you about a property you might own. I would love to talk to you about how we can pay cash and cover all closing costs. Let's schedule a time to talk with no obligation. You may call or text me. Thanks. Have a great day.
What was that?
Why do I even have an office phone?
Lovely. Oh, dear. Well, that's that then. What we got in the inbox? Back to Pastor Harold Richards? Okay. Let's take a quick glance at some of the archives we found for the... So we found a couple of items there. Shadow is probably Ulrich. Jacob died a bad time. July 17th, 1811. That's a pretty old ghost then. The Segerstein family was, well. I see. Well. Let's check this. Oh, I see. Well, that is interesting. I find it interesting how increasingly spoopy it gets when you reduce its speed. Yeah, this feels suspicious to me. This is certainly suspicious. Weird. Alright. Indeed, it is certainly a shadowy screamer. Well then, GI Ghost. Sounds like he's saying he's in a nightmare. Because of course, you have to have a poltergeist too. So yes. This has certainly been intriguing. Though I found myself thinking that I should crack open the, some of the other things that I said I was going to be talking about this evening. It does feel like I have spent the majority of my time on this game. Oh my. Perpetual presence.
Where's my watch? You could have seen him. It's coming. I just won't die. Why, Memorial? I wish you were here.
My pills. Get out. Leave. I hate you. Don't stay mad. Love you.
This almost makes it sound like the mother in the second house was like a drug addict. This is a little strange because I could have sworn I got, I could have sworn that I got something on the child in the second house, but I only have audio for Perpetual Presence, which seems to be the old man in the basement, and Grieving Shadow, which seems to be the mother. Now we have the Lost Reverend.
Christ, soften all. Recall Joe's conviction.
More magic maths or Lovecraftian magics. Oh my. Peter Carroll also, oh goodness. Peter Carroll has this problem where he is mildly to moderately, actually no, it's probably more accurate to say moderately to majorly anti-astrology. He does not like astrology at all. However, he still has some leftover astrological tomfoolery going on with him. But rather than directly attribute things to the planets, he attributes them to color rays, which is just a little bit on the silly side to deny planets in favor of color rays, so he winds up referring to things like the red ray instead of martial power. Though at this point, I mean, I could go back to discussing the mathemagics. Oh my. Could go back to discussing mathemagic. ATM bloodlines. Take care, skeptic. Go forth. Oh my, oh my. This is my first lengthy stream. I have never done a stream quite this long before. I was originally thinking I would start it around 12:30, but then I wasn't certain how much time I would have after actually hitting midnight. So I delayed until 1 p.m. my local time. That way, when I do hit midnight, it will be at the 11-hour mark, rather than, you know, getting close to 12 hours, which is the limit of the size YouTube will retain for a VOD. I do not feel inclined to have a part 2 of this stream, and I do not want YouTube to completely deep six the VOD. At least not unless I get hit with a copyright strike or something stupid. If that happens, then the VOD is dead. Oh my.
Too prideful of all reformation. Our town in desolation. What's the raving before this comes?
Okay then.
The Lord can expedite all restoration.
The Lord can expedite all! Okay then. That works. Did that shadow just sneeze? Did the ghost sneeze? Is that what that was? Angel of the Mausoleum. Okay. Interesting, interesting. Interesting. Oh my. I am beginning to feel tired of this game. So let's figure out what I am going to do next. What would I do next if I stop with this game? Let's see. Well, I suppose one possibility is I could load up Lumicid, or I could just go back to making it a notepad stream. Oh my. So yes. If you want your thaumaturgy to work, according to Peter Carroll's equation, you must get your gnosis to a high degree, get a very relevant magic link, get your lust for results down to a minimum, and eliminate your subconscious resistance as much as possible. Oh, what's wrong, Asra? Are you afraid of the math? Oh my. This is just an example of Peter Carroll trying to get more sciencey when he started chaos magic. Chaos magic is named for chaos theory, which relates to the fact that when you're trying to predict things about the future of a system, things which are unpredictable start to affect the system in greater and greater ways the longer time progresses. Like, you can have a nigh infallible system for predicting the weather, but a butterfly flapping its wings creates enough of a distortion to eventually affect your future predictions in the system in a increasingly crazy way. I think, as the saying goes, it somehow results in things like hurricanes you did not predict, and other similar weirdness. Alrighty then. I think I'll go ahead and take this down. But yes, the mathemagic of Peter Carroll is rather interesting. Liber Chaos and Liber Null and Psychonaut and Liber Chaos are probably the best things Carroll wrote. Even though I do have some disagreement with him on several factors, like I do not think that his unfortunately named training manual in the first appendix of Liber Chaos, I do not think that it is a suitable substitution for the Abramelin. It is decent enough for a certain kind of training, but it's not an Abramelin. People people over-mythologized the Abramelin. How do we reduce resistance? Well, in the context of chaos magic, there are some very strange things you can do to reduce resistance. One of them is you may cast for things that are guaranteed to happen. As the subconscious mind works in strange ways, or so the theory goes. And if you cast for things that are guaranteed to happen, then you may cause your subconscious mind to go, oh, X led to Y. And it reduces the resistance to the subconscious mind making things happen later. Like, say, you may cast for yourself to eat ravioli for dinner, and then proceed to actually eat ravioli for dinner, thus telling your subconscious mind, this is real. Sounds silly, but this is one example of a way to reduce resistance that I have heard. It's one of those things where having success leads to future success. Alright, what else might there be? So yes, according to Carroll, spell and sigillization techniques are used to depress the conscious awareness. Though personally, from my experience, I do not agree with him that it's conscious awareness. I've mentioned it earlier. I think that it is entirely lust for results, more so than conscious awareness, that reduces the efficacy of one's magic. Like, I have mentioned before that I have found sigillization to be subpar for getting results, for myself at least. However, doing encoded statements of intent seems to work better for me. Now, one may argue that by encoding the statement of intent, you are reducing my conscious awareness. However, if I encode it enough times, I start to become fluent in the code, as it were. At that point, my conscious awareness is increased by this standard. However, it still works. I mean, I suppose as Carol is interpreting all of this as a form of probability manipulation, I may be reducing the likelihood that it is working by. Perhaps I am reducing the likelihood that it is working by increasing my conscious awareness. But at the same time, I am improving my gnosis, which perhaps the improvement in the gnosis outweighs the increase in the conscious awareness. At any rate, I am not convinced that Carol has adequate evidence that conscious awareness is the actual deprecator. I am convinced that the deprecator is lust for results. Furthermore, it seems that a certain kind of universal thankfulness may also improve results. And I suspect that a universal thankfulness improves results by reducing lust for results. Which reminds me, there are some interesting things of a biblical nature which intrigue me, because every once in a while I like to reread certain sacred texts, including the Bible. I will also occasionally do things like read the Bhagavad Gita and similar works. But there was something very interesting in a particular Bible. Just let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Which book was it in? Let's take a look. Let's see. I cannot seem to find it right. Trying to remember precisely where it was. I'm mainly annoyed because I remember reading this and thinking to myself, this is, peculiarly similar to things I've heard people say about, trying to get magic to work. So now I'm sitting here scanning through and trying to relocate the, specific verse and passage, because it definitely reminded me of the, it definitely reminded me of what people say about how to get one's magic to work. Let me see if I can find it. Oh my. This particular search is not working very well, as it is returning things very out of order. Perhaps this is the one. Well, I am at a loss. I cannot seem to locate it.
What can't you?
Bothers me. Oh, hello, Dave.
I told you
I
I would be
was-
back.
Welcome back. I was pondering a particular thing that I read once pertaining to prayer. And I remember thinking how strange it was that it resembled what we've been told about, doing magical operations. Well, the gist of it has to do with when you pray, pray as though you have already received what you are praying for, and be thankful, and you will receive it. And that is kind of similar to how to some certain things that I have read about getting magic to work. You do the operation, you cast the spell, as though you had already received what you are casting for.
That sounds about right from my understanding.
It just would have had a better effect, I think, if I could actually find chapter and verse.
Yeah.
But right now, the search engines are not cooperating with me, and it is actually kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Perhaps this is it. Alright, there it is. I think I have found it. It was in Mark. Yes, Caleb found it at about the same time I did. It is in Mark 11:24.
Nice.
Alright, whatever you desire in prayer, believe you've received it, and you shall have it. Indeed, indeed. All right, at any rate, let me go over my original itinerary for this stream. See what else I can find. Maybe I will blank out the notepad again, since I don't have anything written there at the moment. I see that you uploaded a Halloween video yourself, Dave.
Yep.
Interesting, interesting. Google is lying to me, says only one person is watching my stream.
Yeah, it does that.
Oh, dear.
All Google know how to do is lie. Yell at you for using ad block.
Oh, goodness, goodness. So where was I? Ah, yes. What was left on my itinerary? Discussing the 40 servants, the Simon Necronomicon, and doing divinations. I do believe we have discussed chaos magic to a certain degree already. Oh yes, let me crack open the good book on the 40 servants.
What a weird system of magic.
It's weird, but it's not weird at the same time.
Definitely weirder, I'd say, but
The main weirdness of the 40 servants is he did such a good job with his servitors that he accidentally tied them in to powers that are not servitors.
that he did.
So, alright, the name of the man is Tommy Kelly, and if I remember correctly, he is an Irish. Let me see if I find this guy. How amusing, he has an Instagram.
Of course.
I find it funny that what is this? What is this? Irish artist, musician, writer, and witch, creator of the 40 Servants and the 4 Devils. I don't remember his 4 Devils, but I do remember his 40 Servants. And I am under the impression that it is a very popular system over in South America. I like them, although I have to note that they do seem very tied in with pre-existing powers. Like, I'm going to crack open the deck, and I'm going to draw a few cards. Alright. Whoops, I better stop that right now. I almost inverted some of my cards. I need to shuffle this in a way that prevents inversion. Inversion is not appropriate in this deck because the back of the deck is not invertible. That's one of the rules I follow with respect to Tarot and Oracle decks. I do not acknowledge reversals or inversions if the back of the deck can recognizably be, if you can recognize the card is reversed from the back of the card. For this reason, reversals do not exist in the Thoth deck or Tarot either. Alright. Let's see what we got here. The Dead. Oh, interesting.
Fitting, given the day.
Considering what day it is and what game I have been playing, it is very fitting that I should draw the Dead first. Let's see what we got here. What you may find interesting with respect to the Dead is I am of the opinion that the card evokes Santa Muerte.
I believe it.
It appears to be a headless female form whose head is instead a levitating skull.
Well then.
If that does not evoke Santa Muerte, I don't know what does.
Yes, it does, just a tad.
So, opening up the book, the corresponding mantra is, though it may seem to be lost, nothing is ever truly gone. The keywords for this card are death, ancestors, history, the past, antiquity, legacy, connection, collective experience, the veil, psychopomp, combined knowledge, endings, and new phases. And the Dead Prayer, O great servant the dead, who is famed for her ability to connect through time and space. Show me how to learn from the past so that I no longer repeat my mistakes. May I move forward, not backwards. It is certainly an interesting first card to draw. Seen as it is Samhain or Halloween, I probably should have had a bit of a talk about how Samhain works as well. According to my information, Samhain was originally the day of first frost in the Celtic lands, which was considered to have a particular association with the dead, and the fact that the year is now coming towards its end. But then at some point, apparently it got associated with a full moon, and when the concept was eventually Christianized, it was Christianized into All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day. But certain aspects of Samhain were not quite there, so they were incorporated into All Hallows Eve, that is, the eve of All Saints' Day. You know, All Hallows Day.
Interesting.
Gotta love that archaic English.
Oh, absolutely.
Imagine if, rather than calling them saints, we called them hallows to this day. Oh my. I do find it interesting as I read about this card. And ask the dead to carry any messages to the deceased. Yes. This is definitely one of those things. His intention was to create kind of servitors that anyone could potentially use, and instead he seems to have created connections to pre-existing powers due to the nature of his artwork.
Sounds like a little bit.
That is the impression that I received from the cards. Now cracking open the next card. This one is titled The Father.
Interesting.
Though I'm not sure what the father necessarily connects to besides the simple concept of fatherhood. In this case, the mantra is, I am not alone. The keywords are guidance, wisdom, learning from experience, fending for yourself, and practical advice. And the prayer is, O great servant the Father, who gives great counsel on the ways of life, tell me what my best option is, so that I can make the wisest move. May I heed your insights, so that I avoid unneeded pain.
Interesting.
Now, many of his cards, I think, link to pre-existing concepts. In this case, I do not think there is a specific entity that it links to. However, it does link to the overarching archetype of fathers and fatherhood. Particularly, I would say, the father of a young man. Like, we are no longer in the stage where the father needs to significantly discipline his child overmuch. Rather, we are at the stage where the father is giving life advice. I'm going to draw... Go ahead.
That seems to be an understandable thing. That seems to be definitely understandable. At least a little bit.
You sound like you're in the middle of doing something else.
I am not.
You're not. Okay. I just thought you might have been. You sound rather tired, and I thought I heard the keyboard going off.
You hear a little bit of keyboard because I'm not doing anything noteworthy.
And one more interesting 40 servant that I have drawn, the Protector. Which is
Useful.
a very, very interesting card because the card depicts a raven-headed person. Like, it appears to be an individual that is cowled, but their head is a raven.
Their head is a raven. Huh.
A part of me wants to make an association with the Morrigan, but I am not 100% sure if that is appropriate. Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. However, the background behind the card's imagery appears to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It appears to be a decagram.
A decagram?
In a circle. Yes. I suppose it's also possible that it is a nonogram. That is also within the possibility, realm of possibilities.
Interesting.
But it does make me think of a kind of circle of protection, kind of... that's the kind of imagery I am getting from this. So having drawn the dead, the father, and the protector, an interesting combination. I should crack open the Protector. The mantra here is everything is secure, I am safe. With the keywords of protection, safety, security, defend, secure, guard, shielded, safeguard, keep safe and out of harm's way. With the Protector prayer as, O great servant the Protector, who keeps all things safe and secure from evil, protect me from all harms and attacks, that I may walk freely and safely through the world. May all be protected and safe. A very interesting trio of cards to have drawn.
Definitely sounds very festive, all things considered.
Festive. The dead, the father, and the protector. Though now that I think about it, I did not think about this initially. However, it only just now dawns on me, dense individual that I am, so I draw the dead card. And then I draw the father card. I do not think I need to remind you that my father is dead.
Indeed. Is that what the protection thing is? The protector
Perhaps.
is?
Who knows? Who knows? Oh my. Oh my. It is one of those questions. As we edge closer and closer to the end of the day, I think I might just leave this screen from Paranormal PI on. It's
Quite a
suitable.
good screen, all things considered.
It is a suitable screen for the closing of this stream. We do have another 24 minutes until midnight, however. I do believe Skeptic Student is asking Azra what clan Azra thinks he should play in Magic the Gathering.
In MTG?
Or perhaps what clan you think he should play in MTG.
I think you might be talking about Vampire the Masquerade.
VTM might be accurate. I was
And
looking
if
at
you're not
Azra's
playing,
message.
what's it called? Malkavian, are you really playing the game right?
Ha, 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 ha. I know some people are concerned that Malkavian spoils the story, but I am convinced that you don't actually understand what the Malkavian is saying unless you have hindsight.
Indeed.
And you can only have hindsight if you've already beaten the game.
Exactly.
But yes, pertaining to the 40 servants, you can utilize the Oracle cards either as a single card draw, which seems to be the recommended way, or you can use them in a... Or you can use them in a manner similar to any tarot spread. They're perfectly functional both ways.
I always
Go
think Oracle cards are always a little bit sketchy, all things considered. That being
think
said,
so?
these ones seem relatively decent. I've just had poor luck with Oracle cards, I think.
I forget. What Oracle decks have you tried in the past?
I've tried the Angelarium deck, which
I think that's what my memory said you used before.
I feel like Oracle decks are more common than they probably have a right to be, all things considered.
I tend to think that Oracle decks are made for purpose. However, it helps if the person who makes the deck has some idea what they're doing, rather than just, be some giant corpo that has decided that it is their target audience to, the New Ager people will just eat this one up. Go on, print another deck that's full of fairies. They love that stuff.
Love esoteric corpoism.
Yes. So where the deck is designed by someone who has some semblance of, the occult and certain esoteric principles, they may be able to actually do a good job with it, as opposed to just kind of pulling something out of a hat.
Indeed.
Although, with respect to tarot or even playing cards, it's still perfectly functional. Perfectly functional with those two. Tarot, in particular, has a long and storied history by now.
Tarot is
Indeed.
obviously the most common cartomancy form, I
Indeed.
think.
I do find it funny how some people have reached the point where if you say cartomancy, they think that you're talking about playing card cartomancy unless you further specify. Which, to some extent, I find a little annoying because I rather like the idea of being a cartomancer, but I don't really use playing cards that often for the purpose.
I also do not use playing cards. Very often, if at all, all things considered,
Like,
because
it's
tarot
actually kind of... go ahead.
tarot is just so much more convenient, in my opinion.
Indeed.
But yes.
Yes, oh my. Oh, goodness gracious. Where was it? But yes, when I have looked at playing card cartomancy, I've always gotten a slightly more sinister vibe than I have gotten from tarot. And it weirds me out a little bit. I think part of the reason it weirds me out is, the people who are, more anti-magic tend to villainize tarot more frequently than they villainize playing cards. Because when playing cards, you could be playing solitaire, or you could be playing, like, Old Maid, or any number of other, you could be playing concentration.
And then some people are playing with fate.
And, meanwhile, I look at the meanings in cartomancy for the playing cards, and as soon as you learn the cartomancy meanings for playing cards, you'll never look at the spades the same way again. Because the spades are the inverse of the heart cards, and the heart cards, as you'd expect, are all about love. But the spades, what do you think the spades are about if the hearts are all about love?
Pain and suffering.
Hate, literally. They're about hate. I do not think I can find a tarot card, let alone a tarot suit, that is that directly about hate.
You just
I
don't
think
let
that
it
is-
flow through you enough. Let the hate
think-
flow through you.
And I think that is why the playing card cartomancy always gives me this slightly more sinister feeling to it than tarot does. That being said, I should probably learn it at this stage anyway. And yes, NotHap is bringing up some people using Uno or even Pokemon cards for divination. I mean, it's perfectly functional, though in the case of Pokemon cards, I think it would be a very idiosyncratic system. Like, I don't think you could publish a book on using Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering cards or what have you for actual divinatory purposes. Rather,
Indeed.
it would be something that the individual would generate their own meanings for. There are some things that you should hate, namely a bad time. You should hate a bad time. You should hate, like, evil activity. It is perfectly reasonable to hate evil. It is, however, not reasonable to hate evil people per se, because no one is wholly evil. And you should always seek to redeem the evil person before you go any further than that.
Indeed.
Oh my.
Always seek redemption before hatred.
At the very least, seek redemption before execution.
Indeed.
Though there are some crimes which our society has deemed cannot be easily forgiven by our society. The most obvious of which being murder. What can you do to make up for that? Not really a whole lot. Oh my. Nevertheless, even to some extent, even the murderer can be redeemed, just not necessarily in the eyes of the law.
That being said, God does not, use the eyes of the law.
Indeed, my thought process with respect to that is more, a mere mortal does not have the wisdom to know if a murderer is truly redeemed or is just faking it. So there is that problem. At any rate, let's see. I did say that I was going to talk about the Necronomicon. However, now I'm not so sure if I can. What about cannibalism? Not App says. What, in terms of potentially redeemable things? Well, cannibalism is a strange one. We have certain, there are a number of reasons why one would want to avoid cannibalism. I would say that it is redeemable, however, it is probably, well, in the eyes of God, all sins are redeemable. In the eyes of man, on the other hand, it's a bit more nuanced. It is hard to imagine a way to properly reform someone who has committed murder and certain other similar acts.
You had to have had a
Cannibalism-
very good reason for doing it.
Well, it's one of those weird situations.
Indeed.
In cannibalism, the issue is more, what in blazes led to it? Starvation? Starvation is understandable. If, on the other hand, they just did it because, not because they were starving, but because they were really, really curious, and the question then is, did they kill the person they cannibalized? If the answer is yes, well, there you go. Now it's murder. We've already discussed murder. Oh, goodness. I'm not sure that I really want to be discussing cannibalism. Goodness gracious. Oh, my. Oh.
Nice to know I'm not the only person who does occult gaming streams that the chat ends up turning into a wild ride. Oh, boy.
I thought apparently Tommy Kelly does a ritual every Halloween, every Samhain, where he opens up the black box that contains his original 40 servant images and blesses them again. Interesting.
That's kind of a really cool tradition.
Necromancy, Caleb, is simply talking to the dead.
It's
Usually.
actually not that hard to do either.
Yes. Let's see. As for Wendigos, Wendigos are a particular class of entity which is apparently native to the Americas. I don't have a lot to say on them except they are apparently dangerous and have an appearance similar to either undead or rabid deer. I wouldn't be surprised if the original Wendigos may have been rabid deer. Alright, let's see. I may as well crack open my Necronomicon. I'm sure I can find something in mine, assuming that I remember where I put it.
Yes, because all good occultists have a copy of the Necronomicon. This is just a common practice we do.
Where did I put my Necronomicon? At the very least, go crack open the exorcism. Oh, Necronomicon. It is almost midnight, may as well. A perfectly good time to be cracking open one's Necronomicon.
Indeed.
Let me see, perhaps I should... Alright. How about... There we go. I have also been plotting to change out my background music. And it's starting to feel slightly too quiet at the moment. I might get something turned on. Shall I do the... may as well. Let's turn this down to about 10% and... Alright, maybe it's too low. Alright, here we go. This is a nice level for my good, wholesome, free-to-use Halloween music. May as well. They think what's more sinister than it is the necromancy? Alright, now where is that Necronomicon? I know I put it somewhere around here. Where did I do with my Necronomicon? Alright. I swear I had it lying around here somewheres.
Yeah, we just casually lose the Necronomicon. I'm pretty sure that is the inciting incident in so many stories.
Oh my. Oh, are we thinking of Evil Dead?
Yes, I am thinking of Evil Dead.
Evil Dead. The Necronomicon con carne.
It's Ex Mortis, but yeah.
Ex Mortis. Oh,
I think
dear.
con carne is just with beans.
No, Dave, it's with meat.
Okay.
It's with meat.
Okay.
Oh, dear. Which Sumerian god will you be invoking tonight? Why not all of them at once?
Which one? What? Why would you choose? Come on, then.
Let me see. What did I do with that Necronom? Where do I have it filed? Was it filed under S or was it filed under N? Oops, I almost opened the Neonomicon by mistake.
The what?
The Neonomicon.
The Neonomicon?
It's like the Necronomicon, but with more Neo.
Why is there a neon I don't even know. I refuse to process. My brain refuses.
Ah, interesting. I like how when I crack open the Neonomicon, it begins with a sanity warning. This book is intended for the inspiration of the serious and genuine practitioner of magic. It is not offered as a help yourself to happiness instruction manual. Many of the ideas outlined here differ greatly to normal rationalist thinking. It is therefore not recommended that they are taken up by those of an overly fragile psychic disposition, or by anyone who has not at least undergone some form of preliminary training in mind control. They mean here control of one's own mind. The author accepts no responsibility for any misuses of this document, any accidents that occur as a result of reading it, or any loss of sanity brought about by its practical application. This reminds me, I have a Discord
I'm sorry,
server
isn't this
network.
called the Necronomicon?
No, I opened the Neonomicon because I was curious what was in it.
Well, for a name like that...
It's apparently the Book of New Names, which is why it's the Neonomicon. Okay, so Neonomicon. Okay.
Fair.
Does that mean Necronomicon would be Book of the Names of the Dead?
Yes.
Okay, that works. Let's crack open the Simon Necronomicon to see what nonsense I can find in here. Since I have so many people watching right now, perhaps I should poll the audience. Should I even bother continuing with the space and time streams? I have noticed they don't seem to get much attention. Perhaps I should just stick with the sorcery streams.
I'm going to say don't limit yourself, but that's just me.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps the problem is excess limitation. I shall banish the Saturn in my life, and I shall embrace all of the excesses.
No, Jupiter might still be retrograde.
I'll double check that right now. I think I was explicitly going back to banishing, hexagram banishing, because the astrological circumstances were looking very wonky. Yes, Jupiter and Saturn are both retrograde.
Oh, both of them are retrograde.
Right.
Joy.
Oh boy, I need to verify some other thing. What do I have here? I have Sun opposition Jupiter at the present time, Mercury opposition Jupiter, and Mars opposition Jupiter. Yeah, I don't even know what I would use this astrological circumstance for. I think it's the best idea is to just keep on hexagram banishing.
I'm sorry, what was it?
What was it? Do you want me to repeat those oppositions?
What were those? I'm sorry. What wasn't in opposition is a better question.
Jupiter is presently in opposition to the Sun, Mercury, and Mars all simultaneously.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. That sounds miserable.
The Sun is conjunct Mars, and Mars is also conjunct Mercury. The Sun is also conjunct Mercury, for that matter, so it seems like everything that Jupiter is in opposition to happens to be conjunct at the moment.
Okay, then. That is...
my goodness.
Not exactly a good thing, all things considered.
So yes, this sounds like a great time to be practicing hexagram banishing.
Indeed.
Oh, goodness gracious. Someone is mentioning that Uranus and Neptune are also retrograde. That may be true, but we do not care much about Uranus and Neptune's position under ordinary circumstances. Oh,
If you need to care about Uranus and Neptune, something very wrong is going on in the world.
well, either that or you're trying to do things that are a little bit too far in advance. Can you imagine Games Workshop publishing Chaos Grimoire? If they did, it would be a case of fictoform magic, because they would be fixating on the Chaos Gods of 40k.
Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne.
Korn is just Mars with extra steps. Prove me wrong.
How am I supposed to disprove the truth? It's true.
Lanesh is just Clipothic Venus.
That is true.
This one's gonna be a hot take for you. Nurgle is Clepothic's son.
No, that one I understand the rationale for, so I agree with it.
Alright. Let me think of one more. What is the one that we always forget exists?
Zinch is Clepothic Mercury.
Sounds accurate. So the only one that has the least bit possibility of not being Clepothic is Khorne, and he's probably still Clepothic from excess Mars. He is the type of Mars that would have destroyed the prior universe for having 0.01% evil. Although in Khorne's case, he just wants to fight for the hell of it, rather than giving a darn about whether anything is evil. And it is almost midnight. Perfect time to be cracking open a Necronomicon.
Of course.
Now, the unfortunate part of this is I cannot seem to find the table of contents, and where is the table of contents? Oh, indeed.
Caleb is asking about Gork and Mork.
Gork and Mork? Do you really need... They're obviously Gemini.
Celestial Gemini. Filtered through Mars. Reminder, Gork and Mork literally slap Khorne and then run out of his domain because they think it's a funny prank. This is canon.
Oh, where is it? Where is the good stuff? I am paging through this Necronomicon, and I am still in the introductory material. Here we go. Here we are. Why is this in... mildly annoying. Oh, now that I think about it, perhaps I can find this. That's strange.
And we begin the end of the midnight hour, or we begin the midnight hour looking for the Necronomicon.
No, we have the Necronomicon. I'm just paging through it, and I can't seem to find the, I cannot seem to find what I want to find. All I can find is the English translation.
Ah, fun.
The English translation for what I'm looking for is a most excellent charm against the hordes of demons.
Ah, yes.
Arise, arise, go far away, be shamed, flee, flee, turn around, go, arise and go far away. Your wickedness may rise to heaven like unto smoke. Arise and leave my body, from my body depart in shame, from my body flee. Turn away from my body, go away from my body, do not return to my body, do not come near my body, do not approach my body, do not throng around my body. Be commanded by Shamash the Mighty, be commanded by Enki, Lord of all, be commanded by Marduk, the great magician of the gods, be commanded by the god of fire, your destroyer, may you be held back from my body.
Not AP is saying both you guys seem like you've delved deep into the Simon Necronomicon. I have actually not. That being said, I understand why you'd say that. Oh boy.
Halloween is the best day to open the Necronomicon.
Oh,
because of course it is. I just want to reiterate that our mutual friend used that most excellent charm against the hordes of demons to banish mosquitoes.
This has been your endorsement that you didn't know you were looking for. Indeed.
Ah, I found it. I found it! I'm going to put on, since it is midnight, and this is the Necronomicon, I'm going to put on my best diabolical wizard voice.
Oh, go for it.
Isaya, Riega, Biesha, Zilka, Dupira Tlaka Isaya Uriega, Nimuti Kunu Kima Kutri Litili Shamiye, Ina Zumria Isaya, Ina Zumria Riega, Ina Zumria Biesha, Ina Zumria Zilkwa, Ina Zumria Dupira, Ina Zumria Atlaka, Ina Zumria La Tatara, Ina Zumria La Tetiksi, Ina Zumria La Taklaruba, Ina Zumria La Tasanika, Niyi Shamash Kaptulu Tamatunu, Niyi Shenki Belgimri Lu Tamatunu, Niyi Shmarduk Mashilani Lu Tamatunu, Niyi Gishbar Kwamigmi Kunu Lu Tamatunu, Ina Zumria Luyu Tapara Sama. The demons have now been duly banished.
Indeed, yes, they have. Also, there is a question of why you have a designated diabolical wizard voice, and the answer is D&D.
No.
No?
The answer is when I was very young, I liked to repeat the black tongue while speaking, the black speech of Mordor. Yes, when I was very young, I enjoyed repeating that.
Fair enough.
All the best skills you develop when you're young. That being said, don't let anyone tell you that you can't develop new skills when you're old. You always can.
Yes, you too can learn the black speech.
Now you've got me wanting to look up the Lord of the Rings stuff. However, before I do something like that, let's see. It is now past midnight, so it is clearly time for the witching hour.
Indeed.
And if it's clearly time for the witching hour, I should go find this again. I am going to disable the music for the time being. This is the night when the gateway between our world and the spirit world is thinnest. Tonight is a night to call out those who came before. Tonight I honor my ancestors, spirits of my fathers and mothers. I call to you and welcome you to join me for this night. You watch over me always, protecting and guiding me, and tonight I thank you. Your blood runs in my veins, your spirit is in my heart, your memories are in my soul. With the gift of remembrance, I remember all of you. You are dead but never forgotten, and you live on within me and within those who are yet to come. Blessed be, O guardians, blessed be loved ones and friends. Another year is upon us as the wheel is turned again. We invite the ancestors one by one to join us at our meal. We raise our cups in honor and share memories with zeal. We share a harvest's bounty and know deep in our heart the past must be cleansed away for the future to start. The veil is at its thinnest, we walk between the worlds. Diviners bring their instruments and mysteries become unfurled. Now the witching hour is upon us once again. We share a blessed circle with our loved ones and our friends. Blessed be to guardians, to deities, and more still. Blessed be to you, let the harvest your heart fills, so won't it be. And that was a Samhain blessing. That being said, I am also very partial to the Irish Halloween blessing. At All Hallows Tide may God keep you safe from goblin and puka and black-hearted stranger, from harm of the water and hurt of the fire, from thorns of the bramble, from all other danger, from will-o'-the-wisp haunting the mire, from stumbles and tumbles and tricksters to vex you. May God in his mercy this week protect you. Skeptic student says I'm half worried he has a sound effect on standby for a freakout. I am not that well prepared. I am so unprepared I had Dave accidentally muted for half the stream. That being said, I do need to get a soundboard. A soundboard would be delightful.
You know, ironically, because I'm here, that most likely didn't transmit, but if it did transmit onto the stream, that is the closest thing we have to a jump scare.
That is absolutely hilarious. You know what? I am willing to bet that actually didn't transmit. I think that did transmit.
It did transmit, okay.
Whack indeed. Whack indeed.
Indeed.
Oh my. Oh my. So yes.
For those of you who don't know, we're currently on Discord, and this is how we're able to have both of us here at the same time, because we're wizards, but astral projection is somehow not picked up on a microphone yet. Technology needs to really catch up to astral projection. That being said, you can just use the Discord soundboard. Apparently.
That may indeed be true. I just need to make sure that I actually have Discord audio turned on for most of my stream.
Indeed.
Well, that is another good question. Should I continue Tyranny for the foreseeable future? I'm not going to do it this week. I'll probably resume next week. Should I continue Tyranny for the foreseeable future, or should I switch to another game?
That's a good question. I would say finish
Poll the
off
audience.
Tyranny. But I would say finish off
Indeed.
Tyranny.
I have managed to get myself on the anarchy route in that game.
I would definitely finish off Tyranny because, you know, if you started that one, you might as well.
Indeed. All right. Also, Dave, never mind. I better not say it. I had that random temptation to spoil the things that are coming up later in our D&D game.
Stop it. Get some help. He does this every week, folks. He does this every week. To the point where we've asked him to start putting it in the notes and the stat blocks.
Indeed. So let us see. Another thing I really need to do is resume my John D videos. Part of the problem is I finally got to the point where it's time to begin the angelical dialogues, but then I need to figure out video editing so I can properly be swapping the image when a different person is speaking.
Indeed.
What is this?
Every week, every
Azra
day.
Nightmaster wants me to be streaming every day.
No, that's
Lord.
you spoil every day.
Oh, spoil every day. Well, I don't try to spoil every day. I just get so excited that I can't help but mention the fact that I found D&D stats for a chainsword.
Local occultist has problems shutting up about D&D game.
I mean, I can keep my mouth shut about the real stuff, which is all you need for the fourth pillar of the Sphinx.
Yes, the occult stuff is the easy part. That being said, there is a game that you should be playing at some point on stream, Lunacid.
Let's see, what have I... Maybe I'll do that as one of those so-called guerrilla streams, except considering how many people typically watch my stuff, a guerrilla stream would probably have, like, no viewers.
All good.
I practically need to tell people I'm doing stuff a week and some change in advance, or actually what I should really just do is I should remember to actually advertise in the Discord servers.
Yeah, really.
'Cause nobody cares in the... nobody seems to care in places like Twitter. Like, well, let's be real. Is anyone in the chat actually here from Twitter? My guess is no.
Nope, I don't think so.
Like, everyone I've seen is appears to be here from the Discord servers or from your chat.
Indeed. Can either of you speak in Enochian at all? Partially. Only when I'm reading the calls, and it's more that I can pronounce it, but no one has those memorized.
Well, no one really speaks conversational Enochian except maybe the Mad Wizard. There's an individual that we shall only refer to as the Mad Wizard. If you know who he is, his online username begins with an H. But we are not going to elaborate any further than that. He might be conversational in Enochian. Might. But I don't think there's anyone else. Oh, goodness. This planet does not deserve a second person who's conversational in Enochian. Goodness gracious. Anyway, where was I? Enochian. You want some Enochian? I can find some Enochian right now. Just need to crack open the correct notes. There is one thing I am willing to do with Enochian at the moment. One only. Right. You know what? I'll put on the same voice. Oh, son of Boris Chico, yad baltilons, shipokals with the bone for obrazorori tanas bliss. Od gratamal prictis olka, notoarsins od comma, noblo hesdiens dobat, inon pilperge aldidis orbs, obolehed garsam kasarm ohora hila, abapirdis sonorenes klakab erm, yad nachich pailach, Arzon snorzat atna gonoyapil this home od to toba ipamut ipamis this loholo bipzomt poamal od bog pai apiapek piamol od voan Takare o ka od zamaran odo kikle ka zorge lapzirdo nokomad hoat iaida. I reign for you, says the god of justice in power exalted above the firmaments of wrath, in whose hands the sun is as a sword and the moon as a through-thrusting fire, which measures your garments in the midst of my vestures and trusts you together as the palm of my hands, whose seats I garnished with the fire of gathering and beautified your garments with admiration, to whom I made a law to govern the holy ones and delivered you a rod with the ark of knowledge. Moreover, you lifted up your voices and swore obedience and faith to him that lives and triumphs, whose beginning is not nor ending can ever be, which shines as a flame in the midst of your palace, and reigns amongst you as the balance of righteousness and truth. Move therefore and show yourselves, open the mysteries of your creation, be friendly unto me, for I am the servant of the same your God, the true worshipper of the highest.
You know, I love Enochian because it's always like, yes, we have all this like crazy angelic stuff, and then it's like, oh yeah, Oh yeah. It's all worshiping God. Yeah. I really do be how it be.
All right.
I feel like this is beginning to approach an online occult sermon. I mean, my things are like always.
Why not? I mean, Dave already gives online occult sermons. The only difference is, since he is not a reverend of any kind, it's more of a TED Talk. Except I guess it's a Dave Talk.
My name's not Ted.
Precisely. It's a Dave Talk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my.
That really is the long and the short of it.
Let's see.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What in blazes do I have? What am I looking at here? I'm just looking through some of my notes and I'm seeing things like evocation procedure for most of the things. No. Dave is not allowed to be Ted, because if Dave were Ted, I would be constrained
Jerry.
to be Bill. I would be constrained to be Bill, and then we would have to go and have an excellent adventure or a bogus journey. There is no in between.
Or then we'd have to face the music.
Oh no, not that.
Bro,
Right.
excellent. Wait, George
Let's
Carlin
see what
isn't
we got
alive.
here.
Who's our George? Actually, we do have a George Carlin stand-in. He's even got the hair.
We have about 40-something minutes before YouTube will refuse to archive the VOD.
Indeed.
So we got a little bit of time left. Let's see. Was there anything left on my itinerary that I haven't done? Alright. Divinations. There we go. Does anyone desire anything divine? I could probably do at least a couple before ending off the stream. Though I'm sure there is at least a slight delay in my saying that. Though perhaps I should go and go through my background music. Would you like some of this background music, Dave? I solemnly swear that it is all royalty-free. Well, I'm not sure that I would necessarily call it a fortune reading, but a divination, why not? The old Golden Dawn were very, what's the term I'm looking for? They were very insistent that when they did it, it wasn't fortune reading, it was divination. An insistent terminology kind of thing. You desire more money in your near future, please? I see. Why don't we find out? Let's see. I shall consult both sets of cards. By both sets, I mean I shall consult the tarot and the 40 servants at once. So let's see what we have here. I think someone is hitting the heart button every time they hear me shuffle cards, but it's probably just a coincidence of timing since this is, there is a screen delay.
Indeed.
That, and I'm not sure if noise suppression catches the shuffling of the cards. Oh, well.
No, what he was reading was parts of invocations.
Well, I did invoke the most basic invocation of Enochian powers, so... or those angelical powers that are filed under Enochian. As Dave likes to say, they are God's IT department. I am sorry, not App. However, according to this divination, no, there is no money in your future. I'm sorry, Nodap. I'm sorry. There is no money in your future. There is, however, a spiritual journey. It appears a feminine force sends you off on a fool's errand, and you wind up disappointed. That is what it comes back with, but that's all right. I have only used the tarot half so far. I have yet to draw your card of the 40 servants. The intention with this is to determine what archetype it is best for you to work with in order to avoid this unfortunate moneyless fate. And it would appear that... well, that is certainly a card. That is one that I did not expect to see, and that I actually forgot existed. The suggestion of the archetype to work with to fix your money troubles is the Levitator.
Is that just Jupiter?
No, it's the 40 servants. It is the Levitator.
I see.
The idea behind the Levitator is that you must rise above it all. That is the mantra of the Levitator. I rise above it all. With keywords rising above it all. Again, different perspective, seeing things from a different angle, escaping the drama, being aloof, detached, and above. It's like the Hanged Man, but less hanged out to dry. And much more. I have levitated above it all. I have the bird's eye view now. And in the 40 servant system, the Levitator prayer, O great servant the Levitator, who rises above it all and sees the greater story, show me how I too can escape all this drama so that the events that surround me no longer dream me. May the bigger picture be clear to me. Yes. Which, if this is the power that you need to get in touch with in order to deal with your money troubles, that implies that you are likely getting bogged down in things. It very well might be a glass half full thing. Though the impression I have is that it is probable that you're getting bogged down in things and you need to rise above the things that are bogging you down in order to make progress. That is how I would interpret this. Perhaps rising above it all is the spiritual journey indeed. For one of the cards that I drew in the tarot half of this was the Fool. And the Fool is one of those strange cards which, when the topic at hand relates to material concerns, it is a bad card to draw, but when it relates to spiritual concerns, it is a good card to draw.
Indeed. I feel like there's a lot of cards like that.
Maybe so, maybe so. One of my favorites is, how do you interpret the Ten of Swords when it's in a position in the, when it's in the advice position of the reading?
God.
That had to be one of my favorite questions. And so I examined the Ten of Swords in an advice position in spread. And the answer becomes quite clear when you realize that what it is saying when it is in an advice position is overkill. There is no kill like overkill. Do all the things. That being said, that was not in the current reading. That was just a thing that I had contemplated long ago. Ah yes, I've been thinking that I should probably change out the, what background music should I use? I did have this background music available over here. Let's shut this one down and swap it out.
I think I found the worst thing I've read about this Halloween.
Uh-oh.
This is on.
Has something crazy happened?
Yeah, this is a game developer I'm a fan of on Twitter posted this. My partner just had to run to the store for more candy because the first kid shouted "Infinite Minecraft food glitch" and just started grabbing handfuls of candy as she stared in horror. Oh, God.
Well, truly, there is no Halloween monster more terrifying than hungry children.
There's nothing worse than children.
You're welcome, not AP. Now let's see, does Skeptic's student want me to do one? Personally desiring a job. Give more free time and better pay. I would advise becoming a content creator, except I don't get paid at all yet.
Yeah, don't. That's terrible.
Don't, it's terrible. Oh my. I shall discuss this topic with you at a later time when we're not streaming, Dave.
Indeed.
Alright.
Is the pay good? No. But the hours are worse.
Nice.
That was a good movie.
You don't appreciate how the concept of doing things like just playing video games and watching and responding to questions can start to feel like drudgery after a while until you've tried it.
Indeed.
Oh boy, that being said, I should really just stop with most of the video games and actually start getting my darn John D videos done, because I keep trying to do the John D videos and then something keeps coming up when I do. So it's along the lines of I try to do the John D videos, and at just that moment, the lawnmower man arrives.
Garbage day.
Flippin' heck.
Indeed.
Oh my.
I will try to push him to get those John D videos up, folks.
Oh my, I just need to record actually voicing it.
Reading about,
What were you reading about?
He wants a money reading.
Ah, Skeptic does want the reading.
Yes.
I was double checking whether you were asking that or not. Here we go. Let's see what comes up this time. All right. Ooh. Well then. This gives me the impression that what you may want is a job that causes you to be the center of attention. Does that sound reasonable, Skeptic?
Skeptic wants to be the boss, according to the divination.
Well, I didn't say the boss, I said the center of attention.
Indeed.
That is the impression that I get from this. However, I also get the impression that there is some planning involved. Planning involved a sudden burst of light, and then happiness. You never really gave it that much thought. Well, perhaps you should do more thinking about it. That may be
your problem.
Leads to it.
Yeah, weird roundabout way.
For the actual cards drawn are 2 of Wands, the Sun, and 9 of Cups. Which sounds like a good sign to me. Now I shall consult with the 40 servants, see how this comes about. Let's see what we have here.
Skeptic, what the cards are saying, at least in the previous deck, is that you should think about putting yourself in the spotlight and ways to put yourself in the spotlight. That is what it is saying.
Interesting. The servant in the 40 servants that I drew for this one is the Balancer. That is interesting to me, since we also drew the 2 of Wands earlier. And while the 2 of Wands is not particularly balance-oriented, it is still another case of the number 2 coming up. So the idea behind the Balancer is you need to keep the areas of your life properly balanced in equal proportion. With the mantra being all things return to an even keel. All things return to an even keel. Keywords balance, harmony, evenness, symmetry, match, attune, collate, stabilize, and readjust. With the Balancer prayer, O great servant the Balancer, who is famed for her power to restore equilibrium, I call on you to come to my aid in order to force the events that surround me into a more balanced and harmonious condition. May all things be in balance. Now, this leaves me wondering if perhaps you have been avoiding the spotlight up till this point. Very interesting.
Almost sounds like work-life balance is required, honestly. That's what that sounds like to me.
That very well may be it. Perhaps that is the purpose of the Balancer coming up. Well, there is humility, and then there is overdoing it. The humble man is not the genius pretending he is stupid or ignorant. The humble man is the genius who is just as elated when someone else invents a world-changing invention as he would be if he himself had done it. Does that make any sense?
Makes sense to me.
How do you like my new background music?
I like it.
A very interesting take on the term humble. I think it is the correct take on the term. The humble man does not denigrate himself, but the humble man remembers his place. The humble man does not indulge in vainglory. The excessively proud man indulges in vainglory. The humble man knows what he is about. All right. It is now almost 12:40, and according to the stream timer, it has been 11 hours and 37 minutes. All right. I think I will let this track repeat itself one more time, and then I'm going to log out.
All good. Was a good stream.
I think you have it, Skeptic. A humble man recognizes what he does and doesn't deserve. There is one silly mental paradox to avoid. Always avoid the proud of being humble paradox, because it is ridiculous. The way to avoid the proud of being humble paradox is when it comes up, laugh at it. It does come up on rare occasions. The rare occasions it comes up is when you spontaneously recognize yourself. When you spontaneously recognize the humility in yourself and proceed to pat yourself on the back for being humble. The correct thing to do at that point is to realize, oh wait, this is the proud of being humble paradox, and then just laugh at your mental processes because they are being ridiculous.
Indeed.
Believe it or not, that does come up from time to time, and it is utterly nonsensical. In fact, you can actually find C.S. Lewis writing about it in the Screwtape Letters of all places.
Interesting place to have it.
Oh, of course, it is probably the best book to have it in. After all, it's Screwtape talking about trying to tempt people to have one. Oh boy. All right.
I don't know about many of you guys, but I'm the most humble person I know.
Right.
And cultivating my humility over the many years of practice. Not to brag or anything, but, I'm pretty good at that.
Hilarity ensues.
The lack of self-awareness in that trope is, like, in the people who are living that trope is my favorite thing. It's like...
Didn't we encounter one of those...
We did encounter somebody who was unironically like that at one point, yes.
Oh, God. Wasn't that the delusional Canadian? I think that was the... No, wait, he was from some other country, but he was on a Canadian passport.
Yeah, I think so.
Like
I forget the exact specifics about him, but I remember that it was pretty cool.
Oh my goodness. As I recall, we got some of our friends from, people who bonded over the fact that they had been affected by his misinformation.
Yes. That guy is an absolute treasure and should be locked in a room, preferably in a prison. If
think
all the information I've heard is correct.
I think the psych ward would probably be preferable for that poor guy.
Yeah, really. Keanu Reeves is an example of someone super humble. Keanu Reeves is humble enough to where he has problems taking compliments. He's great. He has just enough humility to be, like, super humble, but he's able to actually take... what's it called? He is able to actually take compliments, like, just enough. Sure, it's cool. But otherwise, yeah. Keanu Reeves is actually, like, super cool. So, yeah.
It has been fun time.
Indeed.
However, the track has reached the end of this repetition. All right. I think that's it for this stream. My next stream will be not tomorrow, but the Wednesday after, at the same time as usual. I stream at 7 p.m., that is 1900, for you military time aficionados. I stream at that time by North American Eastern Time on Wednesdays now. I used to be doing a Monday, Wednesday, Saturday thing, however, I have come to the realization that that might be a little bit too much for my current status. So, Wednesday it shall have to be, starting the Wednesday next week, not tomorrow. I am Chris the Space-Time Sorcerer, and this over here is Dave the Amateur Magus. Thank you for coming. See you next time.
Take it easy, everyone. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween and have a blessed Samhain.